What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day, folks. Let me tell you why it's a special day in a brief moment, but it's a cold day. It's 62 degrees and clear here in sunny California, Los Angeles, but that means it's actually a cold day. Now, regardless of the coldness of the day, regardless of how cold the day is, you already know what the fuck's going on. You already know what it is. You already know what's happening. You sound extremely tired, boss. I am, and I'll get to that in a little bit. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. But it's a wonderful day regardless. It's sunny, and I'm feeling pretty great, even though I'm a little bit tired, as you guys might notice from my voice. But it's because it's a very special day. Ladies and gentlemen, is it a special day because it was a regular workout day for me where I absolutely hit the gnarliest list of all time? No, is it because I partied last night? No, it's because it is...
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday.
It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's
That's
Friday,
right.
day.
It's Fuck Fans Mom Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Immaculate Vibes Friday. No matter what, we are 4 days out from the election. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's the freaking weekend where you can enjoy your life as a free man or woman or MB until November 5th comes around and alters the trajectory of American history once again. Most important election of our lifetimes, folks. That's what they always say. There's also Flat Fuck Friday. You already know what it is. But in any case, oh my God, that's crazy. How can I? That's dope. That is freaking dope, dude. That's dope as hell. That's sick as hell. Joy Boy has returned. Speed dressing up as Gear 5 Luffy for Halloween. That's sick. That's sick. I should have done that. I mean, he is like, please address my previous question on a scale of 1 to 10. How much does Mitch McConnell look like a turtle? 10. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And a lot has occurred in the world of Hasanabi Piker, as you guys may or may not know. Okay? I ended the broadcast last night, and then what did I do? I ended the broadcast last night, and then what did I do? I went on Valkyrie's stream because I had some obligations to my friends, specifically QT Cinderella, who was throwing a party. and basically they were all going to the QT Cinderella party. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna link up, and maybe even get some drinks in, which is what I did. I did do that. You can see me right here at Ray's with a rat. So when though?
When am I playing Scare?
Yeah, I saw you guys are. Yeah, all the parasocials were going crazy every time I collab with people. Y'all go nutty mode.
Games, and which game is it gonna be?
What do you mean? Why are you at? I've asked.
You want a scary game? Go on the stream.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Oh, I know. What do you mean? Define.
I've asked.
It's true, I rejected him. It was Austin's fault. But now I'm not in the tub with Austin anymore,
So I guess you had more important stuff to do.
No. It's true, I do. Yeah. Like stream on my own channel.
This is lame.
When am I playing Scary Games, and which game?
You got the big boy Kaido build is calling your name next cosplay. I mean, I think I'm just gonna do One Piece every year going forward. Like, no memes. Like, I just love it. Anyway, yeah. So I did that. I went on. I went out as Trafalgar Law, and some people knew immediately what it was, but many people did not know who the fuck Trafalgar Law was. And I realized that there's a lot of people who don't know One Piece like that. Like, I think people know, obviously plenty of people know who Zoro is, plenty of people know who Luffy is. But I think a lot of people don't know who, like, the GOAT is, honestly. And Trafalgar Law is the GOAT, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of scary how little people put respect on the name of Trafalgar Law, you know? Yeah, except for this guy. He knew who the GOAT was. Look at this behavior. Law gets clapped constantly. Law is the most OP. They had to literally write in limiters to his power. His power is the most OP fruit. It's literally called the OP fruit, you know, op fruit. It's just like his fruit is the most powerful. He could just go room, and then just like put Big Mom in there, slice her up. And it's like, oh, there's a canonical reason why he can't do that. It's like, yeah, you wrote that in specifically because he's the most powerful. Also, how dare you say Law gets his ass beat? He fucking clapped. Like, you think it was actually a useless kid that did anything to Big Mom? Like, no, it was Trafalgar Law. He is the one who did it. Law is always just in creative mode. Yeah. You should consider doing Doflamingo next year. Yeah, Doflamingo is the GOAT too. He issued a Republican leaning poll. That's what he did. You were such a slut on stream. You showing your veins on your waist got 17K likes. Oh my God. God damn. I have a little bit of it. It's
Okay, I think we should call the Uber. Oh, are you guys soaps? Yeah, this is fresh. It shouldn't be soaps.
I have a little bit of it. It's
Okay.
Dofi is problematic, a thread. Hey, please delete this because I don't think it was for you. I also didn't think anyone should be seeing this. Please delete this. I don't think you get it. Yeah, I got some veins up in there. Useless kid got one tap by a one-hand pirate. Yeah. Your camera looks kind of slanted. I don't know, it's maybe the fisheye. No. It's fine. Showing the cum gutters on live. Yeah, dude. What else do I have them for, you know? But yeah, this is a funny blast off meme. I'll use this. Other than that, I after the stream, after the Valkyrie stream, we all got in cars and we all got in cars and we went and we went to the Cutie Cinderella party. It was at the Cutie Cinderella party was at a cool place that I've been to a bunch of times at the Roosevelt. It's like a mini bowling alley. And shit was dope. Drunk as fuck. Yeah. We got in cars and we drove drunk. Famously, that's what you're supposed to do. No, man, we fucking we got in Ubers, brother. What are you talking about? But yeah, we went there, and for me, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm so fucking 33. Oh, don't worry. We got the Sam Cedar debate lined up. Themacia sent the fattest of playlist of all time. And we will be taking a look at that. But the thing is, like, I'm old, man. I'm freaking old, I think. Like, for me, I can't deal with just like going out. The losers are reaching. What? Despite this claim, one of Twitch's largest streamers remains unpunished for continuously breaking Twitch's community guidelines. For example, terrorism and violent extremism. Reddit.com/what? Reddit? Bro, you can't post a Reddit link to be like facts. Like, that's such a funny context note. My source, Reddit. Okay, thanks, dude. Like, it's a fucking podcast Reddit. Yeah, it's like source, trust me, bro. Dead ass. Law edit, no spoilers. What? Oh, no, we're not doing that right now. Are you streaming the election from home? Yes. Who winning the election? Nobody. Ain't nobody's winning the election. Anyway, will you stream on election on YouTube if you get deplatformed? I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen, but if it did, yeah, I'll find a way. I'll stream on YouTube most likely. Just, you know, we'll figure it out. Well, Twitch clearly knows you haven't violated their guidelines. I don't know what these idiots expect. Yeah, they just like think that there's favoritism or something, and that's like they think that like they can massage the narrative of a dude who has spent probably a collective total of like 100 hours over just the past year alone, specifically combating anti-Semitism, specifically talking about anti-Semitism and the rise of anti-Semitism. And they're like, nah, he's secretly an anti-Semite. Like a guy who talks about the state designation of terrorism. Like, it is specifically a way to silence any kind of commentary on this issue by utilizing the American State Department designations. That's it. It's like the anti-cancel culture crowd basically doing everything in their fucking power to try to cancel someone unjustifiably. But it is what it is, you know. Them polls got me sweating. Funk. Why is it so close? They want to give me high blood pressure. Yeah, it's also like a lot of Islamophobia packaged as like, you know, Islamophobia packaged cynically. Anyway. How was the Doyers parade? I did not go. Unc Sam Cedar cooks Tim Pool in his skate park. Freaky Friday. Election Watch. Hogwatch. Let me see if Big Boy Ed Germanta wants to come on. Okay, we'll do that. Ed Germentum is my Steve Kornacki. Zoomer Steve Kornacki. On to explain the polls and more. Get in now. The recent polls he shared, which is very good, shows Kamala +2 on all blue wall. Yeah. I mean, look, there are a lot of polls that are like Kamala is losing by massive numbers. And then there are polls that are like Kamala is winning reliably. I think ultimately, wait, hold on. Oh, does Trump want to kill Liz Cheney? We'll talk about that as well. I'm going to give that to Trump a little bit. I'm gonna give that. I think that the Trump Liz Cheney thing is like one of those old school 2016 style statements that like offers enough plausible deniability to Donald Trump. Like he knows what he's doing when he says shit like that, but it's like very clearly within the context of like, oh, you'd be talking a different tune if you were the one who was actually fighting out there, is what he was trying to say. But he said it specifically in a way where he was like, I'm going to kill you. And it ties back to like a lot of what he has said about killing his political opponents with the military. So, you know, it's a unique predicament. But yeah, is an interesting situation, folks. All right, we got it. We're blasting off. Let's freaking go. We got a lot to talk about today. What if he doesn't want to win? No, Trump definitely wants to win, brother. That's not a thing. Like, Trump definitely wants to win because this is a majority report. We're gonna watch the Sam Cedar Annihilation tour in a little bit. I saw bits and pieces of it early this morning. I saw that he put the fucking beanie on, which is so sick. I was a little confused. I don't know if it's their main channel or not, but like I was a little confused with like how little Tim's
people are already
live concurrent viewership looked like. And I don't know if it's because they just didn't want to watch their favorite Beanie Boy get absolutely destroyed by my uncle, my real Uncle Sam. I've accepted Kamala will win, which makes me worry because these people will not listen to the uncommitted movement or anyone who cares about Gaza. There's a current effort by progressives to force a vote on troops leaving the region that many in this squad, of course not AOC, are threatening to do. Big dog, are we talking about the Trump Epstein tapes? Oh shit, you're right, dude. What the fuck? I can't believe I forgot to add that on. Okay. Yes, dude. Yes. That's crazy. That is the real October, November surprise, I guess, technically. That shit is like, yeah, bro, there's actual tapes. Like there's Trump Epstein tapes. We'll get to it in a second, but it's like Michael Wolff must have been real close to Epstein to get 100 hours of tape. Yeah, I don't know how he does it, man. I don't know how he does it. Like Michael Wolff never ceases to surprise me because like in many ways like he is a fabulist, right? He definitely is a fabulist. So you can't really do that when you are supposed to be like a serious journalist. He also is like obviously a very self-interested guy, right? Like he will always withhold like information that would be good for the public to know until the most opportune moment for his own personal clout and his own like person. Like this, I'm convinced Michael Wolff could have figured out a way where like Donald Trump had his hands on a nuclear launch code and was like ready to let it rip. And this motherfucker would wait until his next book came out to reveal this information. You know what I mean? Like he is the type of dude. He's the type of dude who's like so obviously selfish and so career oriented that he would not even care. He could be like, yeah, nuclear holocaust could be happening tomorrow. I'm not letting somebody know. I'm not letting a single damn person know until my book comes out 8 months later. And it's like, I feel like you should have probably let people know about this information that you were retaining and holding on to for approximately 8 months. And it's so like that's an annoying thing about Michael Wolff. And the other annoying thing is that, like I said, he is a bit of a fabulous, like there's a lot of stuff that he like will report on that you're like, I don't know if this is real. But then he also has like solid journalist chops. So he will just turn around and find this shit. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, how? Like, why would you not reveal this? Why would you not reveal this last election? Oh, Michael Wolff. Am I mistaken Michael Wolff with Bob Woodward, actually? I think it is Michael Wolff, isn't it? Michael Wolff is the one who like, or is it? I think I might be mistaken Michael Wolff with Bob Woodward, actually. No, he's the one who wrote Fire. No. He is the one who wrote Fire and Fury. No, it is Michael Wolff. I'm thinking of Michael Wolff. I'm thinking of the right guy. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of the right guy. But Bob Woodward is a little bit like that too, which is funny. But that's not. Yeah, Bob Woodward is like that as well. Bob Woodward and Michael Wolff both are very similar to one another. Also, their book covers and like the way that they the way they operate is also kind of similar, but it is what it is. But at least like Bob Woodward has like solid reporting background and like a more serious more serious amount of like research and investigative reporting that he's done that he can like rely on, whereas like Michael Wolff is a little bit more silly. Yeah, Woodward wrote the book called Rage, which is similar to Fire and Fury. And Woodward wrote Rage. Fire and Fury was written by Michael Wolff. Bob Woodward wrote Rage, wrote Fear, wrote War. The latest one was War. And the Trump tapes, All the President's Men. I mean, here, look. This is Bob Woodward's latest books. Okay? And this is Michael Wolff's books. So you will understand why I was like... You will understand why I was a little confused by who we were talking about. He wrote Fire and Fury, Landslide. But I was thinking of Bob Woodward when I was talking about like being a bit of a fabulist. But yeah, Woodward was the one who also, once again, they both have the same attitude towards like important information that they will hold on to until their book is coming out. Okay. Let me copy your homework. Okay, make sure to say change it though. Yeah, we're gonna watch Sam Cedar with you're telling me a cynical asshole journalist held back pertinent information to make money on a book deal? You're telling me that for the first time? Yeah, I just think that, like, I don't know. I feel like there's a duty. Like, there is a little bit of a responsibility to, like, inform the public on, you know, pertinent information. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more old school, but, like, why don't you do a byline? You know? I guess Michael Wolff did do it for the Daily Beast, but, like, do a fucking byline and then promote the book that way and be like, there's even more explosive stuff in there. I don't know. It's a very weird situation that you know, the state of journalism in America has become a unique situation. Hey, that's amazing. That is amazing. I can't believe he went with Sanji. Blackleg Sanji, really? Is that FD's favorite character? I gotta text him. I'm a Mosshead man, so that's probably why. Sanji has rise up. Sanji the GOAT, FD knows ball. Sanji is a gooner, dude. Oh, you got a problem with Sanji now? Well, you have to remember, I am a Zoro head. Like, it's basic, it's classic, but it's reliable. You know what I mean? He is the man. Zoro is the GOAT. You want to know how hard Zoro is the GOAT? He works hard. He's ripped. He's the strongest out of, like, physical prowess. In terms of, like, pure physical prowess, Zoro is the strongest. Like, in terms of, like, human power. We're not talking about, like, hockey. Okay? And not only that, but also he has no cyber modifications like Sanji, which is, you know, just saying. It's a lot easier to fucking light your shit on fire when you are a genetically modified specimen created by your fascist father. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Like, Zoro is natty, right? He's natty. Straightforward. He's natty. And also on top of that, he is one of the best characters in the entire thing, in the entire library of characters that are fantastic, in spite of the obvious reality that his backstory is the most lacking. Think about that. Think about that. Like, every other, like, Sanji's backstory, probably my favorite. Probably my favorite backstory in the entire franchise. Maybe Trafalgar Law. Zoro, no backstory whatsoever. Basically no backstory at all. Like, it's kind of wild how shitty and how lackluster his backstory is in comparison to, like, all these other people. Don't throw up question marks. Compare that to fucking Nico Robin. Compare that to Nami. Zoro's very clear lack of backstory is apparent. Compared to that to Chopper, entire arcs have been dedicated to every single character, every single, like, top mainline character and their backstories. I would go so far as say Brook has had more of a fucking backstory than Zoro. Brook has more backstory than Zoro. Is crazy. Like, the Laboon saga is, like, multiple. It spans across multiple fucking arcs and shit. Like, what's Zoro's backstory? Oh, he wanted to become a sword fighter, and the daughter of the samurai that was teaching him in the dojo fucking died because she fell down the stairs. Like, that's not a backstory, okay? That is like barely a fucking backstory. That's an insane thing. Down these stairs. That's how she died. She died because she fell down the stairs, dude. Even Usopp with his connections to Shanks through Yasop has more backstory. Yeah. But he was a descendant of a samurai. I thought that there would be more expanded in Wano, which I thought would have been a perfect opportunity to get further into like Zoro's lore and Zoro's backstory. I was like kind of shocked that like Wano did not expand on that shit at all, you know? Even Usopp is go to get the fuck out of here. Okay, dude. Yeah. Man, what was this stream? I didn't get to watch it.
So, Blau, as a woman, would you approach him?
Oh, whoops.
And you dropped some. You good? You need some help there? What's up? Sniper King is goated. Usopp is mid. Okay. I wouldn't go that far. That's Usopp the God you're speaking on, dude. That's Usopp the God. That is kind of crazy that he's like, he literally is just straight up called God Usopp after a certain point. Yeah, his like different versions have been pretty crazy. Soja King, Sniper King, absolutely goated character on top, but that's not Usopp. That's a totally separate person. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people just say, oh, like that's Soja King. Like, have you seen either of them in the same room? And it's like, no, like you haven't, but that doesn't mean they're the same person, right? Anyway, but yeah, this is it. We're blasting the frick off. I saw this. An Oakland man who recorded himself getting thrown out of a Palestinian cafe has been celebrated for pushing back against anti-Semitism, but a history of public outbursts raises questions about his story. Yeah, there's some little psyops happening left and right, it seems. But we're gonna start out with Pimpool getting absolutely shellacked by Uncle Sam. Okay.
6 hours tonight.
Well, I'm saying, is your baby born already?
No.
Oh,
Coming soon.
I'm talking about when your child
Coming
comes.
soon. Bro is announcing like a fucking album release.
Yeah, well, I mean, what little sleep I already get probably will be less.
All right, well, there you go.
Right on, man. So we'll start light. What do you think's going to happen? I mean, the election
We'll be back in a second.
Is Tuesday, but people are already voting.
No, wait. We got to talk about what am I doing here?
Well, sure. I was going to start
Light?
light, but you can go with whatever you want.
No, I mean, it's light to me, but like what? I thought I was banned. Didn't you say I was banned and blacklisted?
Maybe. I don't know the specifics. You have to. There's something to that effect.
Well, I can send you a link. But I teed it up here.
It's hard for me to remember verbatim everything I said, but
Let's see what do we got here?
I would say.
Oh, I mean, you pretty specifically banned.
Did I say no Sam Cedar at all?
Well, I think so. Here, wait a second.
Trouble. Sam Cedar's blacklisted by a lot of podcasts.
Yeah. Did I say us?
I'm not exaggerating. This is not a joke. Yes, there are many large podcasts that have outright said they will never work with him, and has nothing to do with being afraid to debate him. Sam Cedar's off the list. This guy is a manipulative, lying con man.
I mean, that's pretty strong stuff.
My confusion comes from, did I say I would never have you
Don't
on?
have anything to do with him. And that's why Sam Cedar makes all these videos, and he focuses on drama. I mean, the man's obsession with Dave Rubin is laughable.
I agree with that to this day.
Oh no, I actually I have a
Did I say
real reason for that.
Did I say?
Yeah,
Did
of
I
course.
say I would never bring you on?
Oh yeah, you did.
Okay, I might have.
I mean, I don't know if I have that specific video teed up. I might though.
I may have. I usually, if I get like heated or something, but I tend not to be as definitive on things like this.
Well, it wasn't just that one time too. When you went on Patrick Bet-David's show, you said the same thing.
Well, but you know it's true.
What's true?
There are a lot of big shows that have blacklisted you.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
It's not about you. Nobody wanting to debate you. I mean, the first thing I asked was like, let's talk about the issues, and you immediately pulled up drama. That's
Well, it's not drama. I mean, I think everybody wants to know. It's like a weird. You know, if you, I used to be a script writer, and if you put a loaded gun in the first scene and you don't resolve it, people are going to be distracted. So this way, we can just deal with this, get that out of the way, and then move on to stuff that is more, I think, like substantive.
Yeah. But that's it, right? It's not my business to tell other shows that have brought it up. But
I'm not concerned about other shows. I know what. I'm just curious. What am I doing here?
what are you doing here?
Yeah,
I decided to have you on. I don't know. I figured there were probably misconceptions you had about me. I think that a lot of what you think about what I say comes from clips and not the actual show. So there's like,
I don't really have conceptions of you.
This started because you said something that was untrue about my position on the death penalty, and I was like, I think Sam saw a clip that someone pulled out of context and didn't actually hear like my 2-hour diatribe on.
I don't. I think actually what I was talking about, I don't think I ever said whether you believe in the death penalty or not. I mean,
you cited a quote where you said that I said something like,
I cited a quote, or did I play a video?
At the beginning of a video, Tim Pool agrees that people who commit treason should get the death penalty, which is
that right? Do you have the video? You must have the video. No? Oh, wait a second.
And I just went, holy crap. And
let me see if I got it, because I'm pretty sure I remember this. It was in the context of you suing Kamala Harris.
And so,
you were on with Laura Loomer.
Right.
And you said the words,
here we go.
people who get the death penalty, people who commit treason should get the death penalty.
What's the context of that sentence?
What's the context of that sentence?
Right. So there's a clip that's 5 seconds long.
Oh, no, but I watched the whole rest of it. Like, I know you went back and forth, but it was so weird, because you should really, if you can find this and put this up, because what I found fascinating about it was that you literally did say on multiple times in that going back and forth, because apparently what happened is you got in trouble at one point with, I don't know, some streaming service about people calling for the death penalty or whatever it was. I don't know the background to that.
YouTube says you can't call for the death penalty as a legal mechanism.
Okay. And so she brought up, I think these people committed treason. They should get the death penalty. And you said,
I don't know if she said, I think
I don't care what she said, really, for this sake. But I'm quite sure you said, if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty. Now,
what words are you missing from that sentence? Because it sounds like you just heard a clip.
No. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, well then,
and then at one point afterwards,
let's pause.
Yeah, you said if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty, and you have been caught committing treason. Have you reconsidered your stance on capital punishment?
We'll break this down.
Sure.
Is it currently codified in law that if you commit treason, you are out, the penalty is death?
What do you mean by codified?
Like, is U.S. law states that the penalty for treason is death?
Not necessarily, but it is one.
It is, right. The penalty for treason is death.
What is the penalty for murder?
It varies. It can
right. It can be the death penalty.
Exactly.
So it's the exact same dynamic as treason.
Yes. Oh. So if we're talking about, in that context, people levying...
Tim Pool, why are you talking about leniency in sentencing with a man who has consistently gone to the tort conference for the past decade for fun? Are you insane? Like, this, you're talking to a man who lives and dies by the tort. Okay? That is what he does for fun. Like, this is not a normal person, okay? He reads Social Security reports for fun on his off time. This is what he does for fun. It makes no sense to me, okay? I at least watch anime in the off season when I'm not fucking, when I'm not like covering the news or reading the news. Like, at least I have like some fun things that I do. Sam Cedar's idea of fun is homework. Okay? Like sometimes I'll go on vacation with my family and I'll still stream there, right? And I'll care about like the local politics of the area that I go to, and it'll be fun to see like a unique perspective. Once again, repeating, Sam Cedar's idea of fun is going to the tort conference. Tort, a wrongful act or an infringement of a right other than under contract, leading to a civil legal liability.
War against the United States, to which I said, I don't believe any of these people committed treason.
Correct.
Sedition would be trying to undermine or cause damage to the government.
Correct.
Treason.
That's not the issue.
Right. And so the context of that conversation is, one, I don't agree with the death penalty. And in no circumstances.
But you did say the words. If you committed treason, you should get the death penalty.
Okay. So once again, do you not understand?
Would you agree if someone commits murder, that they should get the death penalty?
No.
I agree with that.
Right. But
you did say if they commit treason, they should get the death penalty.
So if we're talking about the penalty for levying war against a country, whether you want it to or not, if a judge sentences someone to death, should they get the death penalty?
If a judge, I don't think people should get the death penalty under any circumstances.
If someone is shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone's shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone is committing an act of violence and actively, is it within the legal rights of a person to return with lethal?
I like that Tim Pool's like a legal process in which there's an entire investigation conducted, a prosecution occurs, and you go to the civil or you go to the criminal court structure, and then the punishment dished out to you is death, is the same as like in the moment shooting someone in self-defense. Like we are not on the same planet if you think that this is equivalent. Okay? You are talking about an entirely different scenario, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's not even, you can't say that it's an analogy because it's not an analogy at all. One is a entire process. Like, one is after apprehension, detainment, criminal prosecution, and then sentencing that comes afterwards versus someone defending themselves in the moment.
Force.
You mean self-defense?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Right now, whether you want it to or not, if someone robs a liquor store, should they go to jail?
Should they go to jail?
Under the current laws, regardless of your opinions, should the police arrest the person?
Should the people arrest the person for robbing a liquor store?
Yes.
I mean, I think they should, yes.
Do you think in literally every single circumstance, then, no matter what happens, if someone commits a robbery, they should be arrested?
I mean, I suppose there could be extenuating circumstances, but yes, if you commit a crime, you should be arrested.
So the clarification that I'm trying to make, it's not about, I don't think there's any real reason to try and go back and parse semantics. The concept was, if people are levying war against the United States, such as we're on the battlefield somewhere in Iraq or whatever, right?
Wait, this whole thing was about treason where you were saying that...
Do you want me to explain the ideas, or do you want to just go in circles? I don't understand.
Well, I want you just to address what I'm talking about instead of talking about war. All right, go ahead, please.
Treason is levying war.
Treason is levying war?
Or providing aid to the enemy of the United States in a time of war.
Well, it also, you can be, I mean, there's been people who have been charged with treason when we're not in an active war, but yes, I guess. But however you want to parse this, treason is a legal charge against somebody, and there are multiple potential penalties for that, one of which includes capital punishment. And
Just for the sake of clarity, because in the show we're talking about, we're not talking about specifics of someone may or may not be wrongly charged. If you're asking me why I would say something like should be, it's rooted in this. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses of the same overt act or confession in open court. So the issue at hand was when
I like that they left the empty chair on there. Like they didn't shut down that camera. What's happening here? I mean, that's like a production note, but like, what are we doing here? Like, come on, you're like a multi-million-dollar operator. You got like millions of dollars from the Russian government.
when we were talking and I said, I don't think any of these people committed treason. I don't think anything they've done is worthy of death. I don't agree with the death penalty. The return is, but what if they're levying war against us? And then someone decides their life should be forfeit.
I watched that video. And in fact, I remember that.
Hey, Hasan, I don't know just anything about Sam. Did he have a history in debates, or is he just that guy with the knowledge of both? He loves debating. He's very good at debating. And also on top of that, he is very knowledgeable. This is Sam. Sam loves doing this stuff. Like he truly enjoys this. I think a lot more than I do, in terms of like talking to silly people and like unwinding them step by step. Now, Tim Pool himself is not exactly the most apt, astute debater either. But yeah, he is. What do you mean Russian money? They're American. Tim Pool? Were you not around when the... Okay. You're going to have to take this up with the Department or the Department of Justice and the FBI, my friend, because they disagree with you. Like, there was a whole investigation conducted into Tenet Media, which is precisely what Sam is going to be talking about, which is why he started talking about the death penalty for treason, because he's going to walk him through those steps and inevitably get to, has your position changed on death penalty for treason since you committed treason by receiving money from a foreign adversary to do propaganda in the United States of America in an active proxy war that's currently happening within Ukraine and Russia, which is technically within the confines of what Tim Pool had talked about, or you know, in terms of like treason and the death penalty for treason. So
this now, actually, we were going over the ridiculousness of your lawsuit, and I said, you know,
don't trust anything Daniel Strata Music says. What? Did you ever beat Elden Ring DLC 10/24/2024? Are you okay, chatter?
oh, Tim says he doesn't agree with the death penalty. That's fine. And then they played more where you say, if you've committed treason, you should get the death penalty. I mean, and the interesting thing is, then I watched, hold on, but let me finish. And
do
then,
you want to do a drama circle jerk, or do you want to actually talk about the ideas of the death penalty?
Ooh, he's already getting mad. It's like, dude, we're 10 minutes in. Why are you mad already? Why you have to be mad?
And what should or should not happen?
no, I think that I personally am against the death penalty. I think
So let's
you
talk
are
about
maybe against the death penalty.
I'm 100% against death penalty.
But what I found fascinating, it was as if you watch that video as it goes further along, and maybe you can release it. I don't know if it's behind a paywall or what. I watched it somewhere, so I know it exists. Maybe it was on Rumble. And if you go along, it's almost like you catch yourself and you realize, like, wait a second, I'm against the death penalty. So, no, you shouldn't get capital punishment. And that's one of the things that I think, like, in terms of, like, that I have always found fascinating about you. And that there's actually a great video by Timba Toast on how you vacillate between different political ideas as a way of, like, maintaining a certain brand.
What is the brand?
Well, I don't, not exactly sure what you think the brand is, but
here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. You know, if I post a joke on X that is like over the top, for instance, I tweeted Kamala Harris is like Hitler and Stalin times 200, and she's going to start 800 wars. That was actually written about in various liberal outlets as if it was a fact statement. And so I'm sitting here being like, can they not tell? Well, there's Poe's law. I get it. Sometimes they don't. But the issue at hand right now is just semantics. So instead of saying like, well,
dude, we're in the communication business. Like our words are important. Now, listen,
Sure.
I'm about to pull out it was a joke defense. Very, very ineffective, I think.
certainly understand people misinterpreting a tweet. Believe me, I've been there.
I will just say this for the sake of clarity. Right now, regardless of my opinions on law, should the law be that someone will receive the death penalty, then they should receive it. I oppose it.
But it doesn't necessarily, the treason, the punishment for treason is not necessarily the death penalty any more than it is with murder.
All right, so let's just try and...
Why would you ever say, if you're against death penalty...
Once again, misconception I'm trying to get past, so let me explain.
Okay.
In the circumstance where someone has committed a death-worthy trespass, I oppose the death penalty. I would advocate against it. We recently had a big case where there were two instances where people were put to death. One guy, the family even said it shouldn't happen. They had cut a deal with the prosecutor. It still happened. And that was, I believe it was, who was that? That was Missouri. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people who watch my show were quite outraged that a family would say no. But the issue at hand is I don't assert myself over the rest of the country in law, which means if the mechanism of the courts is as such, that's what should happen. I will fight against it. That's the semantic misunderstanding.
Oh,
so
all right.
Let's just put it like this.
Because you were so offended. I mean, the reason why I thought I was here was because you were so offended that I said you were against the death penalty.
You said I was for it.
And I got confused when you said someone should get the death penalty
under a mechanism of law that I oppose.
Well, you never said those words.
But that was the whole conversation.
No, actually it wasn't.
Literally was.
We could play it.
But I mean, look, how about we just, instead of going back and forth and saying it was this show where these things were said,
I don't think he understands what opposing a law means. Like, you can't say you oppose the death penalty, but if that's currently the law, then you're on board with it. Like, then it should happen. That means you're not in opposition to the death penalty. I oppose capital punishment, which is why I will always say I oppose capital punishment. I'll even offer coverage to instances where capital punishment is occurring. Like specifically the case in Missouri or the one in Texas where like people with a lot of evidence as to their innocence are still executed by the state. Like that is what opposition to the death penalty or opposition to capital punishment looks like. You know, the one in Texas was stayed. Well, the other one wasn't, but regardless, even if someone is guilty, I still oppose capital punishment for the record. Like, regardless of whether there is enough information, enough evidence readily available of their innocence. I just genuinely oppose the death penalty in general. I don't think it's appropriate.
We lay it out on the table. There it is.
Okay, there.
Death penalty should be opposed.
We agree on that.
The government is a failed arbiter of who should live or die. This mechanism doesn't work at an institutional level.
I don't know that anybody is.
It makes it seem like he is opposing the death penalty now, specifically for treason, because he may or may not have, accidentally committed treason in terms of being directly financed and changing, being directly financed by a foreign adversary government.
Is a arbiter of who should live or die, but yes.
Excuse me. There is some context that is more challenging, such as if a man pointed a weapon at your children, would you decide that he should die?
I mean, if someone pointed a weapon at my children, I would attempt to do whatever I needed to do to stop them. But that's different than
including lethal force.
I mean, if that's what it took, of course.
So that is you making the decision that you will take action which may lead to the death of an individual.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would suffer the consequences, but I don't believe in general that that in capital punishment. I mean, that's not capital punishment. That's
I agree. I'm just saying
self-defense or
in certain circumstances, a person will decide someone may be about to die. And there's other issues, of course, like Whether to render medical aid is a different circumstance. If someone is already dying, then there's if someone is in peril but you can't save them. But in terms of a human being making an active decision to end someone's life, there are many circumstances where someone will decide that they are the arbiter of that decision. Police officers do it every day. Soldiers do it every day. And often regular people. We have the Penny trial in New York right now where they've got the trial going on for Daniel Penny in New York where he put that guy in the chokehold. And the guy died. He made that decision at that point.
He killed the guy.
He did. And he made that decision for whatever reason. I am going to apply this technique to this man, may result in death. So at a certain point, someone makes that choice. The question then is, do we agree that the choice was necessary or that they were backed into a corner? And that's a difficult decision. So I would just put it this way. I think in a perfect world...
It has nothing to do with capital punishment, though.
It's about whether someone chooses someone else should die.
Right, but that has nothing to do with capital punishment.
They share
capital punishment is
they share
definitionally a punishment that is put out by the government as opposed to, an individual's decision as to whether or not they're going to apply lethal force to somebody. It has nothing to do with it. You would never say
they're literally
that Penny provided capital punishment to that guy on the subway because
I was making that argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Just in the sense that someone's making a decision over someone's death. And the question being, in the case of self-defense, I agree there are circumstances. And in the case of capital punishment, I agree there are no circumstances.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a reality where the government has successfully subdued an individual who they are no longer a threat. And then they just decide 20 years later, now let's kill the person. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I do not believe that we should have capital punishment. I do not believe in the death penalty.
How do we stop it?
Well, I mean, there have been times in the past where we've come close, I think. Sadly, I think because of all of the ginned up stuff about crime in this country over the past couple of years.
Yes, talk about the crime hysteria. Crime hysteria. Crime panic, crime hysteria time. Let's do it.
I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the Democrats actually took it out of their platform this year. That they're against the capital punishment. It is a problem. There is a cost associated with the attempts to scare people about crime in this country, and that's one of the costs, that we move further away from some type of positive public policy.
4% of death row inmates are likely innocent. And that means at an institutional level, people in this country accept 4 in 100 people.
Wait, what? Like, is he? I'm confused as to what Tim is arguing for here. I'm not going to lie. Because it's like you're arguing against capital punishment, but then you're tying it back to like how it might be appropriate under certain circumstances because like self-defense exists. And it's like, if you think 4%, if you think the percentage of 4% in a legal structure where like innocent people are executed by the state is unconscionable, I don't even know what the percentage of like self-defense instances that actually end up shooting someone that had no business being shot at all, but simply because of castle doctrine, the person got away with it under our current legal system. That number has to be higher than 4%, like significantly higher than 4%. So innocent executions in the heat of the moment are significantly fucking higher. Like executing an innocent person because you were fearful of them is significantly higher. There's a shit ton of manslaughter cases specifically surrounding that. So you should be against that too, I guess, if that's your principle.
Will be murdered by the state, unjustly killed for a sense of security. I reject that outright.
Yeah, I mean, I think both in terms of efficacy, but even in terms of, I think if you feel that there is a situation wherein, without a threat to anybody, right? I mean, these people are all in jail, that there is a justification to kill someone in cold blood, then I think it just becomes a negotiation as to when it's not.
You know what really gets me too is what I hear from a lot of people is, what about when you've seen on video they're harming a child or they're doing something? And it's funny because in a circumstance where an individual literally witnesses a crime happening, it's easy to say, sure, we can, like if you're out in public and you see someone committing an egregious crime that is going to cause great bodily harm or death. But why does that justify an institutional, national level mechanism by which the government can decide that someone dies? I think it comes down to 12 people walk into a room, someone they've never met before points to a person they've never met and they say, trust me, kill him. And these people are like, well, I guess. I think that's insanity.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, you brought up the penny thing. And I think that's why it's even that much more egregious, in my opinion, his killing of that man, because I don't believe in that situation there was any type of threat that justified holding this guy in a chokehold for that many minutes at all, frankly, for that matter.
What do you think, the penalty should be? Like, do you think, they're charging him, I think, with negligent? Is it negligent homicide? I'm not sure. Or
at the very least, I would imagine manslaughter. But in generally, as a rule, I don't really parse out court cases. I mean, if there's a charge, as a matter of public policy, there are instances where I think that people should be charged.
They're having a conversation around capital punishment in a way where Tim Pool is agreeing with him on principle, but also simultaneously still making it seem like he's disagreeing with him. And that's why it's confusing and it makes no sense. I'm going to skip this.
There are people, I mean, and again,
when do they move on to some other shit?
The guy is physically assaulted. Scott, we knew, in 2019, stuff happened.
Because I suspect that they will then move into crime panic.
Happens in the subway all the time.
New York's been getting pretty wild. I suppose it's relative to the amount of crime, but
been getting wild in what way?
There were, I think, last year, 25 people were pushed in front of trains.
I mean, I can tell you that crime in New York City is, down still around historic lows.
Yeah. New York City has one of the most robust, the most robust public transit structure in the United States of America. It's obviously still significantly lower than our European counterparts or, places like Japan, places like China. But the daily commuter traffic is massive, right? So 25 people being pushed in front of trains is a statistic that comes across as very emotional and very, it freaks out people. You're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's an unacceptable amount of murder. It's like, yeah, of course it is. A single murder is unacceptable. But you have to analyze that within the framework of millions of people commuting every single day. Okay? So when you look at the statistics like that, when you look at the actual statistics, it is such a tiny margin. It is such a tiny margin of people that completely dismantling the public transit structure in an effort to combat this would be absolutely ridiculous. So you still have to look at the actual rates of crime in general. You cannot. This is part of the problem with the media as well and the coverage of this kind of stuff, where the media loves feeding into the crime panic in general, and it personally creates this environment where a lot of people are making false assumptions about the reality. Is Unc gonna hang out for sushi? I told him jokingly, I was like, I jokingly asked him that a week prior to this, and he's like, I'm not eating anything over there. That's what he said.
I'm old, so I remember New York in the late 80s. And it's
wow.
It's like 3
years ago. Sorry, I was wrong. Yeah, it was in 2022. I think it was.
Oh, well, listen, during COVID, we had a once in a lifetime event, hopefully, knock on wood. And a lot of things got messed up, but crime is back down. The only crime that has gone up, which is fascinating, And for all of the BS that we heard over the past couple of years about, shoplifting and smash and grab and all that, do you know what the one major crime that is up? The most statistically? It's actually shoplifting. Shoplifting went up in 2023, and it is now because it went down during COVID. So as much as we heard, because and I know you've talked about this quite a bit, and I think it's been misrepresented in a lot of respects.
I don't think Sam is right on this data, by the way, because overall shoplifting and theft went up in accordance to foot traffic going up. Like the rate was a little bit higher than what it, like if it was rate adjusted, it would maybe outperform, because when foot traffic goes up, when more people are shopping, there's going to be more people shoplifting, right? The one data point that actually went up was homicides, and that was a brief blip.
All of the shoplifting was up and people are gone mayhem. It's crazy. It was actually below where it was in 2019. And it is now back up to where it was in 2019.
I think,
and because COVID was, screwed up with our society so much. But again, you ask me.
Another aspect of this also is a calculated decision made by the grocery stores themselves, like these chains. The calculated decision to make self-checkout readily accessible, readily available, in an effort to reduce the number of people working the cash registers, in an effort to reduce the number of people that are employed by the grocery store. They know that this will increase shrink. They know that this will cause people to steal stuff, okay? Because when he's saying shoplifting, he's not specifically just talking about like people going in and doing smash and grabs, right? What you see in the media. Because those smash and grabs, while they can be publicized heavily, are not going to make up for billions of dollars. Actually, the people that are stealing are people like you. It's the people that are complaining about shoplifting that every now and then yoink a fucking Snickers bar at the self-checkout and go, yeah, one for me, one for the store type shit, right? Like that is what is contributing to the overall shrink. And companies know that. They know that if you have self-checkout, people are going to steal some shit. Except the cost for them to employ cashiers and with all their benefits and with all the workplace compensation and all of the other stuff that they have to offer people that they hire, the profit margins still remain high when they automate that process, even if people steal shit. Okay? Just so you understand. So this is something that every grocery store corporate executive knows. This is a reality that they know because they've made this calculation. And what's really interesting about it is that while I can comprehend this by thinking about this logically, and yet these brilliant minds in the media have never really addressed that at all. It's really, really interesting. Self-checkout is what increases shrink. Okay? That's what, and that is happening across the board. It's not just happening in like Oakland, or it's not just happening in neighborhoods where grocery stores are closing. It's happening all across the board. And they know that it's happening all across the board. And they've built that additional shrink into their profit margins. They know that it's going to happen, but it's still significantly cheaper for them to cut their workforce and allow people to steal some,
Why are we going the wrong direction with capital punishment? I would say it is the absolute BS that has been shoveled. I don't watch your show enough to know, although I've seen people on here who, when Emma was on, who promote this idea that there was like this explosion of crime. And in fact, what ends up happening is that, yes, during COVID, there was a spike. And now we're back down. And the only thing that is back at 2019 levels is actually shoplifting because it had gone down and it's gone back up because we're back to normal.
So I'm trying to pull up the Marshall Project. This is a good one.
What?
So we had these. This was the story that happened, and this is what's a cause for contention. The FBI released crime data showing that crime had gone down, and during the presidential debates, David Muir fact-checked Donald Trump, saying actually crime is down. However, recently the FBI released new crime data showing that actually it was up. It was up, I believe, 4.5.
Wait, what? Hold on 1 second. Let me just fix my screens real quick because I'm having some issues here. Okay. Oh, Sam is going to cook him on this.
When? What year?
The year prior, 2021.
That it was up.
Yeah. So the latest data that we...
Dude, what are you talking about? Crime is down from 2023 to 2024. That's just the truth. David Muir is correct in correcting Donald Trump. You can't just go back and be like, well, FBI found out that the crime was actually up. Yeah. Yeah, it was up in 2021. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but there's a presidential election happening, which could have clued you in on what year it is, considering that that was in the process of a presidential debate.
But we knew. No, it was actually 2022. We knew. We knew. Yeah, it was 2020.
I'm sorry, the increase from 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah,
during COVID. In the wake of COVID, 2022 was up because the data reporting was not complete. But if you look at 2023 data, which is now they have got enough of the police departments online that 94 point, I don't know, something of the country is covered, you will find that crime is down in 2023.
So do you think, I think one of the issues...
We had a rise because of COVID, and now it's dropping back down. But again, let's also be clear on this. If you compare 1990 crime with today, it's basically like this. It's just straight down on that.
You want to know something interesting? You know what one of the biggest factors in the decline in murder is? Cell phones. So back in the day, in the 90s, if somebody got stabbed, somebody had to run to a payphone to try and call 911, and that created a massive gap between first response and medical treatment. And so around the time cell phones came out, you see a massive drop in murder charges and homicides. People immediately started thinking wow, crime is down. And it's well, no, look at the crime data. It is down, it is going down, but it's not the same. There's a decline in crime and a sharp decline in murder because now people were instantly calling 911 and first responders were arriving on scene much more quickly. So that's
okay, but also the other part was, that's interesting.
Crime's been going down.
Crime has been going down. I mean, there's a lot of theories about it. I happen to think it's a function of lead, to be honest with you.
I agree, lead and gasoline.
Lead and gasoline and lead regulation. It's another example of strong government regulation bringing about benefits that we couldn't even imagine.
I agree. What do you think? I don't understand the mechanism by which lead made crime happen. I saw the reports though, where
lead is a neurotoxin, and if you have brain damage, you're more likely to be.
That is the sad state of affairs. Is that yes, a big chunk of our Gen Xers are just straightforwardly brain damaged. It's kind of a wild reality to reckon with, but yeah, a lot of our boomers, but specifically Gen X, is the lead generation, is the lead poison generation. And yeah, it is perhaps one of the major reasons as to why they are so incredibly violent. Yeah. This is probably one of the most resilient theories I've ever seen on the matter, in terms of why there was such historic highs in crime, and how we have basically reached historic lows in crime. The lead theory is I don't think it's a crazy conspiracy is what I'm saying. I don't,
maybe violent or antisocial.
That's crazy. Like in the 70s when we had leaded gasoline and it's just pumping out of all these cars, people are effectively having some kind of effect on their brain that
it aggregates, and so if you are living in areas that had a lot of lead paint, hadn't been remediated, and on top of that, you're getting gasoline that's in the air, or I should say lead that is, in the air because of gas, that accumulates in your brain, and it creates neurotoxin. That's why we have that problem in Flint, Michigan,
right,
with the lead poisoning. We have a lot of children, who have special needs, and there is data. I mean, this is, it's very difficult to assess this stuff, but there's data that shows that about 20 years after lead gasoline is outlawed, or lead in gasoline is outlawed, you see a precipitous drop in crime. This happened both internationally and in this country.
What do you think about phthalates? Are you familiar?
No.
So plastic chemicals leaching into our food.
Oh, yeah.
Even these cans. So I'm going to give a shout out to Liquid Death. They'll get mad at me, I guess. So Liquid Death is water in cans, and it says death to plastic. But every single aluminum can is lined with plastic. So it's all leaching into our, even these spindrifts. They say they're endocrine disruptors. So they're affecting people's hormone regulation, hormone balance. This could lead to, depending on the study, hormone imbalance could lead to emotional disturbances or dissociative.
This part I don't understand, because I love drinking just cans. I love slamming Diet Cokes all day, every day. And I also happen to pay close attention to my testosterone levels. Like, I have a pretty healthy, relatively balanced diet on top of that. And I just don't know. Like, I feel like if there was someone who would get hit with the microplastics, make you gay shit, which is what like his underlying theory is here, like, I'd be the number one person who is homified, Because I'm not even at this point. I'm mostly macroplastic. I've moved beyond microplastic.
Or identity issues.
This is one of the reasons why, since we are a couple of days away from an election,
I'm such a soda boy.
I think it's so important to make sure that Donald Trump is not in a position to appoint any more Supreme Court justices. I mean, the damage has been done, but it could be rectified, because one of the things that this Supreme Court has done in its assault on what is known as the Chevron doctrine, and deference, is it will over time inhibit the ability of something like the EPA or the USDA or the FDA from assessing in real time that there is a problem with certain products that is poisoning our environment or poisoning our people, and it will inhibit their ability to address it, because we don't know in the future, and certainly if what chemicals, we discovered this over time, right? We didn't know this when plastics are fantastic. And then we start to realize there's these PFAS, there's these things that you mentioned, maybe in the context of fracking, there are certain things leaching into water, but you probably know that you can't just there's no, I test water and then all the bad stuff comes back on the test sheet. You must look for specific things. Well, what this Supreme Court has done is inhibited, and this actually is even a problem for investors like the SEC and other agencies. They have inhibited the ability of these agencies to do their work as scientists, as financial regulators, find problems that exist that were not contemplated by Congress and act upon them, because Congress doesn't have the ability, to act on every single or anticipate every single substance that may be a problem for people, or high
fructose corn syrup.
I mean, that's also a problem. That was under the Nixon administration. They decided they wanted to increase the amount of money that expendable money that people had. So they decided to subsidize corn and make all the food cheaper. But
isn't it weird how the high fructose corn syrup things happens? They subsidize corn. So then these researchers are like, corn's so cheap now because it's being paid for by the government, by taxpayers, that we can produce. It's actually difficult to make high fructose corn syrup. It's more expensive than sugar, but the government subsidy has resulted in
100%. It's also the filler in all our foods.
Yeah. I was reading something recently that said that the high colon cancer rate among young people is due to emulsifiers. They're using like.
This looks like Tim Pool receiving an entry-level college class. Yeah. It is not as contentious as I thought it was going to be. I mean, I still appreciate it. Like, I think it's good for Tim Pool's audience to have like a better. Wait for it. Okay. All I'm saying is it's good for Tim Pool's audience to get an introduction to someone like Samuel Cedar in a non-adversarial setting like this. Because, they'll learn some shit, hopefully.
Gelling gum and guar gum and these things in dairy products. So, or not even just dairy products, but like to make it seem like it's fatty. And so you're actually just eating this like gum stuff that gunks up your insides. I don't know how you appropriately regulate or deal with things like that, because it's like you're saying, we don't know what it's going to do until we have all this data and research for a long period of time.
I mean, we could regulate against it. Like, I wasn't quite a
Tim is like, look at us. Isn't this world crazy? Yeah, he is doing that.
fan of Michael Bloomberg, but one of the things he did was, I think it was during the Bloomberg administration, there were like polysaturated fats, I think it was, that were outlawed in New York City. I think that's become the norm around the country. Even you couldn't buy a 40-ounce soda.
That was kind of weird.
Not really, because it's the same principle, right? I mean, the fact is that like, and the pushback from conservatives in this was so ridiculous because, like, look, I can't go buy a pony version of like a beer. Like, I don't want a 12-ounce beer.
It's not illegal.
I want to, but I can't, it's not available to me. I mean, the size distribution, what difference does it make? Like, at the end of the day.
Right, well, that's true because people just bought 2 sodas.
It is.
Speak for yourself, brother. You better not be advocating to make my beer gay. I want multiple beers. I need to slam them back.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy 2 sodas, at least you're trying to basically, you're not. You're not outlawing sodas or whatnot, but you're trying to encourage less cost essentially for society, right? Because more people get diabetes, that ends up costing society more. I mean, so there's a lot of value to regulation. Look, we saw this in the context of light bulbs. The light technology we have in here, right? All these LEDs. It's a lot cooler in here than it would be if we had the old-timey lights.
Oh, they burn out too.
The LEDs don't. They're cheaper. It took a couple of years before you got the technology was better. But maybe you remember this, but the outrage by conservatives over the light bulbs, and we hear Trump talk about this too with the toilets and whatnot. Incidentally, I'm very sorry. You have a very fancy toilet. And you have a very fancy toilet.
Oh my God, he dumped in there. He dumped it. Yo, that's crazy. He did not just dump. He did not dump in Tim Pool. That is an act of resistance right there.
Just.
Well, it wouldn't flush.
You got to, because it's a fancy toilet. It's trying to save water. We try, man. So
no, I appreciate that.
You end up having to press it several times, and then
it didn't work for me.
Should we just get the regular one? The regular?
I don't know what you should do, but maybe I'll call the authorities because
Well, I mean, but that's kind of an issue.
That's insane. That is an insane thing to say. He's like, you should call the authorities because I left a big one in there.
Right, we have
some shit I would say. It's funny hearing Sam Cedar say that.
This like high-end eco toilet, It will.
Well, it's a bidet, and it's fantastic. I really enjoyed that part of it. It's just,
Yeah, bidets are the
But
best.
it won't flush.
it didn't flush.
Yeah, people keep asking, like, I don't understand. I'm like, you got to press it like 3 times because it has like a sensor.
I pressed it at like 5.
So I mean, this kind of feels like an example. So we agree. We want to reduce excess waste. We want to reduce overuse. Waste in general. Like we don't want to produce waste. We want to not waste things like fresh water. But now we have a toilet that requires 5 flushes because we tried doing the right thing.
Well, I mean, look, you just bought the wrong toilet. I mean,
one downstairs and have the
I have
problem.
low flow. You can find low flow, manual toilets. I mean, that's a high end toilet.
Okay, this conversation
somebody
is
screwed
getting
up.
derailed.
But, I mean, the bottom line is all of these. There are definitely regulations. Nobody's forcing you to buy that toilet, but there are definitely regulations that we find over time are not as effective as we thought. But the bottom line is all of this deregulation that we're seeing is a function of largely certainly of conservatives, but largely a function of the Republican Party. And now we see, for me, Kamala Harris would not be the first person that I would vote for, but in terms of the Supreme Court, that alone is enough for me.
How do we balance
and federal courts? I would say too broadly. I mean,
how do we balance this? Right. So there's a push and pull between private and public. There are, I've never been a laissez-faire libertarian guy. I've never heard a good argument from a libertarian about how you protect water. I've often brought up the Clean Water Restoration Act. Are you familiar?
A little bit.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just I think it was the 70s. I'm not sure if it was the Cuyahoga River.
It was the Cuyahoga River in
Burst
Ohio
into
that was
flames.
on fire, and that's where we got the EPA from.
Right. And people were like, why is this? And what ends up happening is all of these corporations say, don't look at me. I only did a little bit. And it's like, well, yeah, but literally everybody doing a little bit is an avalanche.
Yes, of course.
So
And
I've never heard a good answer for how you deal with something like that. Just claiming someone owns the river changes nothing.
No, of course it doesn't. I mean, I've had many debates. People can.
So what we've learned so far is that Tim Pool is, one, a steady opponent, a steady opponent of capital punishment, and 2, is an environmentalist. 39 minutes in, and the entire conversation has been Tim Pool agreeing with Sam that capital punishment is unconscionable, and that 2, we really have to do climate change initiatives. We really should not have gutted the EPA. It seems like Tim Pool is voting for maybe not even Kamala Harris out of the anger that he has towards Kamala Harris's lackluster approach to climate change initiatives. Is that what's going on? Am I hearing this correctly? This seems very different than the Trump will win every state by a landslide Tim Pool from 2020. Tim Pool is a PSL pilled, it seems.
Can look on my channel for my debates with libertarians, and at one point it all just turns into ridiculous mush with libertarians. And look, there's the idea that you are either pro-regulation or anti-regulation. To be anti-regulation is, in my estimation, absurd. But that doesn't mean that you don't look at each regulation and make an assessment as to whether it's functioning or not. There's a lot of local regulations that I think are unhelpful at times. I'm sure on a federal level there are some regulations that are unhelpful. But the bottom line is, fundamentally,
this kind of stuff annoys me though, because it's like guys like this who are otherwise like amoral, who are otherwise like valueless, can so quickly behave like a chameleon in any sort of conversation, and they can suit. They can basically change their entire worldview just for the sake of that conversation, and then just go back to the regular bullshit. And I don't know. I find it a little bit aggravating. I find it a little bit annoying. There are a lot of people who are there are a lot of people I see, like Tim Pool is a propagandist for sure. Obviously he's a right-wing guy, But there's even people in like the debate space, for example, that will that are very clearly not motivated by empathy and don't have a world view that revolves around like doing no harm or minimizing harm or anything like that, and they can just like in these, depending on who their opponent is, they can turn around and just, you know, argue on the exact opposite sides of a position. They're like debate mercenaries, basically. And I don't think their audiences punish them enough for it anyway. Like, I don't think people will punish. That's why D is on his pro-Palestine arc right now and debating Zionists and blaming you for affecting the movement for worse. I like that his entire worldview is just motivated by whatever, like being at odds with me, no matter what it is. Yeah, he's the true advocate for the Palestinian cause after advocating to genocide them and continuing to defend that genocide for a year of said genocide. And now he's going to be the true champion of the pro-Palestinian cause. And be like, Hasan is the bad guy. I don't believe that he is actually flipped. This chatter keeps saying he is. Or this chatter keeps saying he has flipped. But good luck. You know? Like I said, if you came out pro-Israel on October 7th, he would have been pro-Palestine? Probably. But that is precisely what I'm talking about. That is actually what I'm talking about, which is that like a lot of these people just have like an enemy that they've designated. Like with Destiny, it's obvious. With Destiny is obvious. It's like he has tailored a lot of his content and a lot of his ideology around like being in opposition to me. So anything that drives a wedge, he will try to utilize, which is very strange. But one thing that is clear is that yes, he has no consistent set of principles or values. But he is rhetorically skilled enough to be able to, I guess, dupe people, especially in like short bursts. When something is like clipped in a TikTok debate format or whatever, he can get people to be like, yeah, this guy seems to be on my team or whatever. And most people don't interrogate or examine the full scope of their knowledge or their opinions or their advocacy. But and that's pretty much it. Is it successful? Are you noticing more hate or not? Not really. I don't think it's that strange because he's definitely getting bred of that tactic. I know, but I think ultimately it doesn't really matter. Let's continue.
Do you allow the government to have this ability to regulate? The idea that we have, that it inhibits the free market in some way, I think the idea of a free market is absurd, doesn't exist. But beyond that, we're always regulating the market. It's just a question for whose benefit are we regulating it? That's the bottom line.
I think free markets can only exist temporarily until someone amasses power and then displaces the market and becomes the power structure.
There is no, like, what is a free market?
It would be like 10 people who live 10 miles from each other, they trade periodically. But once you get to a point where anyone controls one resource, you start to get power displacement, and then you'll end up with power centralizing.
Yes, well, the first thing that you're talking about, hasn't existed in
forever.
Yeah, forever. I mean, really.
But
if he's saying anything pro-Palestine, it's because the tides have turned so much further than they ever were, and it's more beneficial from a standpoint to ride both sides now. Yeah, that's probably what it is. But good luck to him. I hope that he finds peace one day and stops relentlessly trying to smear me with his maybe 3,000 cultish freaks that are in here probably every single day, more than they even watch him. The reality of the matter is it'll never happen because he makes money off of that.
But it's like, I talk about this with left libertarianism because a lot of people on the right say it doesn't exist. And I'm like, it absolutely does. It's a hippies living on a farm. You know what I mean? That's left libertarianism. They're just hippies on a farm. There's no need for great power structures or police because 10 people living on a farm get along just fine.
Yeah,
but scaling things up is where...
but you know, and maybe they're completely self-sufficient, but you know, they got there in some fashion, and it wasn't they you know, they drove on roads that were built
Right.
by a society. You know, so.
It is funny because I always hear libertarians say that it's a meme who's going to build the roads, and I never actually get a response.
Well,
like
you could find private companies that are going to build roads, but they're
as they do.
Yes, but they're not going to build.
The trap card. Never tell a deregulation, anarcho-capitalist, libertarian slanted guy how roads are built. Okay? Never tell them that. You'll destroy their worldview. Okay? It's pretty funny that this ideology has existed for so long, and yet they have seemingly not come across like a coherent way to get around the initial infrastructure expenditure necessary. Like they say toll roads and whatnot, but there's still a massive amount of expenditure that you need to put down before you get to that process. And it's like virtually impossible. It is virtually impossible to do that with simple tolls. So it's pretty funny. Sam is taking calls from any libertarian who will speak with him to debate on the subject, and they've all been destroyed so badly that none even bother to call anymore. Yeah, I will never understand like how this genuine issue is presented to libertarians on a regular basis, and they never have an answer for it. Like I've yet to hear a coherent counter argument to a concept as simple as fucking roads. Like there are varying degrees of anarchist thought on this matter. You have minarchists who believe in like small government because you still need to have a court structure, right? To enforce contracts. That's another fun argument that I'm sure Sam engages with all the time. But it's just, yeah, you bring up the court system, you bring up the enforcement of the court system, and all of a sudden, bedlam. No coherent, reasonable counter argument to either of these things where you're like, okay, so you want a minimal government, you want a court structure, who's going to do the contract enforcement? Zapatistas have roads, CNT had roads, the anarchists in Manchuria had roads, though. Yeah, that's different. We're talking about anarcho-capitalists. It is like one is the abolition of hierarchy and the democratization of all matter, all aspects of governance. The other is only unjustifiable hierarchies where might is right and money plays a significantly larger role, where there is no, there is no structure at all. There's no enforcement at all.
Build it to everywhere, like out here, I
We
mean,
had to build this road.
Well, you built the road, not the paved one.
The no, the one that goes onto the property, we had to build.
You're not
Well, yes,
fooling
of course,
libertarians by
but,
bringing up them
but,
bitch-ass roads. Libertarians, which tend to be smarter people, you somehow think that the thing that's gonna stump us and be like, damn, fuck this libertarian shit, is the motherfucking roads. This is level 1 shit. You not fooling now libertarian by bringing up them bitch ass roads.
So what's the, like, who builds it? What are you going to do? You're just going to pave it yourself, like Tim Pool said? Because roads are, at the end of the day, a circuit. They have to connect. Railroads are private corporations for what it's worth. Yeah. And that process has been fantastic. Also, once again, tremendous amount of government expenditure on that as well. Heavily regulated, would be significantly more efficient if nationalized. Still requires, there is no massive infrastructure project. There is no massive infrastructure project like that was not built with government interference. Okay? Roads are built by the government and then given to private contractors. Railroads still similar structure.
Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
The paved one gives you the opportunity to, that's the way you get to the airport.
Yeah. So I guess the point about regulation is I certainly agree. It's like Republicans across the board are almost always talking about deregulation. But
it's absurd.
But I don't see Democrats talking about cleaning regulation either. Right? There's a give and take.
What?
Let me give you a better example.
What does cleaning regulation mean?
Getting rid of the bad ones.
Oh, my God. I mean, I would
like
say so
reforming.
to an excessive standpoint. I mean, this is, and I'm not speaking positively of this, but that guy Cass Sunstein underneath under the Obama administration, it was absurd. The idea, look, I don't think you ever have to worry about the Democrats putting.
I agree with you almost 100% on everything. But just as a devil's advocate, how does this line of thinking apply to NASA versus SpaceX in terms of success and efficiency of systems? I'd assume it's not a public versus private perfect example, but yeah, curious of your thoughts. Yeah, that's actually a wonderful question. SpaceX is NASA. You're doing the railroad argument again. It's the government building it and then offering, like government building the underlying infrastructure and then handing the keys to a private corporation. And then still continuously funding that private corporation. That is, SpaceX is funded by the government. It's comprised almost entirely of former JPL NASA engineers. The major issue with, the major argument against this, in terms of like aerospace manufacturing and technological achievements that occur in the field of aerospace, is that when it's funded by the government gets to say, because it might be, politically sound, we're spending too much money on this shit. Okay? When it's at least a private contractor, they can give the same amount of money, if not more money. Okay, but it's hidden as it's written off as an expenditure that isn't cut because we have no mechanism of saying we got to lower the amount of subsidies that we're offering to private corporations because the private-public partnership is the method in the United States of America. That is the saddest aspect of this. These massive technological improvements that have been life-changing have almost always come from the public sector, because massive technological leaps require an endless amount of failure. Private corporations have short-term profit motives. Therefore, they do not have a lot of room for failure. They do not have a lot of room to just like burn endless amounts of money in an effort to get to a certain point necessary. The internet would have never been created under a private structure. It just simply would not happen. And the same is true for novel chemical compound discovery, for example. Like virtually every single novel chemical compound discovery happens in public research. Okay? Other countries that have more robust public research facilities and spend less money actually are per capita creating more novel chemical compounds than the United States of America. There's a reason for that. It's because failure is not viewed in the same way in the public sector as it is in the private one. Failure is a necessary part of scientific discovery. There are many examples of this in every field. What the fuck is a novel chemical compound? Medicine? Yes.
Too much regulation on things because to a certain extent there's still elements within that party, and hopefully it's getting drummed out.
Well, guns is a good issue on overregulation.
Neoliberalism. Guns are
overregulated in ways that don't quite make sense, right? So that's an example of, for instance, semantic definitions of high capacity and standard capacity, what those even mean. But more importantly, the specific example would be in Maryland, they've banned the M1A. But the SCAR 20S is legal, despite the fact, and there's no legal, there's no reason for it other than Democrats just decided we will start regulating these things because it sounds good on paper.
Well, I think that probably the reason is that we have a court that decided.
Reporting from Tim's chat, libertarians literally have answers to every single thing you said. You just don't listen. I mean, I have listened. Toll roads is not an accurate, adequate counter. And court enforcement still needs to be maintained by a state. So if you leave that up to private corporations, the results are not going to be good. A lot of libertarians who work regular 9-to-5 jobs, who fantasize about one day becoming like crypto billionaires or whatever, don't recognize that if you're a serf under this current structure, more deregulation is not going to magically make you a slave owner, a slave master. It's going to make you a slave. But a lot of people think falsely that I'm actually in a shitty situation right now, but in a structure where there's more exploitation and less safeguards, I'll actually thrive. It's like, no, you won't. The very same people that dominate your lives will be able to dominate them even more. It's going to be the board of executives at Coca-Cola that make these decisions, as they do currently within the confines of a state structure.
In 2008, after almost 200 years in this country of not perceiving an individual right to carry a gun, but only in the context of
the idea that libertarianism involves CP or getting rid of driver's licenses, the age of consent are just stereotypes. It's interesting that they're just stereotypes, even though it seems to be the only things that they advocate for in their own conferences. Like, Tim Pool is not a libertarian. Is Rothbard not a libertarian? Libertarianism simply means you have the freedom to do whatever you want as long as your actions don't harm others. Okay. Deregulation does not mean no regulation. Limited government does not mean no government. I feel like you're at odds with some of your fellow libertarians, at least the most public-facing ones, whether they are in academia or ones that are publicly advocating for these positions. Every single libertarian is like, this other guy isn't a real libertarian. He's fake and gay. Yeah.
Being a well-regulated militia, that because the court has lurched so far to the right over the past 2 decades, particularly most recently, that I think the idea is that you chip away at this from a legal perspective to try and build a legal precedent by doing, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm not familiar with that specific regulation, but I would imagine that's the idea. We're going to get as much regulation as we can in this. I don't know.
Side note, please go back to your previous lighting setup. It was better somehow. I disagree. And I think Chad will disagree with you as well. I think Chad likes this new lighting setup a lot more. It makes the camera quality a lot better. Like, the camera literally looks better. It's lit better.
So, like, what's the damage done by that? Maybe from the perspective.
Made people felons who have like an archaic, it's unfair to call it archaic, I guess, but like the M1 Garand is like a Vietnam weapon, and the M1A is a more modern version, but it's like a wood stock, and it's got like it's a 308. The Scar 20S is a modern AR-15 style variant, which is substantially more efficient.
Well, I am definitely in favor of outlawing, you know, all of them, if that makes it easier.
Every single one.
Well, I listen. I think that people. I have no problem with people using weapons that are specifically for hunting. You know, that's I'm okay with that. But
see how I segued into guns now?
Well, I'm happy to. You know, I mean, it's absurd. I think.
It's a bit of a forced segue.
But you know, the Supreme Court has lurched to the right, and
completely
we have
agree.
2 Supreme Court justices on the right who I think want to retire in Alito and in Clarence Thomas. And I would love Donald Trump not to have the opportunity to appoint their successors.
I don't want to go too, I want to stay on the guns for a bit, but the sign's pointing to a Trump victory. It doesn't mean he's going to win. I don't know if he's going to win.
Didn't you tell me we were driving up and somebody asked me if I'd been on your show before. And I said, yeah, I don't know what show it was because you got so many. But
it was actually this channel.
Okay.
That was like 7 years ago.
And nobody can find that interview, but I'm quite convinced that you also predicted a Trump victory then. And that must have been like, it was pre-COVID.
Well, this was like 2017, 2018.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure it was.
I mean, I am unclear as to who's going to win this election. You know,
nobody knows.
I see positive signs for Harris, but I can't tell if that's, you know, me being aspirational or not. So,
well, I would certainly say I learned my lesson with 2020, right? So
Damn! Wait, no way. Yo, he did not just say that. Bro said 50 states landslide. No, did he say 49 state? I don't want to get it wrong. Bro said 49 state landslide for Trump, dude. What was the one state that loses? What was the one godless commie freak state? Was it California? No, I don't even think it was California. I think it was like it was like Colorado or something, or Vermont that was going to stay Democrat.
I'm looking at, for instance, Moody's Analytics, and they always release this economic report where they're like, here's our projections.
I gotta
and
pee.
they tout how it's historically accurate. And then what I think I saw was there was an increase in support for Trump. And what I thought I was calling out accurately was an increase in opposition to Trump, but the opposition certainly was greater. But I think the biggest function of 2020 was Republicans just don't know how to win elections. That's why I think the last Republican to win a popular vote was it Reagan? I think.
Oh, well, Bush in his second election did, but he did that by basically coming out and bashing gay people and driving out
and war.
Well, no, I think that was actually despite the fact, I mean, in the wake of 9/11, there was a lot of intimidation by the Republicans, and they attacked a lot of Democrats for being, Max Cleland, who lost both his arms and his legs or an arm and two of his legs, I think it was. He was running for re-election in Georgia, and they called him Osama bin Laden.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? Hillary Clinton had a 95% chance of winning, and the 5% came in. So I don't. But let's get back to. I'm going to ask you about the Supreme Court, because it sounds like you have a problem with how their right would shift. Is that right?
The first challenge is like right and left mean different things in different areas of governance and culture and things like this. So it's when we talk about right.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of the Supreme Court, in the context of what a Supreme Court does. I mean, they don't dictate culture so much as they dictate law.
No, what I mean is, like you say, rightward shift, and defining what right and left are in different contexts, I think, matters, because if we say,
in the context of the Supreme Court, rightward shift would be one which
traditionalist, I would say, versus progressive. That's what I'm trying to draw the distinction on, because like right economic they're certainly not right economic to a certain degree.
The Supreme Court is not right wing in terms of economic.
The Supreme Court is not okay. Yeah, I mean, he said the same thing, but wait, what? That's perhaps the most insane thing that Tim Pool has ever said on his broadcast, and there is a litany of insane things that he has said. He is known to say the Supreme Court is directly at odds with the overwhelming majority of the public. They are so right-wing, they basically said that American corporations can hire child slaves, okay? And that no such financial restitution can occur, even if said child slaves grow up and then, launch a legal case against these corporations, as long as they are done by third-party contractors that hire out the help. Also, they just talked about the Chevron deference, and Tim agreed with Sam, I thought. They are anti-union, anti-labor rights. They're anti-cleaning. They're anti-enforcement. It's ridiculous.
Economics?
So right economics to imply more like laissez-faire capitalism versus...
oh my God, they're completely attacking the government's ability to...
Like, the Supreme Court is so right-wing that liberal justices are also often very right-wing in the decision-making when it comes to economic issues.
regulate. They're completely attacking the government and disempowering the government is basically saying, like, I mean, government is always.
That's not laissez-faire, right?
It is almost definitionally laissez-faire, yeah.
Well, no, like allowing large corporations to have revolving door policies and protections for large corporations is not
revolving door policies? What is that? What do you mean?
Like when, like the CEO of Halliburton gets a job in government or something like this, right?
Well,
when there's an exchange between government.
Laissez-faire is where you basically I mean...
yeah, buyer
I think
beware,
it's a smokes. Right? No, that's caveat emptor.
I know. That's why I'm insulting it.
Laissez-faire is where essentially, and I think it's a little bit of a smokescreen, but laissez-faire specifically means you're the government completely.
It literally means hands-free. Like, what? What does Tim think? What does Tim think that means?
Backs off. and does not intervene in
Right.
what's going
And what
on.
I'm saying is I think many of these powerful elites that we would describe as right are in favor of protections for their buddies and their billionaires.
Well, the
Tax
the
breaks
reality of neoliberalism as it coming out of Mont Pelerin and the society it was ultimately about a protection racket.
Hands free means something else. Hands off. Let it be. That's what it is. Or let
for
do.
a specific industry or a specific players within an industry.
But fair point. More right word than like relative to where we are. Yes, completely agree.
No, it's just it's almost definitionally right.
Right word shift. Yeah, I think I was
I mean, this
pulling
is-
hairs. You know.
Well,
but,
I
but
mean-
anyway, so I agree to a certain extent. I'm fairly modern on a lot of issues. I think there's got to be some push and pull. I think I'd like to see a Democratic Party.
This is my number one theory. This is more than like my nuclear doctrine. Okay, you need to understand this. This is something that I genuinely believe. It's something that I talk about all the time. I've noticed the majority of conservatives are the way they are because they don't understand basic definitions. Yes, so much of the liberals do it too. Yes, liberals are also conservative. So there are, or I'll have a lot of conservative associations or conservative leanings on certain issues. But yes, specifically modern American conservatism unironically revolves around just not knowing basic facts about most issues. Okay? It is an ideology that is built around ignorance and having no adequate puzzle pieces to like logically comprehend what is happening, and instead making up your own mind about how things are the way they are or why things are the way they are. That's all this is. It's entirely vibes based. It has it lacks facts. And that most of the conservative arguments that are presented, regardless of how intellectualized they may seem, can be dismantled with some pretty basic entry level facts. This is precisely the reason why when Ben Shapiro, who I would say is probably one of the best conservative speakers, like one of the most like intellectually presenting conservative speakers, was actively dismantled by 25 woke college students because they were, you know, they were very knowledgeable on some of these key facts. That's it. That's it. Like, I'm reminded of the conversation that Mason had with Ben, right? Our GOAT, our warrior, our Jubilee warrior, one hand politics, where he basically was like, don't you think that the incredibly restrictive immigration process that makes it so that the average processing time for like legal pathways of migration into this country are 10 years or more makes it so that many people choose to cut the line or use illegal means to get in? But they weren't college students. Yeah, I know. I'm just sorry. Woke people. Okay. Don't get caught up on that. Some of them were college students. Others were not. But like that's it. And Ben had no answer for that. That is just like entry level reality shit, right? If you are even a little bit intellectually curious about the matter, you look into it and you're like, well, it does seem like the legal pathways of citizenship are just so unimaginably restrictive that this probably increases illegal pathways of migration for a lot of people that are seeking asylum or, you know, escaping dire circumstances back home. And if there was a legal pathway, that most people would just go through the legal means.
That provides sound regulation in key areas that matter, like we're talking about lead and water and things like this. And then I'd like to see actually any party, I don't care who does it, like it's a sound reason to be like, hey, don't dump lead and garbage in our water. But at the same time, it's also to say, hey, we should reassess what we blocked and why we blocked it, then maybe there's some regulations.
What specifically are you talking about?
Like certain things to be deregulated?
Like what?
So the M1A, for instance, right? So I brought it to guns. My point is just in general.
What's the what?
It's a specific example of where Democrats have regulated firearms in a way that makes literally no sense.
Okay, it makes no
Doesn't do
sense.
anything.
What's the downside here?
Making people felons for owning something while
How
allowing
many of those people have been made felons by owning a
10,000? I don't know more.
10,000 felons? There are 10,000 felons in when was this in Maryland?
You mean convicted?
No, you said felon. I'm just asking.
Right. So I'll give you an example. The pistol brace ruling, right? So when the courts ruled that pistol braces made a pistol a short-barreled rifle, I actually had to dismantle a bunch of my weapons and separate. And there was no law passed. There was no act of Congress.
That's some pussy shit, Tim. You should have been fucking defending your freedom from the ATF, brother.
Was ATF making an arbitrary decision that I was now committing felonies for simply having owned a legal product that I bought that was legal at the time. And Congress never passed this law. So now I risk prison over a nonsensical regulation.
You were talking about Democrats and
overregulating things.
Overregulating, but you just said that this was not a law that was passed. It was an assessment made by the courts.
No, it wasn't by the courts. It was the ATF, arbitrarily.
And
this is the Chevron ruling, that the agencies have a right to self-regulate and make their determinations. So the ATF, this is partly why people on the right were celebrating this, because the ATF was arbitrarily deciding that it was now a crime without any act of Congress. So we had to actually, I had to go
so aside from these instances with you don't like some of these gun regulations, what other regulations do you have a problem with?
I don't know. I mean, there are certain things that I want to be regulated more than I think.
I think this is a really funny conversation to be having with respect to the ATF, because like the pistol brace ban is not in effect. I think this is the one area that like Sam is not super knowledgeable on, which is why Tim can come across like he knows what the fuck he's talking about, because the court struck it down, claiming it to be arbitrary, and that yes, Sam has already conceded that there are oftentimes like arbitrary restrictions that are implemented by the regulatory agencies. And that is a problem. Like, I don't think that you need to be a gun pervert in general, but you know, this is the one area where like even the most basic Republican can just kind of cook up liberals and people on the left, because they are such insane gun perverts that they know all of the most annoying fucking rules and restrictions. Like, I know this from living in the state of California, right? Like, California has had a pistol brace restriction, or a pistol brace restriction in perpetuity. It's like kind of fucking annoying. That's why a lot of the like assault weapons, like AR platform and the like, have that like really annoying way of holding it. Like, you can't grip it. And there are like silly regulations. There are silly regulations surrounding guns in different states. Having said that, however, I think that what is like the reason why these agencies do like patchwork solutions in general, and states do patchwork solutions in general, is because of the endless amount of paperwork that organizations like the NRA and other like gun freedom organizations launch against each individual state, and they stop any kind of like common sense legislation at the federal level, and that we can never actually have like decent gun control. So most of this stuff is just like patchwork solutions that are easy to get around with loopholes. I think it's like it's a really stupid situation. Haas confirmed, closet gun pervert? No. Pistol grip is different than the pistol brace he's crying about. He wants an SBR. Yeah, it's like a mini version. I'm a stupid leftist California gun pervert, so I know the details. A lot of these laws, especially in California, are performative, so politics can say they pass gun control laws. Yeah, except I also do think that California, there's a reason why the state of California has significantly lower levels of gun violence than the national average, because gun control legislation, stupid or not, might actually end up, harming, might actually hurt the feelings or make it more annoying for people who enjoy shooting weapons. But the reality is, no, there are definitely performative ones. You're wrong. There are definitely performative gun control legislation. Like, I just gave you an example. I gave you an example of performative gun control legislation, like not being able to, like not having a pistol grip on an assault weapon is like literally one of those examples. The problem is the most effective way, your stream is shadow banned? No, it's not. No, we have political discourse tags now. And no, I am not shadow banned. I'm the 4th largest stream on the platform right now. That'd be crazy to consider that being shadow banned. If you're fighting with anything but a blade, you aren't a warrior. Facts. True. Doors open.
Think about in terms
Like
of
what?
deregulation. The lead in the water pipes is the easiest example.
lead is actually.
And why isn't it being enforced is the question, I suppose. But
Well,
also,
it is being enforced. I mean, the
there-
problem at what
how
happened
about uranium too?
What happened in
Just so you know, your stream doesn't show on my Alexa Echo show anymore. It used to show as soon as I went on Twitch. Now I have to put in the URL. I mean, it seemingly hasn't been successful, the shadow banning. Maybe.
in Michigan was that you had a Republican governor who wanted to basically disempower a.
You don't show up in just chatting and incognito. I mean, we can test this very quickly. Oops. Let's see. Twitch.tv/directory all in incognito. Recommended for you. Views high to low. Boom. I'm right there. Let's do, how do we do categories? Just chatting. Recommended for you. High to low. Boom. Right there. Recommended for you. I don't show up. I'm not recommended. That might be because, Twitch does not recommend me. That's understandable. It is interesting, however, that Asmongold's commentary also revolves around politics, but he's at the top of the recommended board. But I guess his type of politics is considered more permissible and not as political. Like, he probably doesn't get hit with the politics tag, but it's all good. I'm going to talk about the Trump Epstein tapes in a second. Yes, after this. Hasan, you literally do politics 10 hours a day? Yeah, I know. I'm not. Shadow ban equals not showing up and recommended? It's fine, I think.
A city that was, frankly, largely African American city, and
I think gambling should be regulated. I am no fan of the deregulation. I think what we
but I'm specifically, I get that you have some issue with some like very marginal
phthalates
gun
should
stuff.
be regulated.
But what should not be regulated? Like you said that.
Yeah, your existing cloud is what's getting people to click on your stream. All these people on here probably know you or of you, but getting newer viewers from Twitch might be harder now. It's fine. It is what it is. Even during a shadow ban, you're getting the same amount of viewers as you always do. Who cares? Doesn't matter at all. You show up and recommend it on incognito, just way down. Yeah. Yeah, discoverability on Twitch has always been a massive issue. I don't think there is like an active shadow banning though. What will you do if politics is banned off Twitch? I don't think politics will get banned off Twitch. But I'll go somewhere else. Not being recommended as much because you're tagged as politics does not equal a shadow ban amount. I agree. Holy shit! Did an anonymous user gift 100 gifted subs? What the fuck? Yeah, I think I'll be fine, chat. I think we're good, boys. Law tip, dink doink. Another instance of conservatives not knowing how things work. All regulatory agencies must be created by an act of Congress. Congress cedes its power to these regulatory agencies when they create them via statute. Straight out of the Constitution. This is why the Looper Bright is so brain dead. This is why the Loper Bright is so brain dead, because the entire point of these agencies is to take the load off of Congress and actually tackle the issues. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn.
You have a problem with what Democrats are doing in terms of regulation.
As long as I got my Oilers, dude. As long as I got my Oilers and my subscribers, we'll be fine, I think.
Curious as to
I think that's an overestimation. I think that I would
and
I would like to see
with another gifted.
regulations
Holy
reassessed
shit.
and then either.
But which ones? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we should have a review of regulation in general.
So you think we should review every single regulation that exists?
I think they should have sunset clauses.
Why?
Well, because nothing's infinite, nothing's absolute. You know, we might say, for instance, okay, I'll give you an example of regulation.
Lead's always going to be bad for people.
Yes.
So that one we wouldn't sunset, right?
Agreed.
Monty G, thank you for the 5 gifted.
We're talking about if we apply a regulation to a specific body or something, a body of water, perhaps. The body of water may change. So, I'll give you an example. Like we have
toxins in the water are always going to be toxic.
Which is why, like I said, I'm in favor of more regulation. And that the deregulation thing is just a safeguard on we shouldn't be making sure that we're reassessing periodically.
Why would you sunset like those like regulations on what is poisonous in water, for instance?
I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just said that.
That's why I said I think it's an overestimation of. I think you may overestimate what I'm trying to say.
No.
Is that typically I think like phthalates, for instance, should be regulated. I don't believe there's a quote unquote free market solution to keeping endocrine disruptors in our food. That makes no sense.
No, I agree with that. I don't think that's controversial. But
there are regulations on things like your vehicles, your engine standards, guns, for instance. And I'm not saying I know specifically each and every regulation that should be deregulated. I think it is prudent for a society to say, hey, there's no market solution to stop people putting poison in our food. Our food has become just trash. But there is still a circumstance where we do understand that not every government application is going to be permanent or will work permanently. And I can put it a different way. There may come a point where the regulation isn't strong enough. And if we don't reassess what the law is,
Oh, I have no problem with strengthening regulations. I just, when you say deregulate or we should have regulations sunset or anything like that, I mean,
it just depends on what.
You understand that, like, what we're talking about here is there is a battle between people who would profit privately.
Okay, is there a hype train happening? Am I my bourbon gamer, thank you for the 5 gifted. I think you guys want this real bad.
Oh my God, I will vote.
I'm sorry.
I will vote.
For Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Come on. Oh my God, I will vote.
Woke. They're woke. Okay, I gotta say something about this. Last night, I was talking to Eddie Bareback about how much of a bop this song is, how much of a banger it is. And we started singing it at the club. And because it got stuck in my head, on the way back home, I caught myself humming this in the Uber. And I had to stop myself because, like, I was worried that the Uber driver was going to think I'm a fucking Trump supporter. For Donald Trump. I'm so cooked. God bless America. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The problem is, like, the most, like, earwormy part of this song is when, you know, they say, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. And so that's the part that you sing. And then if that's the part that you sing, the average onlooker is not going to know what your fucking political perspective is. For Donald Trump. Okay. We love America just like you is such a good line. It's like, it's such a funny line because it's just like, hey, racist, like, we're racist too, I promise. Like, please don't think that we don't love America just because we have like a Hispanic accent. Like, they're trying to get these they're trying to get the racist right wingers to be like, oh, okay. Let's continue.
And socialize the costs. In other words, put it on all of us. So you want to sell, well, let's just go back to Flint. You want to sell you want privatize this water supply. You want to give contracts to, because this is what the Republican governor there wanted to do. And the costs associated in this instance, like, they wanted to save money by not necessarily treating the water or, by delivering it in a way that will save them money. But the costs are socialized insofar as you've poisoned thousands of these children.
I went to Flint and I actually ran tests on the water, and it's crazy the macroeconomic issues at hand in Michigan, and what ends up with, like, a Republican politician is that for a lot of the people that live in the area, they're not directly impacted by what's happening to these kids, right? For people who live outside the area, they're going to see the news and they're going to say, like, how could this be?
Okay, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's get to the Russia stuff, okay?
That thing or no?
Apparently, it starts around here.
And after the Qatar-Turkey pipeline fails, what ends up happening is Russia, Iran, and Turkey started cutting a deal with to run a pipeline from the same gas
See, what
field.
was also problematic about Trump getting out of the Iran nuke deal unilaterally in that respect, right? Because we have now pushed Iran further away into that sphere of influence.
As it pertains to the gas trade-offs and the conflicts in Europe, I don't know. I wouldn't know enough. I can say that even during Obama, the Stuxnet was probably a really bad idea. You're familiar with Stuxnet?
Yeah, that was Israel.
Israel and the United States teamed up to create a virus that blew up centrifuges in Iran, which act of war much. I'm surprised it didn't escalate in a dangerous way.
I mean, but fortunately, one of the best things that Obama did was to make that nuke deal. Let me ask you this, since you bring up Russia.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing, or no?
No. I never received money from Russia. We never were given any money to create anything. Tenant Media and
it was all laundered through Tenant Media. I mean, obviously you didn't get you weren't getting paid in rubles.
So I can try. Right. I'll keep it real simple. You have sponsors on your show. Did you ever ask who their investors are? Did you?
The sponsors?
Yeah, like a company comes to you and says, "We want to, have you shout us out or something." Do you look into their financiers? Do you dig through their bank accounts?
I mean, we get it all from media brokers, but they weren't advertising on your show. They were.
No, it was a
they were paying you a license deal,
a license fee.
Yeah.
So I licensed to Nat Geo. I never asked them who their investors were.
Who? National Geographic.
Yeah.
National Geographic was taking Tim Pool's videos. There's no way, right? What the fuck? What the fuck could he possibly sell them? Like, what would National Geographic syndicate from like the Tim Pool show?
When I license through like all these other big distributors, someone comes to me, they say, "We want a license." It goes to our lawyer. Our lawyer comes back, says, "Here's the agreed upon fee." I say, "Thank you and have a nice day," and then we move on.
So was it just Ruben who asked who Gerard Depardieu or whatever that guy's name was?
I don't know.
Gerard Depardieu. Catching strays. French cinematic actor Gerard Depardieu catching a random stray in this conversation, in this debate, is not something that I thought was going to happen, okay?
What Dave did or anybody else did?
Did you ask about who that guy was?
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy is...
Well, wait a second. Why did you ask about who that guy was?
Wanted to know. Isn't that due diligence?
Yeah, but you just said you don't ask who the investors are.
No, I said, do you? Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually been approached with anything even remotely like that.
So when I got reached out to by Discovery and Nat Geo, I said, I'm familiar with what this is. It's
yeah, no. If I mean, I licensed my show to Peacock, and
right, you know what they are.
Well, yeah. I mean, National Geographic is a well-known thing. But if somebody comes in and says like, we're going to give you that kind of money for your programming, I'd be like,
how much money do you make on Majority Report?
Fuck is that?
How much money do you make on Majority Report?
How much do I make from on our revenue from the whole show?
All of it, 100%.
I mean, it's six
figures a month?
Revenue, yeah,
per month.
Yeah.
Damn.
So why were you
6 figures? Yeah.
So you're over 100K per month on Majority Report?
I think. Well, I mean, some months. I mean, certainly the past couple of months have been really good. Some months are a little bit less.
I think you do a majority. I don't know about your other channels, but you do about 20 million per month in views.
Other channels?
Like, I don't know if you have other shows. I'm saying
no.
Majority Report does about 20 million.
That's it.
And with 20 million views per month, you do over 6 figures.
We had 20 million views for 2 months this year.
If you do 20 million views per month, I think, is your YouTube metric.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit less now, but okay.
Oh, yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would...
I can tell you Peacock licensed a Majority Report. We were on Peacock for a year.
You want to say what they gave you?
I will tell you this. From what I read, you made more in a month than we made in a year.
Maybe that's just bad business on your part, I guess.
Maybe. Or maybe it turns out that they were just a company who had metrics as opposed to like we're trying to get propaganda.
No, I think...
See, I have a theory about
I can tell you how much money we make at this company, right?
I would imagine it's millions.
Million per month, maybe.
Okay.
So when a company comes to me and says, we want to have you, who makes, as a company, $1 million a month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution, but takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on this show per month? Well, it's in excess of $400,000.
This was a new show. This was this show, right?
Well, so there's a few caveats. This channel is my first channel. It's got 1.35 million subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get 500,000 to 1 million per video, or maybe like 600.
Do you believe Tim's show makes $1 million a month? I wouldn't be shocked. Right-wingers have incredibly deep pockets. Like, I wouldn't be shocked about that. Like, because there are no restrictions. They do the shittiest ads. They take as many ads as possible. They have financiers as well on top of everything else. And they say left grifting is profitable. Yeah, I know. They say that because there is, that is also a part of the right-wing grifting, to be like, left-wing grifting is so profitable. Except everyone that wants to make more money ends up turning right-wing, weirdly enough, either on certain issues or across the board. But, like, right-wing content right-wing content is catnip for the algorithm. That much is also true. Like, it sucks. It's just the reality, right? Like, there is not really anything you can do about it either. Like, these algorithms unironically boost right-wing shit like crazy. Like Patrick Bet David, I am currently, as it stands, I think 400. I just looked up my social blade stats. 457th in the news rank in the country. I'm the largest left-wing content creator, like in North America, largest progressive content creator in North America, and there is like, I'm nowhere near close in terms of like how much more. How many more unimaginably successful right-wing content creators are. And when there is more, or when there are even more right-wing content creators, there's more, you get boosted in the algorithm. Like the fact that there are a shit ton of channels like that makes it, the fact that there are a shit ton of channels such as that, like right-wing channels, also boost other right-wing content creators as well. So I don't think it's that crazy that he makes $1 million. But the reason why he's mentioning the Russian, like the payments that he got, is to be like, oh, well, I'm so successful that, like, of course it makes sense that they would give me, like, some random company would give me, $1 million a month to just like license out my content. The problem, on the other hand, is that you were also saying stuff like Ukraine is the enemy of mankind and shit. So, like, where did that come from? Like, it almost feels like you did know that you were getting paid by Russia and were changing your commentary specifically for that.
100,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you have a million, 1,000,005 subscribers. I've got 1,000,000+ subscribers, or with the other channels, it's big names coming, doing these debates tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So
have you had any other deals like this?
Yes.
Oh, you have had other deals like this.
So,
because I seem to remember you saying to Emma that you had not, that it was just all from members, or you didn't have any back
sponsors. There's no backers, right? It's
a license deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have sponsors.
Sales.
Like I have. Well, it's different.
No one has come to this company. Let's clarify.
Hello Tushy comes and says we want to sell bidets.
Here's the difference.
I do an ad, but I don't have a license.
No one has come to my companies, plural, and said I will give you X in exchange for X in terms of the production of content or a stake in the company. We have no investors. We have no backing. We have sales.
Have you had other license deals like that? I'm not talking about a sponsor. Tenet Media was not a sponsor.
It was a non-exclusive distribution license.
Yeah, it was a license deal. Yeah. No, I get that.
So
have you had other license deals like that?
Yes. And so this is not
with who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, I gotta wait because some of these deals are still in contract negotiation, so I can't.
Oh, so you didn't have any prior to the Tenet, or you did?
I have licensed content to big networks. We have explicitly and on a low scale.
Prior to this, you had licensed it to other big networks.
I'm confused as what I have licensed my content to other big networks
prior to the Tenet deal.
Yes.
Oh,
and we also
what were those networks?
So like Nat Geo and Discovery when they hired me for content.
No, I'm talking about these shows. I'm not talking about when you were, I'm talking about the whole Timcast world.
Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations currently taking place, and I can't say too much because I can't violate other contracts. Offers were made.
You're not supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
When you are in contract negotiations, first, you don't go out and just say, hey, guess what this company's offering me right now?
No, of course not. Of course not. I'm not asking what you're in negotiations for the future. I'm saying prior
All right, so let me finish. Yes.
Prior to Tenet Media,
okay,
had you had any other license deals?
License deals presented that were comparable, and one was chosen.
Okay,
and some are ongoing.
So you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
with
signed
higher rates. We were offered more money from other companies,
and you went with Tenet.
Yes,
for a license deal.
I was offered a license agreement for comparable. I try to keep it vague, I guess, because
so just to be clear, you never signed another deal before Tenet. You had never had a license deal prior to that as Timcast.
No. Okay, look. Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Oh,
I've licensed content to a ton of networks.
Oh, I was just curious as to what networks those were. I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Because I've said it 5 times. You keep asking the same question over and over again.
Wait, no, he didn't. He just said Nat Geo.
You said Nat Geo.
So I've licensed content to like Discovery, Nat Geo, and then there's media buyers who
but not as Timcast.
Yes, just quite literally as Timcast from this channel.
Damn, he's getting fucking hella mad. Bro, yo, chill. This is supposed to be a reasonable, dare I say, friendly discussion. You asked Sam Cedar about how much money he fucking makes every month, and he responded kindly. He didn't fucking start yelling. Why is he getting so defensive? Goddamn.
Geo, okay.
Yes, and I've even appeared on their networks. So I can say it a million times. We were dealing with negotiations. We give the deal to our lawyers. Our lawyers come back and say, looks good. And then we start, the show already existed.
Yeah, no, I never thought that you, were in the bag for, well, I mean, I never thought they were telling you what to do. I just thought it was.
I think the funniest question should be, in this circumstance, do you think it's the patriotic thing to take all the money that you've gotten from the Russian government, as the FBI correctly pointed out, and give it to Ukrainian charities? Do you feel like that would be the patriotic thing to do? take all of the money that the Russian government has given you. Do you feel like that would be the right, appropriate thing to do? And give it directly to Ukrainian charities, especially after you called Ukraine the enemy of mankind. I would want to know what his answer to that would be. I think that'd be funny.
Was a lot of money to be getting, you know, and not asking who, you know, Gerard Depardieu was or whatever the guy's name, Gregorian.
So the issue I think is worthy of clarification is like you yourself make 6 figures a month on your show.
Well, that's our revenue of the show. I don't make that.
Right, the revenue of this show and otherwise, like $1 million doesn't go in my pocket every month, but we have staff and we have employees, and so it's around there. So when a company comes, and we had several, and they say, "This is huge," we had a $30 million.
Are you back in negotiations with those people?
Yes,
I would imagine.
Especially considering
it feels like you've had to, like, what was this whole thing where you're shutting down the show? Or
that's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, I can't be the CEO, the principal talent, and a dad. It's already difficult to do.
Maybe I'm not such a bad businessman.
Maybe you're a good dad.
I got 2 kids, and but whatever. That's it.
Well, so like I've got to record 4 shows today. You know, and that's an impossibility with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, you know, like last week, I'm like, I can keep doing the morning show because that will keep me occupied.
You shut down your news operation too, didn't you?
Scanner is still in operation, but it's like.
Didn't you have like a news like a website or something?
Yeah, we still do. And so there was we did Timcast News for a while, and then we had another company called Scanner that we are trying to get off the ground, and it's still there, but we're in a holding pattern. Content is still being produced for Scanner, but we have to figure out, like, here's the reality, man. News articles, the news media is a very, very difficult thing to monetize.
Very tough. Very tough.
You can write articles all day and night. You can send reporters on the ground, which we do, and then figuring out how to make that sustainable is incredibly difficult. And it gets to that point where, you know, we can't. But I will say, in regards to what happened Monday, last week, oh yeah, so one of the offers we got was $30 million. And it comes with caveats. And so we go to these other companies and say, what are your terms? What are your offers? What are your terms? What are your offers? And then ultimately Tenet we were like, we'll go with them. That's whatever. We go to our lawyer goes through it. We say, all right.
Tenet didn't pay $30 million, did they?
No.
Sounds like they paid a hefty amount. I mean, if you're Dave Rubin, what do you think about that? Like, I mean, if you're Dave Rubin and somebody says, we're going to give you $100,000 a video, doesn't that like make you go like, what's up with this?
No, because what's interesting in the indictment is you can see that independent of each other, several people made the same negotiations. A lot of this goes through agents, and agents go to a market standard rate when you're negotiating.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I've dealt with agents, but I mean, if
but you don't set your price. I mean, your agent's going to tell you what you're going to be able to get from something, right? Or do you go to your agent? You could go to your agent and say, I'll only do the job for this amount. I get it, but
there's, in my mind, very little shot that Tim did not know that he was getting paid by Russia. I do not. I'm sorry. Like, there's just no. Like, no. Especially because of that famous clip. Like, that clip alone to me is like, that's, you know, like this is it, brother. This is pretty.
Ukraine, and they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and the world. Like, Ukraine is the greatest threat to the nation and the world. That is insane, dude. Like,
end all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
I didn't even. We should apologize to Russia. We should apologize to Russia for invading Ukraine. Like, as you guys know, I have had, I would say, a fairly reasonable, fairly rational take on trying to find a long-standing, peaceful solution to the unjustifiable, immoral, barbaric invasion of Ukraine conducted by the Russian government. And it's like, and yet, of course, many people have said time and time again that I am pro-Russia over and over again. Those people have never really listened to what I have to say, I think, because if you have ever listened to me talk about Russia, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I have consistently maintained the position that it is completely unacceptable. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. We must apologize to Russia. Like, come on, dude. That is incredible stuff.
Usually, there's, you know, it's going to be like, look, this is the kind of job that's going to pay in a range of here. The company's got this much. Here's what you're going to be able to get for it. So, for instance, like 500,000 views might be $10,000 in ads, right?
Okay.
That's market standard. So if you're talking CPM and I call like an ad sales guy and they say, hey, this company wants to sponsor you, you get 500,000 on the show, they're going to give you $10,000. I can say, right, that's the market range. And so then I might try and argue a premium and be like, well, I'm Tim Pool, so I think you should give me 15. And then they'll come back and say, no.
We're not talking about sponsorships.
We're talking about the value of a license agreement where a company would have the ability to run sponsorships on their end.
Right.
So if we're talking about, say, Timcast IRL in the morning show, which we do around $1 million in revenue per month, then a comparable show is going, you're going to say this when you're licensing a show. If we run the show by ourselves for a year or two, then here's how much we're going to generate in sponsorships, memberships, et cetera, by the end of year 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we do a license deal, we jump the gun. We generate lesser revenue than we would in the long term, but it closes the gap sooner.
No, I get it. I understand why you would take it. I would take that money if somebody came to me and offered that, but I would be like, wait, what's going on here?
But you would be, I mean, we have 3 different companies coming at us. They're all known American enterprises. I mean, I will say one thing too, like Lauren Chen's was working at the Blaze. You know what I mean? This is not like some strange person appeared out of nowhere.
It raises questions to me about
the Blaze.
I mean,
yeah.
I think, you know, it's quite clear to me that, I mean, you know, there was reports about like, in the run up to the election, George Santos was on a Zoom call where people were getting paid at least $20,000 to put out stuff that Kamala Harris was a slut on their social media and stuff like that. And I'm like, I've been doing this for 20 years and, you know, it's not a huge amount of competition on the left. Nobody's ever offered me $5 to do anything like that.
Let me let you in on the secret. This has been true for a long time. So your revenue for Majority Report, is it largely YouTube based, or do you do like ad reads as well?
It's ad reads, it's members, it's YouTube.
You have YouTube programmatic, so do we. Like programmatic ads means like your YouTube channel will show you how much you made from YouTube's ads.
Yes.
So Russia can go on your YouTube channel through Google Ads and put $10,000 a month into your channel without you knowing.
Okay.
And you'd have no way to track or control any of that. So this.
You know, it's okay.
This does happen though, where.
So this in and of itself is not an appropriate argument because the responsibility is in the hands of YouTube, to ensure that this does not happen. And they do already have protections against that sort of thing. You got directly paid for your content and maybe even the actual contents of your content. Oh shit. I got lost in the sauce here. I was supposed to have Edinger Mentham on to talk about the polls, and then I forgot. We'll get back to this stuff in a second, but let's talk to Edinger Mentham. To talk about the polls, and then we'll get back to this. Hello?
Hi. Oh, yeah, I think my mic's on. Hello.
Are you showing us your face? Are you doing a face reveal?
No, my mic's not working. I'll probably do that. If you guys want, I'll do that on the election night stream. But
wow, you're just fucking teasing us, man.
No, I went on the. You guys can see on the Majority Report.
So you do face reveals on Majority Report, but not here. Got it. Okay, that's nice.
No, my camera is legitimately whatever. You'll get. I want to drive up interest. It's called business. It's called business. I'm a businessman.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I got to respond to my manager real quick. Edinger Mentham, everybody. He's going to give us some updates on Poll Watch. He's doing Poll Watch with us for now. We were watching Sam Cedar eviscerate Tim Pool, walking him through the steps. All right, so Texas is a swing state, right? And so is Florida?
No, that's not real. It could have been real. I think it could have been real potentially, but it's not real. Unless like shit is really massively off. But it's fake. I've been a Blexus denier for a while now.
Yeah.
And this is just me being kind of vindicated there. People like this is something I'll maybe talk about in a bit. But when everybody talks about like the really fast growth that you see in southern states or Sunbelt states as something they just assume that will be great for Democrats. They miss how a lot of that growth is in Chud counties, and it's just resulting in the Chuds getting higher like vote margins, even if vote like raw margins, even if their net like wins in those counties like decrease. Like there's one county outside of Atlanta that like has grown like 20% in just like the past 3 years. So it already matched its total 2020 turnout like today just through early voting. And Texas is really ground zero. I don't know if you showed people that study that showed like what the partisanship of the people who are moving to different states were, but it's really crazy. I think like the people moving to Florida are like R+40. So it's like Florida actually is more on Wakanda.
Okay. Here's a angry staffer talking about Nate Cohn's new article on polling accuracy. I'm going to get right into it. Basically, pollsters are terrified of being wrong again, so they're flat out ignoring very blue results. As a result, pollsters are more willing to take steps to produce more Republican-leaning results. This is something that we've talked about in terms of like the +2 Republican advantage, like the Republican balancing in every poll, even if the data is not showing that, their own personal data is not showing that, in order to make up for the polling inaccuracies that have occurred because Trump has been consistently as the Great White Hope, undermined by our woke liberal pollsters.
Yeah, trying to demoralize the conservatives from not voting because they always show them down.
Yeah.
That's the story. But yeah, that is a big. Well, the thing with the +2, I don't know if you mentioned this, but a really interesting thing with that for me is that number in a lot of cases comes from a Pew survey that they conducted over like from February to July, where they asked people their partisan leanings. And it's like this huge survey that gets really high response rates. They pay people to respond to it. So it's hopefully it gets a more representative sample and it can represent like how the actual partisanship and what these low info Trump voters what they feel in the survey. And their finding was that like the country has a partisan lean of R+2, like you said. And a lot of pollsters that don't have the money or the time to conduct those kinds of massive surveys have used it as a reference survey. It's called the National Public Opinion Reference Survey. The problem with that survey, it's not like necessarily badly conducted. Pew does a good job usually, but it was conducted while Biden was a Democratic nominee the entire time. So you could very well see this like metric that like a lot of big pollsters are using could be reflecting a political reality that does not exist in the current state of events with Kamala the nominee.
What do you think about the argument that I presented that there is no shy Republican voter any longer in the way that there were in 2016, whereas there are definitely shy Kamala voters, I think, for a multitude of different reasons, including, but not limited to, possible political violence coming their way if they were to openly demonstrate support for Kamala Harris, given how confident Republicans have become in terms of like dishing out violence. Or even just straight up being embarrassed to be in the tank for Kamala Harris in a similar vein to like being in the tank for Joe Biden, despite like the inevitability that they would have gone and voted for Joe Biden. They did not openly defend Joe Biden. This is vibes-based analysis in general, but I feel like at this stage, given the way the polls are looking, given the... Sorry.
At the very least, no, it's fine. At the very least, there is the idea of there having been a silent Republican vote that might not have ever been real. If you look back at what Republican pollsters were saying for like a very long period of time, they had always been accusing pollsters of not like contacting the silent Republicans, or that there was something of a shy Tory effect happening in the U.S. That has like always been the bag of right-wing pollsters. They were saying that back in 2012, and Trump being underestimated in the polls was like the big moment. They're like, oh, see, you guys didn't reach out to real America, and all the liberals being very self-flagellating just like took that, oh my God, we're so elitist and stupid. We didn't do that. We're awful. We need to change everything. But there's not much evidence that that's really like that. It might be the case that they can't reach out to certain kinds of really like low info, just disillusioned anti-establishment Trump supporters. But the idea that that Trump supporters are just not saying who they want to vote for because of social stigma, there's not like really evidence of that. There wasn't even like in 2016, we have like the reason why the polls were off because pollsters didn't weight by education. In 2020, a probable reason why they were off then is because the liberals who were staying inside were answering polls at really, really high rates, like higher than usual, and it like gave them incorrect sample sizes. So neither of those things had anything to do with Trump supporters just being embarrassed of who they vote for. And I think like the idea that that's the case, I honestly comes from like conservatives who like the really elite conservatives live in very blue areas where they're personally embarrassed to admit that they support Trump. And they're transposing that onto the rest of the conservatives who live in areas that are very, very supportive of their beliefs and don't necessarily need to be quiet. And like even the Daily Wire was headed out of LA for like several years. Like these guys have a perspective that is a lot more coastal and elitist than they like to believe.
I agree. I agree with your analysis here. But overall, what are some give us some signs that Kamala Harris is actually doing relatively well in the polls? That or the performance has been good so far, because on the vibes based front, I do look at like some of the motion from the Trump campaign, whether it be like literally trying to hug and kiss the Arab voting bloc in Michigan. I don't think you do that if you're already confident about like the way that you've presented how you're going to win every state.
Yeah, because
And
that creates problems when governing. Because you have a lot of you would rather have a very cohesive coalition backing you instead of a ton of different groups that all have their different priorities that you may have to abandon and won't be in a good position afterwards. Like, yeah, I would agree with that. That's not something Republican campaigns traditionally do. It is not what you do when you're confident.
yeah, he's stopping by like Arab-owned restaurant in Dearborn, Michigan. He's the first candidate to come here this cycle. I asked him why Dearborn. He said he's building inroads with Lebanese and Muslims. Got a warm reception here. And yeah, I mean I think that the Democratic Party has basically carved out the Arab and Lebanese and Muslim vote in every state, but especially so in Michigan, as they've activated Richie Torres, AIPAC's biggest attack dog, to go and give assurances to the Jewish voters in Michigan that they hate Arabs. Don't worry.
There's not even a huge Jewish population in Michigan. There's a larger. If you really want to go that far, you would probably go to Georgia, or Pennsylvania. The minority group in Michigan is very much Arabs. It's more. It's a lot of what people say about minority outreach, quote unquote, where it's less about actually reaching out to those groups and more about signaling to the majority population that you're not a president for the minorities.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, with Bill Clinton as well. But Bill Clinton in North Carolina was also already a weird person to deploy there.
Yeah.
But then also beyond North Carolina, sending him to Michigan, a state notoriously where the Clintons did not do well last time they were matched up against Donald Trump. And beyond that, to go there and just be sorry, Arabs are just not real humans, and only Israelis are the real humans in this equation. And of course, they're going to want to seek out revenge like it's normal. And then repeating Itamar Ben-Gvir lines about how, that's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as the West Bank. So
that was insane. That should go against a lot of what people say about the fucking Camp David Accords, where they talk about Clinton like he was this honest fucking broker.
Yeah, or the fucking president, the current president and the vice president running to be president have both said we want a two-state solution. You're literally going against their fake nonsensical bullshit. By you're destroying the veneer of any sort of peaceful accord in that process. So
yeah,
I think that the reason why they're doing that is, one, because they genuinely don't think that they genuinely do not believe that Arabs are human beings. People from the MENA region are human beings. But the way that they are publicly communicating this, in my opinion, is more cynical. Me and Uncle Jenk have privately corresponded on this. He is of a different mind, where he believes that it's genuine Democratic Party incompetence. I think it's something a little bit more sinister, where they're, I think, priming the base to be more I think they're trying to offer a permission structure to the base to be no, these guys aren't a part of our coalition, actually.
Yeah. And also, if you look at what the theoretical basis for a lot of the defections, the people who say they won't vote for Democrats, because we need to prove that we're a wild card who might not be part of, who, if they don't align with our interests, we won't support them. Similar to how the Christian right did it in the 90s, where they knew that their best interests were with the Republicans, but they were willing to take some temporary losses. Obviously, the stakes for them were far lower than what left-wing groups in this, because the Democrats in the 90s weren't exactly anti their interest, but they were able to pressure the Republicans immensely by proving that they were an invaluable part of their coalition, that they could walk if they wanted to. James Dobson, one of the really huge Christian right bigwigs at the time, left the Republican Party outright in 1996, and that terrified the Republican Party, and it created this kind of the basic kind of back and forth with interest groups like the religious right, or with pro-Palestinian groups, where you kind of have to show that you're not bluffing when you say you're gonna defect. Like unions do that sometimes. It's like a basic thing. And what the Democrats are trying to do on their end is they may be trying to specifically win states like Michigan or Georgia, which has a large Muslim population, and Gwinnett County, or like Wisconsin, which also has like a large like they have a large Bosnian Muslim community in Milwaukee, I believe. They're trying to prove to these people who are trying to exert pressure on them that we can win with our new coalition of Liz Cheney, like anti-Trump Republicans, that you aren't needed to get victory and that we can do whatever policies we want and you can't pressure us. Because now they might be feeling a degree of heat from the idea that, like, oh, we won Michigan by a close margin and there are this many like Democratic voters in Dearborn. And if they can win Michigan without getting large, like losing those cities, losing those demographics, they like will feel like they have all the cards. It's a policy play, not an electoral one. They want to really like relieve themselves of even the perceived pressure that could be on them in the case that they have to rely on these groups.
Yeah. I think that is one aspect of this for sure. And I think the other aspect of this is in the same vein as like their anti-migrant sentiment that they've expressed over and over again, as they've adopted the right-wing framing that immigrants constitute a national security threat, which is directly the opposite of that sort of messaging that the Democratic Party has always championed, that like immigrants are our neighbors, they're our friends, they're people that contribute. And yeah, we'll do some, stronger border measures, but that always comes with like a price where we can extract some concessions, right?
Yeah.
They've completely dropped the ball on that. And I think the reason why they're doing that specifically is to prime their base with to basically decouple Gaza or present Gaza and like American foreign policy or our allegiances to Israel as like only a Muslim thing. I think that's one other aspect of this, to be like, only Muslims care about this. You don't care about this. See, like you also understand, like if they killed, if your neighbors executed your family members, like you would also want vengeance too. And I think that's the nefarious aspect of this messaging. I think that it's like very cynical and dare I say even calculated to be like, to give white people, not just in the suburbs, but like younger students and black and brown people, the knowledge or the permission to say like, oh yeah, that's just basically like a Muslim thing. And there's a lot more to care about than just this like thing that only Muslims care about, which is not reflective of the poll results in general. And it's no different than going to the Michigan Jewish population and telling them like, don't worry, we hate the Arabs. Like there are plenty of Jews. I mean, you're Jewish, but there are plenty of Jews in Michigan and in Pennsylvania and all around that are dedicated anti-Zionists. And beyond that, Jews who are not anti-Zionist are not voting at the behest of Israel anyway. Like that's not their top priority at all, at least in terms of like all the polls I've seen. It's the 9th priority. Now, one might make the argument that it's only the 9th priority in the top 10 priorities because both parties are uniparty in their support for Israel. But it would at least reflect higher in the polling results, despite the uniparty attitude, if this was something that they cared about the most when they are when Jewish voters as a voting bloc are going out to vote and voting by margins like 70% plus towards the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I think this is also part of their larger like kind of scheme, like the larger project that they're undertaking, where a lot of Bidenomics, like even the left wing like aspects of it, the spending, the CHIPS Act, the all of these things, it's always couched in the language of national security, like fighting against China, fighting against Russia, like it's making America the predominant hegemon in the world. And it's like it's interesting. Like the thing that people have kind of noticed is that the idea of just creating a stronger or fairer economy, these basic liberal justifications for social programs that are supposed to justify themselves, that doesn't really exist. the international conflict, the great power conflict, is at the core of what their project is. And they kind of need, if this is going to sustain itself, they need the only people who care about the negative impacts of war to be specific groups that can be targeted and aren't huge and can be managed. It can't be like a larger like society defining larger electoral issue like the Vietnam War was. It needs to just be the case that only Ukrainians care about Ukraine, which they like have kind of adopted when they made fun of Trump for being pro-Russia, saying, "Oh, there's so many Ukrainian and Polish voters in Ukraine," not in Ukraine, in Pennsylvania. It's the idea that these conflicts can be managed with only very minimal political backlash. It's not really something that's even true, but it's more of something they kind of want to manifest for themselves for these overseas commitments to sustain themselves.
Yeah. But going back to it, you have a Truth World poll in front of me right now from YouGov.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania showing +3 for Kamala Harris, Trump at 46, Wisconsin showing +4 for Kamala Harris. This is starting to reflect like the down ballot races. I don't know what the down ballot races look like in these states in this individual poll, but this is starting to catch up to the performance of. This is starting to catch up to the. Wait, sorry. This is starting to catch up to the performance of the state races that are happening in the down ballot races as well, with the exception of Nevada, I guess, and Arizona.
And North Carolina with the governor's race.
And,
but that's
well,
special.
Like, governors races are different. Not only because like the guy is a person who is openly stated his desires to be a black Adolf Hitler or whatever, but also because like I think gubernatorial races are oftentimes like more personal, and you know that's why you have the blue state, red governor, red state, blue governor dynamic anyway.
Gubernatorial races.
Yeah. So
this is a really encouraging set of polls. Not only does it show Kamala up in the state she needs to get 270, plus Nevada and Arizona tied, but even at Trump's states where he's ahead are within the margin of error. And it fits within, like YouGov is one of the pollsters. There are 3 pollsters really that I have an eye out on, 2 of them because of their history, and one of them YouGov because they've done something interesting that I mentioned in the article about why the polls could be underestimating Democrats. Marist and New York Times were 2 pollsters in 2022, which was a year when a lot of pollsters at the very end of the race herded and went hard to the right in like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia. All of those races at the end either showed Republican leads or very like basically tied races. New York Times and Marist both put out a set of Senate surveys that showed Democrats leading by about the margins that they won by. So that gives us some trust that they're not only good pollsters, but they are willing to publish results that like aren't based on what they think will be best and are just based on what they see. Marist last night came out with a set of Rust Belt polls that all showed Kamala Harris up after a lot of less trustworthy pollsters who weren't as good in 2022 had it basically tied or a slight Trump lead. YouGov is another interesting one where they're not as high quality historically, but we do know that they have made changes to account for possibly changing response rates where Republicans may be more likely to respond to polls than Democrats. And that's not something we think that other pollsters, we don't know that other pollsters are doing. If we've heard anything like from that Nate Cohn article, it's that pollsters are doing the exact opposite. And YouGov, interestingly, has been one of Kamala's better pollsters this cycle. So like YouGov, we know is like reacting to the response world, the way that the people are actually responding to pollsters in a more realistic and responsive way. Marist, we know, is very strong. And New York Times, I think they'll have their polls out tomorrow morning, and those could be good for Democrats also. If it's not good for Democrats, that would be good for Trump, I think, obviously. But I think specifically from the New York Times, because the New York Times has gotten things right for Democrats when like the rest of the world said no. So if New York Times puts out a result that's good for Democrats, we can kind of maybe say that there's a gap between what the other pollsters who we can't trust are saying and what the pollsters who we can trust are saying. So, like, it's not as extreme as it was 2 years ago, but it will be pretty noticeable depending on what the New York Times says tomorrow.
So, have you been looking at early voting data? Is that something that you care about, or do you think it's just like junk science in general?
It's you have to be very careful about it. I think if I haven't I've tried to track it in Georgia, which is a state that I know pretty well. Um, Georgia has had like very high early voting rates, and what we've seen there is like both sides have something to be happy about there. The Atlanta area counties that Democrats really need have both have all turned out at a rate higher than the rest of the state. There have been some northern counties, like in Georgia, who are very Republican, that have also had very high turnout rates. I don't think that like it really says anything definitive for either side. It'll probably just come down to persuasion, which, but that's worth noting by itself because like that means that it doesn't lean one way or the other. The Nevada stuff is something that I think that's one of the places where you can make some conclusions. And from what I've seen, this year is like unusually strong for Republicans. A lot of that is due to a lot of left-leaning voters registering as independents, kind of like you said, as a possible like silent Kamala voter effect, where younger Democrats aren't as happy with the party or proud of it as right-leaning younger people. And it's become very difficult to tell what goes on in Nevada because of how many young independents there are who aren't registered as Democrats but could be voting for Democrats. But even if like Nevada is bad for her, we would sort of expect it wouldn't really be the end of the world because it could be a sign of what some pollsters have found that the new realignment is that Republicans are doing better among non-whites and Democrats are doing relatively stronger among white voters. So Trump maybe having a small win in Nevada would maybe a good sign for him in Arizona, but largely like having a lot of gains with Hispanics doesn't mean all that much in the grand scheme of things in the Electoral College. Most Hispanics live in states like California or Texas or Florida that aren't competitive. So him making gains with those voters won't really impact much outside of those two states. The one exception to this is Pennsylvania, but the Hispanic vote there is largely Puerto Rican, which could be a uniquely difficult demographic for him as a result of a late breaking news story that I think everybody has heard of here.
Yeah, one of the greatest comedians of all time in the tank, secret sleeper cell for Kamala Harris, activated by also secret sleeper cell for Kamala Harris, Joe Rogan. We're talking, of course, about Tony Hinchcliffe's Trash Island comments.
Yeah, they're going to kill Tony in real life if that ends up happening.
Yeah. So, I mean, the only counter to that I would present to you is basically this. I'm gonna do a screen sharing here.
This is the greatest song of all time.
Yeah. You have no answer for this. Liberals have no answer for this.
This made Florida a red state single-handedly.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the Democratic Party has no answer for this. All they have is like lib shit where they bring like a bunch of Broadway musical stars to get together and be like, you should vote. Voting is good. Like,
this made Florida single-handedly into more on Wakanda. It was one of the most powerful videos in history.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It is like liberals say Tim Kaine in the membrane. Republicans say I will vote for Donald Trump. And, you know, this is the reason why there's like a 20-point swing in young Hispanic men, I think, to the Republican Party and nothing else.
Did you see that poll that came out like 2 hours ago?
Yeah, the Florida one?
Puerto Ricans. Yeah, the Puerto Ricans one.
The Puerto Ricans one is really funny. It's like 85% Kamala Harris, 8% Donald Trump.
That's so real. That happened. I live there.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like gonna be her. She's gonna get 90% of the vote among Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's going to happen, but
It happened.
It is.
I was there.
It is pretty funny. Harris 85%. UCF poll of Puerto Rican voters from Florida. Harris 85%. Trump 8%. It's obviously ridiculous and it's not real, but this
real.
puts into context like the Rick Scott statements about how much he hates Tony Hinchcliffe and how much he loves Puerto Ricans.
It's so cool. Rick Scott learned Spanish to appeal to these people. He has put in so much fucking work. It could all be destroyed by like Joe Rogan's like 12th like favorite Austin area comic just being a complete fucking moron on the national stage. But this is real. I don't care if it's 150 people who were surveyed. It's real. It happened. I was there.
Yeah. You were one of the 150 surveyed. I like that they just asked people on the street. Like they just went to a store. It's like the Fox News barbershop. Fox News barbershop focus groups where everyone suspiciously is incredibly pro-Trump at the one barbershop that they went to.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you were there. You were polled. You were one of the 8%.
Yeah.
Saying, no, I'm staying true to Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So you're saying that that the method of like taking away right-wing former Republican voters who are just like grossed out by Donald Trump, a successful method for Joe Biden is also going to be successful for Kamala Harris, and that she is not going to hemorrhage enough of the base in the urban districts to she's going to make up for that in areas that it matters.
It's possible. That's kind of what a lot of them did in 2022. It's what happened in 2020 to a smaller degree. There was poor turnout in like places like Philadelphia and small rightward swings in inner city Atlanta compared to past elections, and Democrats won through historic margins off of the suburbs. That's a coalition that I think the people at the top of the party would very much like to see cemented. It's a winning coalition in a lot of these states, especially when they are given an assist by the right being insane. But that doesn't mean that I think it was the ideal strategy. I think the best way to say that they effectively, if like they do win off of this and they get the slight wins in the Great Lakes states, and they maybe like pick up North Carolina or Georgia off of the suburbs there, and they end up winning the election, it'll be effectively executing a bad long-term strategy, because the lack of the kind of hyper reactiveness and the lack of any kind of forceful effort to push their own ideas is just not something that works well in the long term. And if you want any proof of that, you can see how the right has changed the politics of immigration. If they did what the Democrats are doing now, 10 years ago, they would have been completely capitulating. That was back when there was a consensus around immigration reform and giving amnesty. They would have never done what they did over the past 8 years, where they moved all of the politics of this to the right and got basically everything that they wanted. It's not as immediately successful as just kind of trying to play catch up to what every focus group says. But if you have the right kind of position, or if you even have a wrong position, just pushing your argument in a way that looks trustworthy can both work immediately and work a lot better for you long term. Democrats did that with healthcare under Obama. They took some major political hits for it, but they ended up redefining what the consensus is. Even now, Republicans won't say that they even want to repeal Obamacare.
Or when Mike Johnson accidentally lets it slip that he wants to repeal Obamacare, Donald Trump, who ran on repealing Obamacare in 2016, has to be like, I've never done that. I've never wanted to repeal Obamacare. I love Obamacare. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's part of it is just
or the CHIPS Act, which apparently Mike Johnson also spoke out of turn on that as well at a campaign stop in Syracuse to boost Representative Brandon Williams. Speaker Mike Johnson says he would consider repeal of the CHIPS and Science Act, which will deliver billions to Micron to make semiconductors in clay. So
just even stuff like that was previously seen as a bit out there. It's now the consensus because Democrats aren't capitulating on every single thing. Like, I mean, you could say with the economy, where they, I would say, even in some cases, foolishly tried to press an advantage on it for a year with Bidenomics. Um, uh, they've ended up really cutting down the Republican advantage on that. Trump's lead on the economy is barely, like, it's only a point or two. It used to be very, very high.
I think that's.
And
I think the reason for that is different, though. I think the reason for that is because of Trump more so than like the opportunity economy messaging that we've heard from Kamala Harris. I think that the real reason for that is because he's so hyper focused on immigration, and that much is like demonstrated by the fact. Yeah, he thinks that that's like his answer to everything. And even his own, like, obviously his own staffers are telling him, like, talk about the economy, you fucking idiot. And he then will go up. He'll then go up on stage and his only answer is tariffs, which I think the Harris campaign effectively communicated as a broad sales tax, which is smart.
Yeah, I like that. I think that I saw polling that said that was like the most effective message that they could have. And I think it's breaking through a little bit because people just assume Trump, oh, he's the economy guy, knows what he's doing. But when his one idea is fucking talking about William McKinley, it like really kind of dampens that a little bit. It'd be better if he just shut up about it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other factors like the economy seemingly improving over the course of the past couple of months, but also I think more importantly is Trump's hyper focus away from the economy and constantly talking about abortion. Like we saw that, I mean not abortion, sorry, constantly talking about immigration, which we saw in the debate. Like he literally that was a massive flub for him, and he hasn't learned the lessons from that and keeps doing that over and over again, and I think that's the reason why Kamala Harris is like caught up, not because of her good messaging, but because of Trump's bad messaging on that front.
It's still like any messaging at all is better than what they're doing in immigration. Ideally, I think they would have pushed really hard on economics from the beginning, and specifically healthcare. Like I think the big missed opportunity for Kamala, like at the beginning of their campaign, she should have stuck with being pro Medicare for all. I think that could have like made a huge difference.
Yeah. That, oh my God, that would be, well,
because it's popular. It would have raised the salience of a really important thing where Democrats have an advantage. It would have made her look consistent and different from Biden. It would have been like solved a ton of problems just at once.
Yeah, that's, well, she packaged that. She did the lightest version of that. She didn't even do the Sherrod Brown method of being like, we're going to lower the age of Medicare to 55. And instead went with we're going to increase Medicare for at-home care. Like it was the most like focus tested, most like hyper specific way that she could do that. And even then it's like a successful communication strategy according to Blueprint. Here's the perception of tariffs when it comes to tariffs, meaning tax on goods imported into America, which comes closer to your view. For swing state voters and all swing state swing voters and swing state all voters, the U.S. should not impose tariffs on all goods. Tariffs are just another word for a national sales tax. That's plus 39. Yeah. The U.S. should impose automatic tariffs of 10% to 20% on every U.S. trading partner, 60% on goods from China, and rates as high as 100%, 200%. This would punish companies for shipping jobs overseas and create more jobs in the U.S. 41% for all swing state voters, minus 41%.
Yeah, they should have probably pressed like why that would be insane like earlier on. But this does reflect something that I have heard people say, which is that the makeup of the undecided voters are a lot more favorable to Democrats than Republicans, which could be like kind of a like supposedly that's the one thing the Kamala campaign is bragging about now, where they're like saying, "Oh, we have the last people are breaking our way because of the Puerto Rico stuff." I think that could be real. And yeah, this guy runs Blueprint. It is a campaign thing for Democrats.
Yeah, it's a campaign thing for Democrats, but like, I mean, they're not so in the tank. I mean, I guess they're in the tank because they don't talk about Gaza, but they're not so in the tank that they don't like, they don't necessarily, I mean, they obviously do a good enough job because they will show like what some of Kamala Harris's like breakaway points are that perform very well, and what Kamala Harris's like most underperforming points are, which is of course when she says like she loves small businesses or that she is a small business and that she hasn't done anything different than Joe Biden and she won't. Like they
the
do
small business stuff is
yeah, they
just,
do
like,
openly
kinda
say that
baffling.
that's like, poison for the campaign.
Yeah.
But
It was just the price gouging shit that worked. And look, you can see at the top there, this is Hassanism being proven. Real existing Hassanism is like the price gouging shit is by far the most like
yeah.
beneficial thing there.
Yeah, and they've seemingly moved away from that for some weird reason. There's a lot of
Yeah.
issues with the way that they communicate on this campaign, but I still stand on the idea that it is because like Trump is also running an objectively poor campaign, and he has a lot less room. Like he has a lot less wiggle room in terms of like doing bad messaging because of the fact that he had already maxed out his name recognition. And I think that there are way smaller groups that he can tap into, like way smaller constituencies that he can build a coalition off of.
Yeah.
And one of the most consequential parts of that, of course, and I keep repeating this over and over again, and I wonder if you agree with me or not, but it's the low and mid propensity voters and their likelihood to go out and vote. I think like for men under the age of 35, if you were to just like go around and talk to people in our age group,
Yeah.
I think that there is probably there are more pro Trump, like overtly pro Trump people than there are people who are overtly Kamala Harris. And
Yeah.
I say this as someone who lives in California in like one of the deepest, bluest fucking areas in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. And even then, there are a shit ton of people who are very openly pro Trump. The problem
Yeah.
is most of those podcast guys, they're not voting. They don't know how to vote. They don't care to vote. And I don't think that Trump has also, like, I think ironically, Trump has done harm reduction arguments to capture the attention of those guys, but nothing that like he normally would do, or normally Republicans would do, which is like at least hammer on a wedge issue that actually is enough for them to go out and vote. Like he hasn't offered them anything. He just talks about how shitty Kamala is. And he thinks that like being the macho guy to Kamala Harris being like a dumb broad is going to be enough for a lot of these guys to, not smoke weed that morning while they're listening to their fucking favorite podcast and go out and vote.
Yeah, we haven't early voting data is whatever, and you can make an argument that on election day, because these guys are fucking stupid, don't know about early voting, and they're going to go out on the day that there's voting. But there are some states that track how often voters vote, and they track if a voter has voted in the past 4 elections or if they haven't voted at all and they're new voters. And we have seen, from what I've seen, I may be missing something, that there isn't really much of a difference between how many new voters are like Republicans or Republican aligned and how many of them are Democrats. It's basically split as you would kind of expect. I think in Georgia, which is one state where they have made a big deal of trying to get like these low propensity voters out, of the voters who haven't voted in past elections and are voting now, most of them are like, they're more non-white than the state at large, which is how it usually is. We're not really seeing any difference in trends, and at least so far, there isn't really any proof of a low propensity, like, bro surge for Trump.
Yeah. I mean, it's a risky, it's high risk for Donald Trump, but he doesn't have anything else, is the way I see it. Like, I don't think he can. He could have had a pathway towards like rebuilding the moderate coalition by using the wipeout method after he got shot at, and then did the unity route.
Yeah.
But it was impossible for him to do that. He's just like, he's so invested in like being a fucking weirdo that he immediately was like, nah, we're against Joe Biden. We're going to win anyway. And so we should get a base pick with JD Vance.
Vance is huge here. Vance is huge. Not even just in the ways where he's like literally in like conservative election Twitter group chats with teenagers, but like is in the big thing with Trump that I don't think his people understood and I think explains why he's done better than a lot of Republicans running for Senate, is that he is seen now as qualified in the way that he wasn't seen in 2016. He's seen as like a stronger leader in a number of areas. So, and that was the thing that people really liked about him above Biden at the end of Biden's campaign. Biden was seen as inept, and Trump was seen as this experienced leader who had done it before and had a better presidency than Biden had had. But you can't, by picking a guy who was 39 years old when you selected him, has been in the Senate for 1 year, and was a blogger for like most of his career, you are turning what should have been a strong point for your campaign, especially against someone like Kamala, who is not well known and doesn't have a lot of experience. She's only been in statewide office for like 14 years at this point. They made that into a huge problem for them in a way where it could have been a big strength. They picked Rubio or Youngkin or something.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. So we're looking at early voting in swing states from yesterday, where women are outperforming the men. This has seemingly been something that is terrifying for the Republicans in general.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
this-
it's kind of what you'd expect. It's not too different from 2020. Like there's it's not good for them. I'd say that. Like the Georgia gap is pretty big. Women are kind of carrying really hard here.
Yeah. Now, do we think that this is a direct Roe v. Wade impact, or is this just that like women do have a tendency to vote early, vote often, vote?
Yeah, women vote more in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because like the point here is that this is in line with 2020. But the thing with 2020 is that 2020 was a year where Democrats were very, very likely to vote early, and Republicans, because they were told it was fraud, didn't vote early. And now there's kind of a depolarization of voting methods compared to 4 years ago, where Democrats who voted early in 2020 because they didn't want to get COVID by mail or planned to vote on election day now, or Republicans who didn't vote early in 2020 because they thought it was fraud or fine with voting for it now. We've seen in Georgia there's a big segment of people like because they track if somebody voted on election day or if they voted early 4 years ago. There is a couple 100,000 people who voted on election day in 2020, and they are overwhelmingly white compared to the rest of the state. And that has made the overall voting a little whiter compared to 2020. So you would expect with a more Republican early voting group compared to 2020, and like a lot of voters who were Republicans who are voting early now who didn't vote early 4 years ago, you would expect there to be more men voting. But even among these groups, even among these groups that like this pool of voters that you would think would lead to more men voting, the splits are roughly the same. So that could point towards a largely more female like turnout, largely more female share of the electorate in a couple days. Although like again, like you can't like take a lot from the early stuff. It's just something I thought of.
Final Detroit Free Press poll of Michigan says Harris up by 3 overall. Harris up by 4 points with independents. Harris grew her lead with black voters by 18 points since August. Harris grew her lead with women by 5 points since August. I think it comes down to is this wrong? I'm asking you, but like I think it comes down to white women in general. Like the way that they have strategized on this is that like they believe that white women are by majorities going to go to the Democratic Party, unlike what has happened in the past. And the way I see it is if that doesn't happen, if white women don't pull through, if white women don't go by majority of the Democratic Party, then their chances are I mean, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, well, I mean, they did win in 2020 without winning a majority of white women, I think. But like the white women did get more Democratic from 2016 to 2020, and if you're expecting minorities to become more Republican this year,
I thought it went from 52 to 55. I thought that they went by larger majorities to Donald Trump. I think it went from 52 to 55%, but that was pre Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think there was like a lot of that was because Trump got a higher vote share with nearly every single demographic group in 2020 compared to 2016 because of lower third-party voting, except for white men. White men were the only demographic group in the entire country that actually had a lower vote share for Trump than they did for Hillary, like when he ran against Hillary. So like that's something people like forget. Like white men arguably did win Biden the election, but yeah, they're gonna want, like, ideally in the post-Roe world and the world where they're losing minority voters to Republicans, they're gonna have to make up with that with women, especially white women. And the Detroit Free Press poll here is something I think you can trust because they had terrible numbers for Biden back in the spring, back in like earlier this year. They had him down by 7, I think, in a poll in January. And what I always found interesting with that was that the same poll tested Trump against Whitmer, and they found him among the same survey where he led Biden by 7. He was losing to Whitmer by 5. So to me, it was always proof that there is a big demographic of people in states like this. Back when Biden was in the race, I was always saying that there are people who do want to vote for a Democrat against Trump, but don't want to vote for Biden because he's too old. Kamala is a bit of a wild card here because she's so connected to him, but she could do it maybe. And we see here that she has largely accomplished this, according to this poll. She has gotten those voters who were willing to vote for Democrat, weren't willing to vote for Biden. She's gotten them back. And Detroit Free Press poll is really like important here because these guys nailed 2022 in Michigan. Glenn Glariff also nailed 2022 in the state. They had her up by 3 also. And if she's winning Michigan by 3 points, usually the way Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania correlates pretty closely. Michigan is slightly more Democratic, but not overwhelmingly so. And if these polls end up being right, she should be in a strong position to win those 3 states that she needs.
So your final analysis is that the blue wall remains strong.
I think that Wisconsin is definitely a little trickier than Michigan is because it's a bit more rural. The Marquette poll having her up by 1 there was a big result for her. We're going to have a poll of Iowa by Selzer for the Des Moines Register. She's historically like freakishly accurate, and the results in Iowa can correlate with results in Wisconsin. So I want to see what she says and on Sunday before coming to any analysis with that. Pennsylvania is probably the weakest link here. Good polls have showed her up. More mediocre polls have showed a tide race or her down. She's very much in the game at the very least. And what I think really puts her in a better position than Trump is that Trump's position, according to high quality polling in Georgia and North Carolina, is not as strong as I think a lot of forecast models are saying. I think that those states are very much in the question, which he doesn't want to be the case because he would want to be in a position where he just needs to win 1 of 3 of the Great Lakes states to win. He does not want to be in a position where he needs to win 3 of 3 of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania to win.
Trump plus 68, Dawson County, Georgia early voting turnout officially surpasses the 2020 turnout. This is, I think, one of the first counties in the country to do so. In terms
it's very, very fast growing county. Dawson County has like grown very rapidly since 2020. Its population has gone up 20% since over the past couple of years. So it's mostly a consequence of the more people live there.
Wait, but that's like, but it's plus 68, but does that like, is it plus 68 in favor of like all the people that are migrating into Dawson County? Are they?
That was the previous result in 2020. We don't know how the new voters.
Yeah, I was about to say that because usually migration patterns, especially in Georgia, look like it's not Republicans, it's Democrats moving into Georgia.
Yeah, and the case with Dawson is that it's just north of Atlanta, about an hour drive. Very beautiful scenery at the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and a lot of older people who live in the Atlanta area are moving there just to retire. So a lot of the people moving to that area could be Democrats who are just like older now and want to live in a nice looking place. Very beautiful area right next to Lake Lanier.
Yeah, that's the last thing I wanted to ask you. So there's a fascinating analysis from the New York Times. Partisanship of migration patterns in major battlegrounds. Arizona has seen a plus 26 Republican. Georgia, on the other hand, has seen plus 12 Democrat. Michigan plus 12 Democrat, Nevada plus 3 Republican, North Carolina plus 2 Republican, Pennsylvania plus 17 Democrat, Wisconsin plus 17 Democrat. And that, of course, is Florida with a plus 40 Republican and Texas with a plus 20 Republican.
Yeah, that's real. I believe that so much. That is like exactly what you were seeing. And this could be the reason why the Republican Electoral College advantage may not exist anymore, because all of their voters who lived in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin got annoyed after they elected Democratic governors and they thought they were living under COVID tyranny. And they all moved to Texas and Florida, which were advertising themselves as like the states where liberty still lives. And they ended up just making those states big vote sinks for Republicans. They didn't net them any electoral college votes and just left the remaining, like they left the people behind to be more Democratic on net. Georgia is a bit different there. I think that's probably just a case of us being the place where northeasterners like moving to because Florida's gotten so hot.
I think Georgia also is like Georgia also is like I mean, is work related too. No, like it's becoming more diverse. There are job opportunities. Hollywood moving there as well, I think, plays a role in this too. Like the tax benefits that like production gets. It's like become mini Hollywood basically.
Minnesota also, I think, being plus 42 Democratic. A lot of this might have to do with housing prices because in Illinois, I think, is up there plus 41 Democratic. The Midwest, these cities in the Midwest, like Chicago, Minneapolis, have very low housing prices. So a lot of younger professionals in Ohio is plus one here compared to other red states. A lot of this could be younger professionals moving to these places with like not insanely expensive housing, but aren't super conservative. And like it just creates a different kind of trend environment compared to what the stereotypes of these states have been.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, any final message that you wanna give our audience here? Edinger Mentum is going to be the Zoomer Steve Kornacki for election night.
Yeah, we're going to like be sharing screen, and I'll be going through all the counties and everything.
Yeah,
I have all the places to look at mapped out. But I have an article that I published about, like I have an article that I published last week that goes through like a model that my friend has made that incorporates like something that no other forecaster. Yeah, I'm going to have a map on Monday. I'm going to publish it the day before the election. I'm currently working on 2 Art of Losing pieces, both for Trump and Kamala. So when I say shit after the election, people won't say I'm just saying it for convenience. I'm going to have those are going to be coming out this weekend, or maybe the Trump one could be tonight. And I'll have my final map on Monday. I want to get the final New York Times polls and the Seltzer poll out before I put out my final opinions. But I will say that, like, if it was the way that it is now, I would have Kamala at the very least up in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We'll see what the New York Times poll says. What the Marist one did increase my confidence. But you guys will see how much confidence I have in each state on Monday. And you can see my analysis of why polling may not be correct, and what you can learn from the special election indicators and primary indicators on my site, editormentum.news, on Substack, and on my Twitter. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys in a couple of days.
Thanks. All right, that was Edinger Mentum, folks. You can check out his Substack. Taking a vacation Wednesday to be a EU frog watching election with you all night. Y'all are fucking crazy. To that level of like being into politics is unwise, I think. But hey, do you know? I won't stop you. Anyway, we're now going to get back to the Tim Pool, Sam Cedar debate, while I go pee really quickly, and then we'll move on to some more news. Obviously, we have Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump tapes, which I think are crazy, and a lot more to cover today. So
companies, politicians will use some kind of special interest, and you can run an ad for any product you want, which is the crazy thing.
Well, yeah, this is what Trump is doing with his watches, right? Like, I'm going to sell 147 watches at whatever it was, 10 grand a pop. And it's basically a way for people to launder money to him, because it's like, all right, I just bought a watch, and that's basically it. And so he knows.
You're allowed to buy watches.
I mean,
maybe we should regulate politicians selling products during elections.
I think that would be a great idea, and maybe while they're president as well. But I know
I bought his shoes.
What's that?
I bought his shoes. We were skating in them. Let's talk about like abortion or something. I don't know, or Israel.
We can talk about Israel if you want. I mean, I'm of the mind of what we're doing is obscene, and I'm unhappy about it. And I feel like we have two options. One is horrible, and the other one's worse.
I agree.
In terms of these governments. I mean,
do you think we should cut off funding, pull out, and just be done with it?
Well, I think that we should condition aid to Israel. I mean, I think that we should, if we have leverage in any type of situation, we should exercise that leverage. In terms of Ukraine, we had a treaty with them when they gave up nukes in '93, saying that we would protect them in the event of
was it a treaty?
Russian aggression? Well, or an agreement.
Right. And the legal distinction matters, I suppose, because.
Well, I mean, it matters in terms of like how perhaps
bilateral security agreement.
I mean, that's you can refer to it as just a bilateral security agreement, and I think that there's.
Oh no, it wasn't even that. The Budapest Memorandum.
I mean, I think that this was operational. It's not obviously a treaty. Treaties can be broken. We saw that with Paris Accords, and well, it's easier obviously if it's a treaty. It needs to be we need to bring the Senate in, but I am I think that aid that we provide for Ukraine should have an exit strategy to it. I haven't seen one, but I also am not convinced that that's been a function of the election.
Haven't we spent more on Ukraine in the past 2 years than we have on Israel in 50?
I don't know.
Comparable.
Probably comparable, I think, at this point.
That's crazy to me. And it's fair to point out, too, like, we're not just giving all the money overseas. We make weapons here, and then it has American
100%
jobs.
Yes, 100%.
Wow, Tim Pool's analysis on Ukraine is the greatest threat to mankind has changed quite dramatically. That's weird. I wonder if something significant happened since the last time I watched Tim Pool when he said those words to now he sees a silver lining in the weapons transfers to Ukraine and its impact on the American economy even. What a shocking change of events. Probably nothing happened, right? Like nothing consequential happened in Tim Pool's life, I think, that would have caused them to take this different approach. Like he's starting to come across to me like a real Lindsey Graham type. I haven't been keeping up with Tim Pool. Is there a reason? Because like the last time I saw him, he had such good ideas on Ukraine being the enemy of not only America but the mankind. Seems to me he's seeing the silver lining here.
There's no doubt in my mind that we spend far too much money. So much of our economy is dependent. Eisenhower said, beware the military industrial complex, and his original wording was the congressional military industrial complex. And I subscribe to that. I do think from a moral standpoint, although I don't think this is controlling, but as a moral standpoint, obviously like one country is being invaded and to some extent occupied, and the other is occupying and completely asymmetrical type of situation, that we have in Israel is just absurd.
I kind of feel like no matter what course we take, the dominoes have been knocked over. The BRICS nations are lining up for their currency. The petrodollar is on the verge of being dismantled. Saudi Arabia has already said not interested. I don't think Trump recovers that. And I think that means Americans better buckle up for a bumpy ride.
I mean, to be fair, you've also said that we're headed towards a civil war in this country so many, many times, and I don't think that's happening.
Well, that's not my opinion. That's just the corporate press. I think it was...
what?
It's not your opinion that we're headed into?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I accidentally snorted a piece of chicken into my nose. That's not his opinion? I think Tim Pool has talked about a civil war being imminent more than anything else. Like, if there's one way to, like, summarize the most consistent talking point that Tim Pool has repeated over and over again, it is the fact that it's happening, and it's happening right now, and it's going to happen tomorrow, and it's happening yesterday.
To a civil war, or hasn't been?
It is not an original idea from Tim Pool that we're on track for a civil war.
Well, I mean, do either one of us have any original ideas? I mean, I didn't come up with single payer.
No, but I just to clarify, my position is I didn't one day just decide for no reason, oh man, I think a civil war is coming. It was like, here we go, Common Dreams. This is a progressive organization. Here you go. The second civil war has already begun. This is a progressive outlet, right? So when I read progressives, conservatives, The Atlantic,
I think that's more metaphorical. But if you want to claim that you did not mean that there was an actual civil war,
I do.
that's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do think there's going to be a civil war?
10 years, 20 years? I mean, what?
What?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you are you- like so? We can talk about it. We can go in great detail. For instance, we had a former CIA officer at the write for the Washington Post. The U.S. is on the verge of a civil war. I didn't just make it up. The Atlantic said that they spoke with several national security experts.
Well, there's people also saying that the Earth is flat, but you know,
do they work for the Democratic establishment?
Well, sometimes maybe. I don't know.
Flat earthers
I'm
in the
saying-
Democratic Party at the top level.
I don't know.
Come on.
I'm saying
Like former CIA comes out and says they're concerned, like we are following the trend of other countries towards civil war. I take that seriously. I don't know why I would dismiss like all of these people. A Princeton professor, for instance, said the same thing back in 2018, I think. So when you maybe it's sensationalism.
I think
that's fair.
I think to a certain extent it's like, you know, yes, there were people who said like crime has increased exponentially, but in fact it hadn't. I mean, I think, you know, part of what you and I do is we make assessments as to what news is actually sort of like real and what really has real world.
Tim Pool looks at credentials and laughs at them when it's like a person who's like, I've done vaccine research at the highest level, and I am a well-decorated epidemiologist, and I am warning you, we need to, take COVID seriously. He'd be like, that guy's gay. Obviously, you can't trust credentialed people like this. Tim Pool, when it's civil war, he's like, excuse me, high-level CIA officer who is managing the Civil War department said that it's happening. Yeah. Only when they're engaging in sensationalist rhetoric that they believe, that Tim Pool believes, then he's on board.
Implications for people, and part of what we do is assess that like these things don't, and it's a distraction.
I think you're wrong. I think there's an optimism and a normalcy bias, and the only thing I can really say is, look, I read the news and I opine on it, and I'm wrong about a lot. But I can probably pull up, I don't know, a couple hundred articles from CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, talking about the brink of civil war that is coming to this country that I just did not make up one day. So if I read the New York Times,
these are all right-wingers.
The New York Times,
Ross Douthat.
Oh, sure,
it's an opinion piece.
Yeah, of course. CNN, you've got Bruce Hoffman, Jacob Ware, Straight Arrow News. I don't know, but there's a poll saying people think we're on the verge of a civil war. The Princeton professor, progressive guy, said the Cold Civil War has already begun. This is back in 2018, and I look at all these things and I say, the worldview of each faction in the United States is divided to a degree that there seems to be no reconciliation. And so now what you have is sitting members of Congress calling for a national divorce, which means nothing. It means civil war. But that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, she's a lunatic.
Well,
call it whatever you want. But when a member of Congress is saying something like this, would you?
Oh, I have no doubt. Listen,
do you think if lunatics get elected, we could see?
Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene also said Jews have space lasers, dude. To be fair, Tim Pool probably agrees with that too. So, like, She said Jewish space lasers were responsible for the fucking wildfires in California. She says a lot of shit, dude. Oh my God, I forgot. She also says that the government has a weather machine. Yeah. Oh God, she says so many insane shit.
See a civil war?
I have no doubt that you know, we have a crop of right-wing Republican lawmakers who are completely nuts.
What about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Do you think a January 6th type event could result in this country reaching civil war?
You mean had they been successful? And
let's just to kind of depoliticize it. Let's say January 6th, 2025, politician X wins. It could be whoever. I don't know. Let's say let's for the sake of your politics. Let's say Trump loses, and then Trump supporters storm the Capitol once again. This time taking
Do you really think? Wait a second, because this is really an important distinction. Do you really think that the likelihood of a mass of Democrats, Democratic voters, would go in and attack the Capitol in the way that
you mean like they did on May 29th, 2020?
You're talking about like BLM?
When they firebombed the White House and forced the president to an emergency bunker and set fire to St. John's Church, injuring hundreds of police officers?
Oh, you're talking about the protests out there? You mean after there was a peaceful protest before the cops moved in?
Regardless of why it happened.
Well,
like, do I think the far left will firebomb the White House? They did 4 years ago.
Wait a second. One was an assault.
Dude, there's something so funny about the president at the time in his lame duck session refusing to follow regular process and creating an insurrection, albeit a very funny one because it was the most like diabetic insurrection of all time. Comparing that to like mass protests all around the country that the Democratic Party actively was like renouncing at the time. Or, I mean, denouncing at the time. It's just like, I will forever fucking say January 6th was funny because it was. Like, I understand why people are fearful of January 6th because, like, if it was competent, if there was like a real brown shirt militia movement in this country, then that would have been like absolutely devastating. But in the absence of all of those things, like, and no like ideologically principled fascist movement, it's just all like, you're never going to tell me that watching a bunch of HVAC business owners trying to climb up the fucking congressional wall and falling is the funniest thing you could have ever seen. It would have been better if the police were like actually there. You know what I mean? And then we could have seen like enforcement in real time. That probably would have made it so that it never happened. Like Ashley Babbitt would probably still be alive right now, running for like their fucking local comptroller of San Diego or some shit. If the actual cops were doing their fucking policing job. And by that I mean not what was I saying? Oh, the actual cops were, you know, at the January 6th protest on the side of the protesters. I mean, like, if there were cops in uniform stopping the protests from coming in.
On the Capitol. The other is people. Well, words have meaning. They describe events.
When leftists injure 100 cops, tear down barricades, throw fire bombs at the White House.
Wait. But you're sequencing things differently. If Donald Trump was to send the military to attack, let's say, New York City, do I think that we would have a civil war? Yes. Do I think that New York City
Do you think
would,
he could? Do you think there's a possibility Trump would send the military into any one of these Democrat districts?
I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, he claims he would.
Do you think he would? Or do you fear he would?
I fear that he would attempt to do it, but I suspect...
You think he would try to start a civil war?
Well, I didn't say he would try and start a civil war, but I
That
think
would
he
start a civil war.
Well,
Or could?
I think it could, but
So
I
you
don't
think there's a
the-
possibility civil war is facing the sound in a year?
No. I don't think the military would allow for that, frankly.
National Guard, or it's like you think they would disobey Donald Trump?
I think you'd get a series of resignations. Possible, I guess, that at one point, but
Someone eventually is going to
if
say yes, right?
if your argument is that the rise of Donald Trump could bring about a civil war, I mean,
I don't know that I would say the rise of Donald Trump. I think Trump's a symptom. I think that the reason Trump gets elected is because you have this rage bubbling up in this country in a variety of ways. So you had the Tea Party and you had Occupy Wall Street, which were rather light. But then you get the Bernie Sanders movement, you get the Trump populist movement. But Trump is a bull, and he storms through and he takes the power. Bernie didn't.
But I mean, what's you're saying that it's because they're both populist movements? I mean, one's a right-wing authoritarian movement.
Call it whatever you want. People rose up and had movements for whatever reason. And perhaps you could say because Trump is a strong man, he ended up succeeding in his movement where Bernie's did not.
Well, I mean, no, Bernie Sanders was
like Hillary Clinton's the authoritarian, and she stomped out Bernie.
No, Hillary Clinton is not an authoritarian. I mean, I don't like her politics, but authoritarian it's a word. It means something. Yeah. And right-wing authoritarians. I mean, there's been, you could check out Bob Altemeyer's research, formerly from the University of Manitoba. Like there's clinical research that shows that we have like something like 25% of North America are right-wing authoritarians, and they were just looking for a leader. And the Republican Party has been stoking racial animus for decades now, and this is where the culmination. I mean, it certainly did, 200 years ago, but I think that the likelihood of civil war is low relative to the amount of times that you talk about it.
Well, I think it would require you to see what I talked about. Like, should I not opine on the Atlantic saying, quote, there's people that are absolutely ready to take on a civil war? What will happen if Trump loses from 1 week ago? If I address that and I say something like, I think it's silly to assume that within the next few months, people are going to start a civil war, is that a bad thing to do?
Dog, that's not how you opine on it. That's an opinion piece itself. You are literally pointing to that piece to say it's silly in the argument where you're trying to justify that it's not silly to say that a civil war is likely. Does Tim Pool hear the arguments that he's making? Am I misunderstanding him? Why has he so consistently, dunked on his own argument, it seems, or dunked on his own past behavior while simultaneously seemingly defending his own past behavior? I don't understand it.
Or should we just ignore it?
I mean, I think it's just indicative of like what you consider the news is, and I think that's
why are they all writing about it?
Well, because they have the same problem that you did with your news outlet, is they can't get clicks.
Do you think the only reason all of these outlets, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I just pulled up from a quick Google search, it's just they're getting clicks for it?
Yes.
I'm not, it's not a gotcha. I mean, literally, it's just sensational.
The answer is yes. Yes.
I mean, I think when you think about the original,
I'm thinking from my own personal experience. I've been covering the news professionally for the past decade, and I can't recall a single time where I was like, a civil war is imminent. Like maybe as a joke, as a meme, in a haha moment, but never. I often talk about how awful American politics is. So frequently, so consistently, I talk about the dangers of misinformation, the dangers of a right-wing reactionary sentiment in this country. And I don't think there's ever been a fucking moment where I'm like, yeah, civil war is imminent, dude. Like, I just don't. Like, the only way that it happens is if, you know, we experience an unimaginable economic shock. And even then, I don't think it's that likely. And with no recovery measures whatsoever implemented. Like, it would mean the entire global economy has to collapse. There is a reason why January 6th was fucking goofy. There is a reason why January 6th was goofy as fuck. Because Americans are far too comfortable.
Civil War, there was a huge economic investment in on the two different sides, right? One side wanted free labor, and the other side, aside from having other economic interests too, that wasn't aligned with having free labor. I don't think we have that same division here. Does that
Do we
mean
need to follow 1861 or 54 for a civil war to happen, or is it possible to look at, say, the Bolsheviks, the Spanish Civil War, the French Revolution, the British Civil War?
I think it is unlikely in this country that we would have a civil war. Do I think that we could have sort of like a constitutional crisis with someone like Donald Trump and the Republican Party? Yes, I do.
So academics right now believe that we are in what's called civil strife. Civil strife does not guarantee civil war, but it is the precursor to. So the civil rights era was a period of civil strife that did not result in a civil war. Bleeding Kansas was civil strife that did result
in the 80s, we had something like 100 bombings, maybe 75 bombings that would, various
civil
sort of-
strife. It comes and goes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you've got Stephen Marsh, who wrote the book The Next Civil War. He's a liberal guy. He makes a lot of these predictions. I defer to him. I think he's wrong on a lot of his fact assessments in the granular scope of things, but he makes a lot of points that are correct. So we actually had this debate. I think it was it last week actually on civil war, conflict, and crisis. And one of the things I have to bring up is people try and look at the 1861 Civil War as if we must follow that trend for civil war to occur, when in fact, it's rare that you actually get civil war in that.
What would you do to stop this civil war?
Tell people not to do it, to go out and vote, to believe in the system, to vote for who you think is going to help bring accountability to this country, denounce
you think there's
and
no
reject
difference
violence.
in terms of the parties as to which one could bring about that could bring about a civil war?
I think both
do you
parties
think
hold
that
the
it's-
potential for it.
Do you think that like Kamala Harris would,
Takes two to tango.
well, actually,
Oh my
it takes two
god.
to tango.
Oh
because
my
a tango
god,
is-
bro. I swear Republicans don't live on the same planet, dude. No. Kamala Harris is parading fucking Liz Cheney around and saying she's going to have a Republican in her fucking cabinet. Like, your brain has to be the size of a walnut to legitimately say it takes two to tango. Kamala Harris could very, very well bring about a civil war just as likely as Donald Trump. Is like, dude, come on. Your brain is pudding. It's tapioca pudding. That is so insane. Democrats don't even have like a messaging campaign that is against Republican policies, let alone that they would like actively urge to fight Republicans in the fucking streets. They don't even fight them in debates, dude. They hug them and kiss them in debates.
was a very intricate dance, but it doesn't take two people to start a war. I mean,
It does.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't take two people to start a war.
So if country A invades country B, but country B just surrenders immediately, there's no war.
Well, obviously, people
War is a fight.
pushing. Yeah, I mean, I guess
it
in
could
that-
be more than two, like Syria, for instance. think there was like 12 factions in the initial.
Well, Tango, both parties are like engaged in the dance. But the fact of the matter is that you can go in and yes, you can invade its war, even if they surrender after people getting shot. Do you think that like Kamala Harris? Let me put it this way: who's more likely to bring out the military against the city between Harris and Trump?
Trump didn't do it in 2020. I don't know if I have a good answer.
You don't have an opinion on this?
I don't.
Trump didn't do it. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, he did. He did. He sent Bortak. Trump used the marshals, federal marshals, to assassinate a guy who killed a Nazi in Portland. And then he fucking flexed. He was like, yep, I told him, go kill this guy. And then they did. What are we talking about? Donald Trump, when Donald Trump says he's going to use the military against enemies from within, I believe it. I don't think that is him embellishing. I don't think that's him exaggerating at all. Why do I believe it? Because he's done basically everything but that in his last administration. That's the one thing that remains. And at the time, Senator Tom Cotton was advocating to do just that. So there are people in his coalition, in his corner, that also want him to do that. At the time, they wrote about it in the New York Times. Tom Cotton wrote an article, a guest column in the New York Times.
I don't know if I have a good enough answer to say.
Well, I'll take whatever answer you don't
when
have
Trump
an opinion.
was presented with national riots, he did not invoke the Insurrection Act. He didn't send out the military. I'm not confident he has the strength, and I don't mean that in a positive way.
Who would be more inclined to do it?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't have an opinion on it.
I mean, I think it's
You're so disingenuous, Tim.
bait to be like Trump's the authoritarian, therefore he would, when he didn't do it. So the Democrats didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it in 2020. The National Guard was deployed by Democrats during the Ferguson riots. Could I make the argument that Democrats are more likely for that reason? I honestly have no idea.
Would you make that argument?
I wouldn't. I'd say there's pros and cons to make a guess as to who you think would be more likely to bring out the National Guard or invoke the Insurrection Act. Honestly, I don't know. What I will say is, it doesn't matter what you think is true. And
Mark Milley apparently, no, I don't know.
Well, so-
Mark Milley is someone that you would trust, but he basically said that Trump told him to just shoot the rioters.
I mean, Hillary Clinton said, "We came, we saw, he died. Why don't you drone strike Julian Assange?" So Barack Obama killed Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki.
Wait. Yeah, no. I agree that Obama, those drone strikes were very problematic, but that's different than saying we're going to willy-nilly fire into protesters.
What I'm pointing out is that I'm not going to tell you your opinions are wrong and you should not have them. That's not the point of what I'm getting at with civil war. My point is you believe them, and you are allowed to believe them, and that's fine by me.
I'm just curious as to who you think. I mean,
don't
if you
trust
think
any
that
of
there's
these
The Emerald Awaki conversation is so stupid because, one, that's a war crime. Okay, it is a unimaginable expansion of the powers of the presidency, and it was straightforward a war crime, an extrajudicious killing of an American citizen in the hands of the American state, which is what Obama did. The thing is, Donald Trump killed his sister. So what are you saying right now? Like everything that you could point to with respect to Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, who I actually, was it his daughter or his sister? No, Donald Trump killed the same person that Obama killed, his immediate family members. I think both are wrong. I think it's completely unacceptable. The difference between me and Tim is that he thinks it's acceptable. I guess he thinks it's acceptable or doesn't know that Trump did it.
Going to be a civil war or that there's a big potential for it. You don't see, there's no difference between Trump and Harris as to.
Trump assassinated. Yeah. Daughter of Anwar al-Awlaki reported killed in Yemen raid. Nawar Anwar al-Awlaki, the 8-year-old daughter of former al-Qaeda and the Arabian Peninsula leader Anwar al-Awlaki, was killed in a joint American UAE raid against the terror group on Sunday, according to the girl's family. Anwar al-Awlaki was a U.S.-born cleric who directed attacks against the U.S., was killed in a targeted drone strike in 2011. In that first drone strike, Barack Obama killed his son. Donald Trump then did another targeted strike where Donald Trump killed the daughter. I don't know why you guys thought I meant like Trump killed his own sister. I guess I said it stupidly. Anyway.
To the likelihood of a civil war or who would start this war. You don't, there's
in
just.
2020, Democrats held a war game as reported by the Boston Globe. Are you familiar with this? Where Podesta and others, neocons, had come together.
In 2020.
Before the 2020 election, they held a war game, as reported by the New York Times and the Boston Globe, where they said in the event the event Trump wins, we should advocate for West Coast states to secede from the Union.
In 2020?
Yes. In 2020, before the election took place, a war game was held by prominent neoconservatives and Democrats, including John Podesta.
Oh, so you mean like a bunch of people who are out of government went into a room and
working on the campaign and said, what happens if Trump wins? And one of the proposals was Washington, Oregon, and California must secede from the Union unless Trump's government capitulates to our demands.
This is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard in this conversation.
And that was just the most insane thing I'd ever heard.
They're not just going through a bunch of different people out of government are just going around. So your argument.
You say out of government, but campaigning for the office of the presidency is a big difference, right? Podesta is a big shot in the Democratic Party. It's not like he's not in power. These are private organizations, Republican or Democrat. The issue I'm saying is this. By all means, tell me I'm wrong. Believe all of it. But I
just think it's fascinating you don't have an opinion on this.
Well, because I hear you, and
I mean, you have this knowledge that some Democrats who are out of power.
You keep saying that, but John Podesta is far from out of power.
Well, I mean, in 2020, he wasn't in the government.
He's a big shot in the Democratic Party, and he's basically has a lot of say in who gets to run and who doesn't, and where funding comes from.
Okay, he had power within the Democratic Party, but
he's saying if Trump wins, we will.
Well, wait, did Panetta say this, or this just there's like 14 different scenarios that are being gamed out, and because they're doing the war game, this is one of them that happens in this sort of completely hypothetical thing.
Why do you think they entertained the possibility of West Coast secession? Like, that's just stupid, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
it's a stupid thing for them to do.
Listen. Donald Trump had states competing over PPE during COVID. He completely abandoned this country at a time where there was.
The Transition Integrity Project was initially organized in late 2019 by Rosa Brooks, a law professor at Georgetown, former Pentagon senior official. Peaceful presidential transitions are seen as a hallmark of the Republican Party. Trump's own statements have fueled concerns about the peaceful transition of power. So they were trying to build a contingency plan specifically against Donald Trump. Like refusing to do a peaceful transition of power. Like, what could they do hypothetically? Like, they got together and they were like, what could we possibly do hypothetically to ensure that Donald Trump, does a peaceful transfer of power? Am I wrong? Isn't that what this is? Yeah, it's like he's not wrong, dude. One of my D&D campaigns was a replay of the 2020 election, and it ended with all citizens being trans. These are also most of these guys are right wing too, which is kind of funny. Like the people that it was like Bill Crystal, Max Boot, David Frum. I wonder, like, yeah, we got a bunch of fucking neocons who were like genuinely terrified about the future of American democracy because it'll, take away their toy. Good thing most of those guys are now completely firmly within the Democratic Party and have captured the Democratic Party entirely. So,
was a once in a lifetime crisis. And
what if Trump steals the election?
To the extent that if Trump steals the election,
what do you think would happen?
What do you mean by steal?
Let's say that Kamala Harris wins the popular. Here's a scenario that's playing out right now. Mississippi had a lawsuit. Fifth Circuit Court ruled that ballots received after Election Day, even if postmarked before, are illegal to count. This would have to go to the Supreme Court for final adjudication. But one scenario that is potential because of this is that Donald Trump is winning on Election Day. However, mail-in votes have yet to be counted, of course. This is what happened in 2020. Then, when those votes come in, Republicans sue, going to the Supreme Court, which you believe is right-leaning, and the Supreme Court says...
Wait. I believe it's right-leaning?
Do
you not believe it's right-leaning?
I'm not making a point about my or your belief. I'm saying...
You said you believe it's right-leaning. Really? It's right-leaning.
And I will say, as you have stated, the court is right-leaning, okay?
Thank you.
So my point is this. If Kamala Harris is losing on Election Day, but it is perceived that she will win when mail-in ballots come in the following day, but the Republicans sue, citing the Fifth Circuit Court. It goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court rules all of those votes for Kamala, which would give her the win, are out. Trump is now the president, despite losing the popular vote and the Electoral College. What do you think happens?
Well, we have a model for this. It was the year 2000, where all of the legal establishment was shocked that the Supreme Court intervened and prevented Florida from counting all the votes. And to the extent that we, past performance is no guarantee of future performance, but...
Uh-oh. What does this mean? Al Jazeera Arabic breaking news. Pentagon deploying ballistic missile defense destroyers, fighters, tankers, and long-range bombers to the Middle East. Joe Biden has to be a sleeper for Trump, I swear to God. So B-52 bombers are, the big Monty. What's the saying? If you see a B-52 bomber, don't worry, you're not the target. I mean, I think there are a smaller, or no, that's the B-2 bomber. No, not B-52, sorry. B-52 is still, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin ordered the deployment of additional ballistic missile defense destroyers, fighter squadron, and tanker aircraft, and several U.S. Air Force B-52 long-range missile bombers of the Middle East, the Pentagon said. These forces will begin to arrive in coming months as the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group prepares to depart. I guess it is a response to the Israeli intelligence suggests Iran is preparing to attack Israel from Iraqi territory in the coming days, possibly before the U.S. presidential election, two Israeli sources tell me. I didn't realize when Elant News sent this in, I didn't realize it was Israeli sources claiming that. I thought it was actually Iranian sources saying that because they usually spell out their potential targets ahead of time. So if it's Israeli sources, then this might be something different. Nothing burger. There will not be strategic bombers flying over Iran. These things are about as vulnerable to air defenses as can be. Posturing and training rotation. B-2s are the real thing. And they fly out of USA, not the Middle East. B-52s are not really used against people who don't herd goats. I mean, who knows? I saw that my uncles are fighting after this combo. I know. It hurts my feelings.
The Democrats basically stood down.
Do you think Democrats would just stand down and let Trump come in?
I think I would be surprised if there weren't like a massive protests, and I think we would see states attempt to get more progressive and become more sustainable and not rely on the federal government as much. Yeah.
What if Trump sends in the military to start rounding up illegal immigrants?
Oh, I think that's going to be really, really ugly. In addition to being like a
you think
horrible,
if
horrible
troops are
thing
putting
for our
people on
economy.
buses and trains, the Democrats will just stand by and say this is
I
fine?
mean, if the Supreme Court basically says it's okay to deploy the military in the United States, I think that could be a problem. Now, you've just given me that scenario. Would you imagine Kamala Harris doing the same thing? Do you think that she would send the military to deport 11 million people?
No. She said she wants to recently. She said people who enter illegally will be quickly and immediately removed.
Oh, I was still on the political violence thing. I thought she did say that. Tim is right on this.
Moved. I think.
Well, of that 11 million people, 80% of them have been here for over 10 years. So, so how is it where you can so easily work up a scenario
where Donald Trump
instigates a civil war, but you can't with Kamala Harris? That you think they're the same?
Why do you say I couldn't?
All right, well, give me one.
So first of all, I don't really put a lot of weight on Kamala Harris. Right? She wasn't elected. The Democrats voted for her, so she was.
Well, I mean, it's either going to be her or Donald Trump as the president.
But so with Trump in office, Trump is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling people what to do. With Kamala in office, she's surrounded by intelligence officials, military officers, and what we've seen thus far is the arrest of lawyers, the arrest of
lawyers.
Donald Trump's lawyers were arrested
for.
What's her face?
Wait, is he talking about like? Yeah, Donald Trump's lawyers have also literally distanced themselves from Donald Trump because they almost got caught. Is he talking about Sidney Powell? Please tell me you're not talking about Sidney Powell. That'd be pretty funny. Or Rudy Giuliani. Donald Trump's own personal lawyers in the classified documents with obstruction of justice case literally had to recuse themselves and actually stop being his lawyers because Donald Trump was trying to use them to hide documentation, to hide classified documents after the state had already figured out that he had classified documents, and he was just lying to them for no fucking reason. So this doesn't mean anything. It just means that like Donald Trump does often try to use his own fucking lawyers to do illegal shit, which of course there is a limitation to the attorney-client privilege. Like, you can't Donald Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, literally went to jail. You can't use your lawyers to do crime, dude. That doesn't mean that the state is wrong.
Jenna Ellis, was that her name? She got charged with RICO for simply being Trump's lawyer.
Really? That's did it hold up in court?
She ended up, I think she pleaded guilty. She ended up crying on TV, apologizing for having done it.
Yeah, now she's like anti-Trump too, isn't she? Am I crazy? Wasn't I on a fucking panel with this lady? By the way, I just realized I've been in direct contact with not one, but two of Donald Trump's former lawyers that got into legal trouble because of their dealings with Donald Trump, which is wild. You know? Why does he have so many fucking lawyers that are constantly getting into legal trouble? He's burning through them.
They included her in RICO because she filed paperwork on Trump's behalf for his election claims.
Oh, because she knew they were false.
No, I don't think that was what she was charged with. She was charged with RICO counts 1 and 2, which was participating in
a conspiracy to defraud the United States.
And so the issue then becomes, if you're a lawyer and you are retained by someone who says, here's the argument I want to make, and you go, okay, then they criminally charge you for it. That's a huge step over the line.
Well, if you're involved in fraud, then yes, that's always been the case.
If you're not,
was this the first time that a lawyer has ever been subjected to something like that in a fraud case like that?
Not sure, but it's other lawyers that got charged too in Wisconsin. So it's you know what? By all means, Sam.
Wait.
Go ahead and tell them she deserves it. Say she deserves it.
She deserves it.
Okay, what do you think Trump supporters will respond with when they see Trump's lawyers, former staffers, Navarro, Bannon being put in prison?
Certainly, supporters don't like, people being going to jail. But I mean,
why didn't Merrick Garland go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Why didn't?
Dude, what an insane fucking line of reasoning. Does Tim Pool not realize that a lawyer cannot legally participate in a crime? Does Tim Pool think that when you're a lawyer, that means you're like above the law? Does Tim Pool think that if you have a lawyer that you have retained, you can get them to do whatever you want and they have to agree to it, even if it's a direct crime? Did this motherfucker not watch Saul Goodman? Like, did he not watch Better Call Saul? You know what happens, right? Did you not watch the last season? Here's the fault with Sam's prior SCOTUS argument right there. And it's that SCOTUS can say what Trump is doing is unconstitutional. Trump can just do it anyway. And there's nothing anyone can do because it's within his official duties, citing national security concerns. If he starts rounding people up and deporting and offing them, there's nothing the system can do. No, that's not true. Attorney-client privilege? No, the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has given additional allowances to the president, but that doesn't mean that the president is like above prosecution no matter what. It just means that there is an additional safeguard for a president to do crimes and claim that it is a presidential act. That doesn't mean that a president could just like shoot someone in the head and then get away with it. There would still be you would still have to take it back up to the Supreme Court to be like, is this a presidential act or was this not a presidential act? Previously, you didn't have to make that assessment. You were like, that's illegal. You're going to jail. But the Supreme Court made it so that they were basically the final check against, if they want to, the final line of defense that determines whether or not this is a prosecutable act or not. Anyway,
he go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Yeah.
What you mean from the Justice Department?
Yeah, the was it the her investigation or was it I'm getting the name wrong? He was held in contempt of Congress, I think, twice.
There's been a lot of people who've been held in contempt of Congress that haven't gone to prison.
So the issue right now is Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon go, and when Merrick Garland defies Congress, he does not.
I think government officials probably get away with this more because we had we had members of Congress who also.
That is a fine argument.
But wait.
It's a fine argument. But
we're getting off the original question was.
And the question is, do you think Trump supporters are going to accept this as true, that it's just government officials getting.
I don't know. I've seen Trump supporters believe a lot of very strange things, like John F. Kennedy is in the
I'm sure this has happened, but in recent history, I can't think of a single fucking Republican or Democrat or any like person that holds office that has ever been prosecuted in contempt of court for being in contempt of Congress. Like, I don't think has that happened? Like to I can't remember. I'm sure there might be. And I'm certain that it's probably happened throughout history, but I don't think that it's happened in recent times. Like, Steve Bannon is not a elected representative, chat, or even like an appointed person. Steve Bannon is a fucking random nut job. What do you mean, Steve Bannon? And also, we're talking about contempt of Congress. That's what Tim Pool brought up. Tim Pool brought up contempt of Congress. Like, why is Merrick Garland not in prison for being in contempt of Congress? Like, as in not showing up to a congressional hearing.
Junior is in the audience.
That is, he had the magazine.
Yeah, I mean, so I have no idea how to predict. But again, the question I ask, do you think can you come up with a scenario where Harris instigates a civil war in the way that you talked about with Trump doing it?
The Harris administration, yes.
Okay, and let me hear it.
The expansive arrest and prosecution of Donald Trump, his supporters, and those associated with his movement.
Well, the Bannon went.
I'm gonna say something controversial. I'm gonna say something controversial here and say that Tim Pool, I think was able to successfully gish gallop his way out of giving Sam some good dunks. Like, I think Sam was too nice to him. And because of that, it just comes across as like a 3-hour conversation that I think if Tim like showed some more energy on instead of being nice, I think Sam would have fucking slammed him up and gummed up the works and packed them up in like 15 minutes. Keep watching. The energy flips at a point. Where does the energy flip?
This is going to come from the right. Verse.
Because they're still talking about this shit.
15% benefits. But it's not necessarily younger people are going to have to pay money.
New workers will have to.
No. They're always going to have to pay, hopefully, with Social Security, unless the Republicans have their ability to cut it. But
you're right. It actually says 83%. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would put some things to rest. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean,
Trump is saying it should be a state's issue, and I believe that is absolutely incorrect.
no, I think we had an individual right that existed in this country for 50 years, and it was rolled back. We've never had anything like that whatsoever. I think it's a right that when taken away, deprives people who have babies their sovereignty over their own body, and it's both an economic issue and a personal liberty issue.
What do you think there should be restrictions
on abortion?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with restrictions, like for instance,
This is the normal response to this is no, but the optically best possible response to this is not a no, because when you say no to no, like when you say no to that question, I know a lot of women are going to get mad, but when you say no to that question, immediately you have to remember that like the fucking worst idiots will go, oh, you want to have a fun abortion on the last trimester. So you have to be careful in the way that you communicate. If your goal is to be, if your goal is to change the minds of a lot of people, okay, there is no such thing as a fun abortion, right? Like people are not just voluntarily getting an abortion after carrying a pregnancy almost to term, because the process in which you carry a pregnancy is also very complicated and can cause a lot of harm to the carrier. Okay. So it makes no fucking sense for people to basically almost carry a pregnancy to term and then get an abortion for funsies in the last trimester. Republicans present it as though that is happening all the fucking time. So the answer to that is when someone says no restrictions on abortion, the best optical answer is that these decisions should be left to the medical professionals and the medical community, and that the government should not intervene in this process. You do not have a say in whether or not people get insulin if they have diabetes. That is left to the doctors. So you should not have a say in this process as well, because the abortion, a medically induced miscarriage, an abortion is a medical procedure. Okay? That's it. So that is the best possible way to respond to it. And I'm sure Sam will do that as well.
Say only in the case of, let's say, a danger to a woman, or a woman's life, is that is extremely difficult to assess where that line is. And we've seen this. 2 women have died at least in Texas as a function of the abortion ban that they have there. We also know that infant mortality in the wake of the Texas thing, because there's been studies on this, increased 15% in the wake of the abortion ban there. So in general, I would say that restrictions are in practice not viable, not doable, because you end up costing women their lives. I think that to the extent that I would have restrictions, I think you need a medical provider to provide abortions, that go past the maybe midway through the second trimester.
But, do you think that with elective abortion should be available up to 9 months?
If it is I think that is the safest route for women if it is done by a medical provider. Yeah.
Elective. I asked elective, to be clear.
Elective.
Meaning no reason given, no medical issues, just a woman saying, you know what, I've
carried this baby for 8.5 months and I've changed my mind.
Well, that's a little crass way of putting it. I think some women are going through some serious crises in their lives, and they may make a decision that's a bit more than just they've changed their mind. Like, for instance, where a woman is being battered by her husband, and then she realizes at month 6 that if she has this kid, he's going to continue to beat and harm the child, and she can't stay with him or something.
Well, I think, I'm not going to assess people's reasons for having an abortion. It's not really my business. But I think that having restrictions ends up.
But morally speaking, just because the innovation is now easily accessible and available, does it make the act right? Yes. In regards to the morality, just because innovation has improved to the point that it is easily accessible and possible doesn't mean the act is right? Yes. Yes. The answer is absolutely yes. What do you mean? What is the counter argument against this? Like, moving with the times? What are you saying? I treat abortions, medically induced miscarriages, in the same exact way that I treat any other medical procedure. I think that the medical innovation in this field is completely and utterly irrelevant. And I think that this decision should be left to the healthcare professionals and the patient themselves. I'm saying that diabetes and abortion are two different things. I'm saying that that's not correct. It's up to you to tell me why it's a different thing. They are both medical procedures that save the life of the carrier, that save the life of the person. Like, it's medical intervention that professionals have decided is the appropriate response. Not only is it that in circumstances most things are allowed, so yeah, you're right. Wait, what? Okay, so what, you conceded? I don't understand. All right. I guess cool. I don't know what you're arguing against. You just said I'm right, I think.
Costing women's lives, and so I would, on balance, not have restrictions outside of, like, obviously, like, particularly as you get further into the pregnancy, requirements about medical, medical certified medical providers.
So let's say you have a scenario: a woman goes to a Planned Parenthood, 6 months pregnant, and she just says, I don't want to explain it, I just would like to get an abortion. Is that a...
Can we leave diabetics out of this nonsense? Why? What are you, scared that the Republicans are going to start fucking denying you insulin? No. I think it's a perfectly apt and appropriate fucking like analogy in this circumstance. It's just like a readily accepted, have been for years. Okay, fair. We're not talking about fucking lack of Medicare for all or how expensive insulin is. We're talking about, like, we're talking about straight up, like, one party deciding, like, insulin is unconscionable, insulin is ungodly.
She should be allowed. There should be just medical professionals that say, we're going to do it. We're not going to ask you why.
I think I think it's okay to...
Like, the answer to this is there's already restrictions to third trimester abortions in almost every single state. And that is because it is a medically invasive procedure, and it's a risky procedure, as a matter of fact. And that is precisely the reason why, you can't just, you can't do an over-the-counter third trimester abortion. There is a lot of visits to the doctor leading up to this decision. And it's ridiculous. It's no different than hormone replacement therapy. Like, Republicans act like you can just walk to your nearest pharmacy and just be like, testosterone now, please, or estrogen now, please. And then they're like, oh, I'm too woke, I have to give it to you. Like, that's not how that works. You know what I mean? It's very stupid. You're just arguing against the reality that does not exist, right? Dude calling me conceited. Conceit, though you are well-spoken, don't get it twisted. Dude calling me conceited, arrogant. You can't just name call dick. No, dude, I said you conceded. I didn't say, like, concede, to concede. Like, you agreed with me, so I don't know why we should argue any further. You said I am right. What the fuck? Dude, oh my God, my fucking haters, man. What is happening, bro? What is that? Open the schools. Open the schools. Abolish homeschooling. Open the schools. We need to leave children behind. Okay, the No Child Left Behind policy failed. Okay, we need to leave children behind. Like we need to keep them getting the education. Oh my God.
To explore it and get a sense, as you would for any type of medical procedure.
What does that mean? Like,
I think that there's an obligation within the context of like ethical practice of medicine to
not just terminate a baby at 6 months without reason.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they should adjudicate this, but I don't think that like necessarily medical providers are going to be just like, hop up here, we'll just do this right now. I mean, I think there are procedures in which they do it, but essentially as long as it's like sort of like, they're following, medical procedures, like I don't think that somebody can, walk in here at 6 months and say to you, like, can you get rid of my baby? And you're allowed to do it.
No, but I'm just asking, like, should there be a time limit, like 16 weeks?
I think that is, that endangers women too much. So the answer is no. I don't believe so.
Yes. Any additional regulation or restriction brought about by the state endangers the life of the carrier that is making a oftentimes complicated medical decision with a medical provider. Okay? It's that simple. You are putting people's lives on the line for no fucking reason other than winning political brownie points with a tiny group of people that are very, very strong and overrepresented in the Republican Party's base of support. That's it. The overwhelming majority of Americans do not agree to this. So much so that state by state, they have refused to go along with these restrictions. They voted against these restrictions. They voted to preserve and protect at least Roe v. Wade in virtually every state where it's been on a ballot measure. Can speak from experience as the wife and I have been trying to have care after our miscarriage, and it's going on 2 months of doctor following laws and regulations. This was at 8 weeks and we still can't move on with our lives. Yeah. Being pro-life is the biggest virtue signaling group on the planet. Yeah, I mean, they're not pro-life. They're pro-forcing women to carry pregnancy is the term. They are anti-choice. They're not pro-life. They are anti-choice. Because if they were pro-life, there is a whole litany of different things that they'd be advocating for, like gun control, for example. Like, the average Republican is certainly not pro-life. They're pro-death more than they're pro-life. Let's be real. You got owned in the marketplace of delusion. It's true. I did.
So, but that would create a circumstance, be it as rare as, it may be, but where there's like an 8-month abortion.
It's conceivable. I mean, certainly in the 8th or 9th month. I mean, here's the thing. In the 8th or 9th month, you can, you may find that.
Like the overwhelming majority of third trimester abortions are being done, like damn near every single one are being done to people that have already chosen the fucking like baby crib. You know what I mean? To people that have already, to couples or to parents that have already like decided on a name for the child. This is a medical intervention. It is a medical necessity. Okay. And it is an invasive surgery. It is an invasive surgical procedure. Okay. 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, and it's as uncomplicated as taking a pill. Okay. It's much simpler than you would think. But in the extreme rare instances of a third trimester abortion, I can't begin to explain to you how fucking rare this is. All right. This is a already psychologically traumatic experience because in virtually every single one of those cases, they want to carry the pregnancy to term. So you're basically shutting off or adding unnecessary complications to a family that have wanted to have the child, okay? and now can't have the child for one reason or another, usually some serious harm to the fucking carrier, or it's like stillbirth or some shit like that. Okay. And they're trying to get this medical procedure, and now Republicans are like, sorry, we've decided like you can't do that. Okay, now you're fucking killing the carrier. You're killing a woman. Okay? Why are they so obsessed with abortion? I'm from outside the US. Is it to make sure the white population does not reduce? I think a lot of it has to do with controlling what women can and can't do. I think it's like a way to try and like punish women into behaving in a more like tradcath way of life, only have sex to procreate, like do not have recreational sex, that type of shit. America is very puritanical. That's what it is. Hold on. Isn't it weird we have to debate about whether certain medical practices should be allowed just based on vibes? Yes, it is weird. It is fucking weird. It's really, really weird to me, at least. Like, Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 25 get the subs. I don't understand it. I think it is, to me, there is virtually no difference than like Republicans being like, oh, we've decided we're all Christian medicalists now. You know what I'm talking about? Like Christian scientists, Christian medicalists that believe that you need to pray every fucking ailment away. Like if you have an illness, you just pray it away. You can't do like real medical intervention. And they've just, like, if the 30% evangelical base within the Republican Party just like decided to lean in that direction, and then the Republican Party responded by nationalizing a Christian medicalist approach, and then started genuinely stopping the process of just like doctors operating. That is what this is. And it sounds fucking insane when I, make an analogy like this, but that is what's happening with abortion. That's what's happening with fucking trans care. Like, that's literally what is going on. It's all about enforcing a certain standard of life that 30% of the nation, many of which don't even fucking uphold themselves, but like 30% of the nation wants to enforce upon the rest of the country. And it's very, very insane. It's very conservative, it's very reactionary, it's very stupid, but it doesn't matter because, the Democrats have to concede the Republicans, and the Republicans love conceding to the most primal, most barbaric nature of the most active base of support. We are held hostage by some of the fucking craziest people in this country. Yeah, 0.02% of all abortions happen in the third trimester. That's 1 in 5,000. And in those final 13 weeks, it just becomes more and more rare because, like you said, at that point, people want to carry the child to term. Yes.
The child is going to not be viable.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about elective. Like I'm specifically trying to ask about that.
But here's the danger, though. Like, and this is what I'm talking about. Why you have women who have died in Texas, and there's probably a lot more that we're not aware of, is that imposing these restrictions is not like there's no like bulb that shows up when you say this child is.
One thing about Kamala is I will never believe a male politician really gives a fuck personally about abortion, but I do believe her. I mean, the most famous female politician that ran on this issue was Hillary Rodham Clinton, and her fucking statements were also, far more conservative than the average person. Last time he spoke about this abortion, there was a group on Twitter that shared this information packet, and I thought it was really helpful too. Just FYI. Okay, I'm not going to.
100% not viable, or that your life is 100% not threatened. Like, where's the threshold? Is it at 20%? If the woman's life is in jeopardy, it's 20%. And this is, a vague, a doctor doesn't have like some meter that they put on the, the woman and say, oh, okay, your life is at 20%. No, these are vague determinations. And when you impose these type of restrictions on, what invariably happens is women die, because in real life, not hypothetical world, in real life, the doctors are afraid of crossing a threshold where they could get imprisoned, or they could lose their license, or, conceivably the woman might too. And so I leave it up to a doctor and the patient. I don't know what constitutes even elective. Like, is it elective if there's a 20% chance I'm going to die?
No.
That's not elective.
It's not elective.
What about 5%?
That's not elective.
What about 1%?
Wait, what? Okay, so Tim Pool wants unrestricted abortions because the likelihood that you will die while giving birth is higher than 5%.
Not elective.
Okay.
If it's, what's the percentage? Does he not realize that, oh my God, Tim Pool is so fucking devoid of pussy that he does not understand this? Like, dog, how have you never thought about this? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. You just agreed with Sam that there is no, oh my God. Dog, he literally got someone pregnant before you. I impregnated half of this chat's mothers, okay? Calm down.
We know that
elective is usually used to describe
0.5%.
I've decided I don't want the baby anymore.
Because we know that, there's always a danger of a woman dying in childbirth. And it's above zero.
In 2022, the maternal mortality rate in the United States was 22.3 deaths per 100,000 live births. It's not 5%. Okay, well, now you're saying it's 33 deaths per 100,000 births. Okay. Okay, it's less than 1%. Well, still above zero. There you go. 33 was from 2021. One in 20 women dying from childbirth would be crazy, but above 0% is still a risk. Tim is still saying if it's above 0%, it's not elective. By the way, that doesn't even matter because the real point of contention here is not the risk of a carrier dying during childbirth. Because as we've stated time and time again, the risk is bodily harm to the carrier in the third trimester. Someone getting an elective abortion in the third trimester is not getting it because they want to have it for fun. They wanted to see what it would feel like to carry a pregnancy to term and then fucking abort the fetus.
So where?
Oh, come on.
No,
we're trying to be reasonable, right? We want to solve the problem. We don't want to just say, oh,
what's the problem?
Geez. There are conservatives who believe that if the baby is, well, for many, I don't even believe in IVF because even a fertilized, embryo is life.
What's the problem? I understand.
I bet it feels good as fuck for at least a second. No, I don't think it does.
That there are religious people who don't like what I do, but what's the problem?
The death of a baby.
Well, I would contend that we're talking about the death of a fetus. And
so the issue is whether someone determines personhood or not is a legal constitutional question that needs to be answered. For instance, in Civil War, they didn't think black people were humans who had civil rights, and that's.
Oh my God, bro! See, this is like the vegan trope, Like immediately, it's like, well, we don't consider black people to be people. during the period of the Civil War. What if it's the same thing for the fetuses?
It's clearly the psychotic way to view the world. But you holding the view that an unborn child is or is not an individual who holds a view, whether they are or not, is an unanswered question at the Supreme Court level that I believe sooner or later will be answered. And they may make a determination that...
No, it will not be. The moment that it's answered in the direction that Republicans want it to be answered, society collapses. What, we just like start offering fucking Social Security to fetuses in the womb? Like what? What if they don't make it? I think the other part of this story, and it's especially shocking to have this conversation in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade going away, is how you prosecute it. If you criminalize abortions, then what do? You have to criminalize pregnancy. You cannot criminalize abortion without criminalizing pregnancies. As in, you have to heavily regulate, heavily monitor every single person that's pregnant. You have to, for example, in this process, a pregnant mother that drinks a sip of wine, because you don't know how much wine they've consumed, is technically, in the eyes of the law, are they putting the fetus at risk? Are they putting the life at risk? If they are mowing the front lawn, should they get arrested? Ironic, of course, because the process in which you arrest someone physically and then forcibly detain them is quite traumatic, and therefore you're putting the fucking life at even more risk. What's next? You're going to fucking chain them to force them to carry the pregnancy to term in jail, chained up? You would need a team of prosecutors to fucking investigate every single miscarriage, which has happened, by the way, in this country. And the problem still remains. The fetus and its viability is left to the carrier. The fetus cannot live outside of the womb, especially up until the end of the second trimester, I believe, right? So what that means is that every single miscarriage, every single one has to be prosecuted like a death. Every single one. It's ridiculous. Small government, by the way. Small government conservatives, by the way.
That the unborn are persons who are...
what do you think?
Man, that's tough. I tend to be traditionally pro-choice. I think that when you have...
Then the argument is null and void. Okay, it's quite simple, I think.
Do you think there should be restrictions on abortion?
100%.
What should those restrictions be?
Time limit for sure, but I don't know. I'm not smart enough to give you a certain amount of time.
But here's the problem: is that when you in practice, that time limit ends up killing women.
Well, you've got a dying baby or a dying woman, and we're trying to figure out how to save them both.
Well, I mean, one is
if the baby can survive, why kill it?
So you're saying viability. So
viability is huge, and medical technology is rapidly expanding that. But there's still a lot of questions in how we handle it. So my position is that the government can't mandate one person provide their body to another person. However, if a person provides consent in the initial phase, now they have an obligation for a certain time period. So
if you have sex and you get pregnant, you are obligated to carry that baby to term. Is that what you're saying?
I think that I'd be in favor of abortion up to a certain point.
Well, but I don't understand what the logic is there.
Logic is compromise.
Oh, so this is just a question of splitting the baby in half, literally.
Not literally splitting the baby in half. It is, can the government tell someone you must provide your body and blood to another person?
And you say they can up to a certain point.
The questions of consent play a role in whether you allow someone and then have an obligation to them based on the requirement. So, for instance, like rape, I 100% exception. Health of the mother.
Okay.
Why? That's still a life. Why? Health of the mother. That's still a life. Why? if you believe that life begins at conception, and I can't tell if Tim believes that or not, but he's making an argument as though he does. So if it's at the point of viability, there's no, because the rape exception is so stupid because that's not a real thing. Okay. We already have untested rape kits. There's a massive backlog of untested rape kits in this country. But beyond that, the prosecutorial aspect would take so long, far longer than it takes to carry a pregnancy to fucking term. So if you were to leave it to the legal system to determine if a rape happened already or not, it's far too late at that point. You've already forced someone to carry a pregnancy to term. And also, if you personally are a firm, committed believer that life begins at conception, then it doesn't matter. You cannot argue for a rape exception. You can't. Because that's still a life. You're still killing someone. You're just saying like, oh, I guess some murders are valid. Is that what your argument is? And if you think some murders are valid, then why not make that exception to virtually every murder at any point, especially considering the viability of the pregnancy or the carrier's life?
100%
So let's take rape.
Yeah. The woman can choose.
Okay. What establishes rape?
When a person does not consent.
Okay.
Great. Sam is going to walk him through the long and convoluted legal process in which determining a rape would take far longer than carrying a pregnancy to term.
How rape is a criminal term, right?
Yes, indeed.
So you need to go through the court case.
Perhaps.
What do you mean perhaps?
Well,
like, can I come in and say I was raped and that's it? All I need to do is say I was raped.
Nope.
Okay. So you need to have a court case.
No, I didn't say that either. There would have to be some degree of
Well, you keep telling me what you're not saying, but why don't you just say what you're saying? How do you establish?
No, you got to calm down.
No, well, how do you establish what if rape has taken place or not?
So there's rape kits, right? And we can check for abrasions, and a woman who was raped certainly would want to get a rape kit done, I'd imagine.
Well, okay. First of all,
but if you're asking,
we know for a fact
if you're asking
that a lot of hold on, we know for a fact that a lot of women don't seek rape kits for whatever reason because they're afraid to. Okay, so if you don't get a rape kit,
we have responsibilities to ourselves and to others, and sometimes those choices are very difficult to make.
So just the existence of a rape kit will establish that rape has happened. Why do we need court cases to establish that rape has happened?
I didn't say we did. I said no.
Okay, so
a medical professional who assesses that a rape has occurred, I believe, is
what if they go in
largely
too many days after to get a rape kit?
And then there's no evidence of a rape taking place?
Yeah.
That would be a restriction.
Okay. So who makes that adjudication?
If a rape took place?
Yeah.
The person administering the rape kit.
So we would put rape kit people who are administering this and look at the evidence. And do you think it's just like completely binary? Do you think like when you get a rape kit, like this person has definitely been raped or this person has definitely not been raped?
I think that we're dealing with something outside of the simplicity of I can go to court. It takes 6 months to a year to figure something out, which means there's a compromise. How can we come to the best determination to make sure that women are not lying, which I assume would be exceedingly rare, and we're actually going after the criminals? I do not think it's fair to put the burden on someone to perform an abortion without actually taking the responsibility of yourself and saying, look, victims have responsibilities. And it's unfortunate that they're victims, but we're trying our best.
So if you don't go, so let's say, for instance, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever, and spent any time exploring the psychological and the sort of like social pressures on people to report rape. I mean, but you're basically saying that if you don't go and get a rape kit,
if you think that Tim Pool's statement about how rape victims have a responsibility, a duty to come out and like place the emphasis on the victim of this heinous crime is shocking, I urge you to revisit why this conversation is even taking place. it's not that crazy for Tim Pool to make that leap when the underlying premise of his argument is that he wants to create unnecessary hurdles that get in the way of women's bodily autonomy. And this is not me being like a pussy male feminist. Like, that's just straightforward. That is what it is. You have a disagreement that no medical professional agrees with. You have a disagreement with the entirety of the medical healthcare community, the entirety of like researchers, medical researchers, academics that believe that this is a necessary medical intervention, a normal process, as normal as fucking insulin for a diabetic patient. You just simply disagree, and therefore you think women should not be allowed to get this process. Okay? My point is the argument placing the emphasis on the victim in the duty of a victim to come out, the duty of a victim of rape to come out and report it is coming from the exact same place of people having a callous conversation surrounding women's bodily autonomy. It's victim blaming, but it comes from the same place of misogynistic sentiment.
It's contingent upon the police department to assess this rape kit. If you go too late,
Is that who's administering the rape kit?
yeah.
Yeah, this was also a fun little moment. Even after the arrest of a suspect, YouTuber Tim Pool calls the story of Ohio child rape victim a hoax. So I don't think he cares about it that much.
It's not a doctor?
No, I mean, they may have medical things.
Well,
but it's
I was talking
basically-
about a doctor. She goes to the doctor. She says, I've been raped. They do a kit and they say, okay. And then she says, I would not want to have a pregnancy from this.
Now,
And we say,
do you honestly, like, do you know how this works? It's not like it's preponderance of the evidence. I mean, it's like, so you're basically saying the doctor gets to decide.
I am. You don't think doctors should be able to decide to give a woman an abortion?
No, I think doctors can decide. Well,
Yes, doctors make healthcare decisions. Doctors cannot determine in the aftermath of a rape occurring whether or not that was a rape that occurred or not. Like, what are you talking about? And before you say rape kits, that's not what we're talking about in this situation. What if someone's a victim of rape that comes out months later and didn't get a fucking rape kit done? You know what I mean? What do you do then? Is the doctor supposed to behave like a fucking prosecutor on top of everything else and determine with accuracy? No doctor is going to also get their license revoked. No doctor is going to get their fucking license revoked by making the wrong choice on a potential 50-50 chance that this person actually got raped or not. What if it's determined after the fact that it was not a rape? In the instance where you have criminalized it, but you at least have some medical exemptions for rape. It just doesn't make any sense. The legal argument is precisely the reason why I always talk about I always talk about how there is no reason to have a philosophical conversation surrounding the sentience of a fucking fetus. Okay? Like determining personhood and things like that. These philosophical decisions are utterly irrelevant when we are legislating. Okay? When you are writing laws, these philosophical back and forths are just nonsensical. It is not the real point of contention. Okay? And the moment that you are having these philosophical back and forths, okay, you've already lost the argument. That's precisely the reason why so many anti-abortion advocates try to draw you into that conversation. Question for Hasan: how would you go about talking to someone who when asked if they'd steal food for their children, say they just moved to a safer neighborhood? I try to genuinely talk to people who espouse hateful comments to change their minds, but I get so angry when people can't bring themselves to empathize. I mean, there's not much you can do for someone who's just like so fucking selfish. Get ready for hell. Your chat, I promise you, is going to swing on this.
I think doctors are responsible
This
for
is a compromise. I'm pro-choice, but I recognize that we're not going to live in a society where one side's demanding an extreme, the other side's demanding the other.
So you
extreme.
think the rule should be if
You are doing the same mistake they're doing, drawing into this toxic conversation. You're being part of the problem. Shut the fuck up and change topic. Wait, what? I'm a political commentator. I'm telling 35,000 people the best tactics and what to avoid in the like common trappings that reactionaries apply in an effort to distract. This is a very productive discussion. This is a very productive discussion for many people who might not have encountered this conversation or have ever thought about it. Maybe they find themselves in the throes of an argument. The fuck? Are you okay?
if you get a
doctor makes
rape case. What if it's somebody?
We're
who's
talking
like-
about edge cases.
what
I
if
mean, I
it's
don't know why you're
15?
getting so much into the edge cases.
Well, I mean,
how often does this even happen?
how often do people go in and get an abortion at 8.5 months because
Many.
they feel like it?
That's my point.
Yeah, very, very few.
Right. So why are you bringing it up?
Well, because the people who you would create restrictions are going to are going to cause
Exceedingly rare and not even an issue.
So then, why would we have any restrictions whatsoever?
Because what do you mean? So that babies at 8 months don't have their lives ended?
Well, I mean, what if there are reasons for it? I mean,
that's then requiring adjudication. But it's so exceedingly rare. You're arguing an edge case for a dramatic change.
No, that's precisely why you don't legislate it, Tim. That's the whole point. That's the whole reason. Most states already have only medical exemption, and the ones that don't have it for this particular reason. You cannot get a fucking 8-month abortion that requires zero medical intervention, okay? That's not real. That is not a thing that happens. You have to go to a doctor. A doctor has to carry out this medical process. So legislating that away is idiotic because you have fantasized that women are fucking carrying a pregnancy for 8 months only to feel pregnant and then end it, terminate that pregnancy at the end of the fucking 9-month period for fun. That is insane. What the fuck are we doing? He was so close to getting the point, it's infuriating. Never assume that a right-wing commentator who gets paid to be a right-wing commentator is actually close to any fucking point whatsoever. I do not. Just so you know, if you're having a normal conversation with a friend of yours, you can make that assessment personally, right? Some are shitheads, and that's one thing. But most normal people, you can have a normal conversation with on this issue. But someone like Tim Pool, you're not going to have a normal conversation. The reason why Sam is having this conversation with Tim Pool is not to convince Tim Pool. It's to maybe change the minds of some people in Tim Pool's audience.
Change in policy.
But
I'm not. I'm
it's
saying
not a dramatic change of policy. There are, I think, like
it's kind of
10
wild that I'm
states.
like, women should
There
be
are
able to get
10
abortions, but you're like, yes, but in these exceedingly rare circumstances, we should remove all restrictions because sometimes.
Excuse me. I think there's 10 states at least. I know you can look this up where there are no restrictions.
I agree. Yeah.
So it's
Colorado's
not.
one.
This is not some type of like radical change of policy. It exists.
No, this is recent.
I even disagree with that statement because, like, even in that process, it's just left up to the professionals to make this determination. That's it. There is no way that you can physically get an abortion with a non-invasive procedure in the 3rd trimester. Therefore, the reason why there are no restrictions whatsoever is because there are no restrictions whatsoever because specifically there can never be like there can never be a situation where you're just like taking a pill. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, it would be like asking the doctor to remove your appendix for fun. Not only is it super rare, but it's like a self-selecting process due to the severity and the complications of this medical intervention.
After the end of Roe v. Wade, these are the restrictions that these changes started happening across the board.
I mean, I can understand that.
Do you agree with those states removing restrictions?
Like I say, yes, because I think
But that's not Roe v. Wade. That's the end of Roe v.
Oh, I said at least go back to Roe v. Wade.
Didn't Roe v. Wade have a provision on viability? It was an additional case that people don't bring up. That was in the 90s.
The Casey.
Is that what it was? There was a question about viability and whether or not you can end the life of
the court. The court said in Casey it just changed the date in which, I should say the week in which states could then begin to impose restrictions on that right to get an abortion.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think these type of restrictions end up killing people.
The overturning of Roe and Casey resulted in states removing restrictions.
Correct.
Oh, what the fuck? I was muted. Are you saying that the doctor is the restricting factor and that prevents the scenario he has in his head about women getting abortions at 8 months for fun? Yes. I'm saying that the invasive nature of this procedure is an automatic restriction that stops. And the very fact that like carrying a pregnancy, okay, becoming pregnant and then carrying a fetus in your body for 8 months in and of itself is massively consequential. There are a litany of healthcare complications that occur in this process. So my point always is that there is no reason to ever legislate this stuff because who the fuck would carry it for fun just to get an abortion in the 8 months in the way that the Republicans present it? In virtually every single state that you can get a third trimester abortion, there are restrictions in terms of viability to the carrier. Okay. And in the 10 states that Sam is pointing to, there are similar restrictions in the complications that come with the procedure itself. Like that being in the rule books or not doesn't change that dynamic. So there is no reason to legislate it whatsoever. Yeah, very few doctors are even trained to do abortions after 24 weeks, non-routine training for OBGYNs. A lot of this problem would be solved if these fucking demons that are on the anti-choice train were to just simply talk to a woman that they respect. Find a woman that they see as a full human being and also respect, so they could like explain to them the process. This isn't to say that there aren't dumbass fucking broads out there, okay, who are anti-choice themselves. It's not what I'm saying at all. But like, even the dumbest woman on the planet who is fucking anti-choice still understands the complex nature of carrying a pregnancy to term and all of the complications that arise from that process. Okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade created the legal precedents by which states could begin to remove restrictions.
No. They could. I think they could have done that prior to that. I think they could have done that prior to that.
So the question ultimately is, I'm not going to come down as the supreme judge and just say like it must be. You know, the right is wrong. I say, and I've told Republicans this: if I was a woman that got raped and you told me I had to have a baby, I'd blow my brains out. Like, there is no fucking way you will tell me that I'm going to, by force, without my consent, give my body to somebody
You are
else.
telling that that woman who got raped.
There is some
that
degree of responsibility.
You have to announce this. You need to follow certain procedures as a victim of a crime. And if you don't, we're going to force you to carry
Burger,
that
thank you for the
child
20
to
gift
term.
this subs.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
There's a responsibility we have
and
as
Benign
victims of
Burger
crimes
with
as
another
well.
20 gift this
And
subs.
one of the problems we have in this country is that...
That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's true. right? If you're a victim and you want accountability and justice, you
well,
you have to go to court.
what if you make the determination that I don't want to go through what is involved with getting accountability and justice, but I also don't want to carry my rapist child. In that scenario, the woman is out of luck, according to you.
If you are not willing to take your responsibilities,
The responsibilities that,
of victims.
that the rapist has imposed upon you.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. So this is what do you call this? The Rapist in Power Act?
I suppose you'd say that liberals have a view that they have no responsibilities at all. That there is no
I don't feel like I have a responsibility. I certainly don't feel that if I was someone who could be, I am making an argument.
Well, the Rapist Responsibility Act is an emotional nonsense.
No, it isn't.
We're talking about a person's responsibility to society.
That is exactly what you're suggesting.
It's drama
is
nonsense.
tantamount. No, it's not drama nonsense.
It's prop clipping.
No, it is not.
Yes, you are. Come on,
dude.
You're not
I
making
don't
an
give
argument.
A shit about.
Make an argument. Don't say nonsense
The
words like
argument
rape.
is that what you are suggesting
is
that a woman who is raped has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. The rapist has chosen you. If I shoot you in the face, I have caused you I have imparted upon you a responsibility. What you're talking about is fascistic. It is
Sam, do you think
disgusting.
that if someone commits a crime against...
Or is it calm down? He's just making a fucking... I mean, you made an insane argument and you invoked an emotion out of Sam, who is not a fucking sociopath, immediately. And I think this is the least calm I've ever seen Sam, but still pretty fucking calm. I would have been losing my mind at this point.
Against you.
And so I'm sorry I said Rape Empowerment Act and tried to do it in a more satirical way. But what you're talking about
logic
is
centers are
disgusting.
shutting down.
And listen, no.
You're getting overly emotional.
No, I'm not.
You are not speaking logically anymore.
No. What you're
when
doing
a victim
is
of a crime, when
you
a person
are
is
doing
a
what
victim
you
of a
always
crime,
do.
they have
you're
to file
trying
paperwork
to
get
pretend like you
accountability.
can find something in here, but
You're
it
not
is
talking about the argument
absolutely
anymore.
nonsense. Yes, it is.
You are no longer
I've now-
talking about the issue
because
nor the law.
everybody sees. Oh, I am
You are getting
definitely
overly
talking
emotional.
about it. I don't.
You're talking about my person. You're doing ad hominems. You've lost it.
Ad hominems. You've lost the argument. You've done an ad hominem. I can't stand motherfuckers like this, bro. You have done ad hominems. You have lost the argument. It's always the same. It's always the same shit too. It's like is always the same damn nonsense. This is no different than the Republicans being like, oh, you called me garbage? How dare you? I can call you a pedophile. I can say that like entire subsects of the population are pedophile monsters and barbarians and rapists. But if you were to turn around and say, hey man, that's kind of a garbage thing to think. You kind of sound like a Nazi. They just turn around and go, whoa, hold on. How dare you?
No. Here's
Sam,
the point.
let's start with
You're
the law.
so full of crap.
You see,
it's
here you go.
amazing.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
I don't need to. Because
You don't need
everybody
to
who
make
has watched this,
arguments.
no. Everybody who has watched this knows
Is
that
watching you have an emotional
you're
breakdown on
saying that a rape victim has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. It's gross. It's disgusting.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I'm not having an.
Oh, dude, Republicans are so good at this shit. Where they've whipped their audience into submission, where they can openly just be like, even if Sam Cedar in this circumstance is like objectively more emotional than he normally is, but still very cool, like relatively calm and collected, the Republican on the other side can just go, I've declared myself a winner by saying you are emotional. You are emotional. You are emotional. You are emotional. And then that's it. You mad? You mad? You mad? You just say that over and over again. And half the chat will be like, hell yeah, Tim's really cooking here. He is mad. We got him, boys.
Emotional breakdown right now.
Do you think the police
I'm getting
should be...
exercise
you want to wait?
because I'm thinking of my daughter.
Here we
and
go.
I'm thinking of my daughter.
Here it is.
And I'm thinking of the idea
Oh,
that a
Sam.
rapist could force her to
Sam.
do something
Sam,
that
you're spiraling.
No, no,
You're
I'm not
spiraling.
No.
You're spiraling.
Tim,
you're not
you're
even
afraid
stopping talking
because you just
you're not even
found
stopping
out
talking.
You never
you're gonna,
think
you're gonna,
out
you're gonna,
anything
you're gonna,
that you
we're gonna say something. We're gonna
upset
talk, or are you gonna
that I
keep just talking about
faced
nonsense?
you in front of all of your
Are you gonna
audience.
wait for your prop
You
clipping?
rapist.
Your prop.
That's crazy. This is just, what the fuck did this turn into, man? I did not expect this to go this way. Holy moly, this shit is completely bricked. Completely bricked.
Prop clipping,
Empowerment
Sam.
Act.
You're prop clipping.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're
What does
prop
it mean?
clipping again.
What is prop clipping?
You're not arguing abortion anymore.
What is prop clipping?
You said, Tim, you're full of crap. You're not arguing abortion anymore.
Because
you disgust me. Oh, rape, blah, blah. You stopped
You're
arguing.
saying
you
that a
stopped
rapist-
arguing and you started doing performative garbage for the camera.
No, I'm
You
not
want to
doing
have
performative
you want to have a
garbage.
discussion, Sam?
Dude, the best
You wanna-
part of
do you
this
wanna have a discussion,
was
or are you gonna keep
tying
talking?
you in knots about
You
the
wanna have a
idea
discussion?
that a rapist can force a woman.
Here you go again.
to go in-
Here you go again. You're making things up.
I'm reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am
Sam,
reiterating your
You're getting
position
overly
to me.
emotional. You're getting heated. You're finger pointing. You're throwing slurs and name calling. You're
What's
full
the slur?
Well, I forgive me. You're so full of crap. You disgust me. Blah. This
You-
is not an argument.
honestly,
You want to have
I
a
gotta
discussion?
be honest with you.
You want to have a discussion, or you're gonna have an emotional breakdown?
You know what? I am going to continue with the so-called emotional breakdown because honestly, I think
That's right, Sam.
no. I honestly.
Let's solve our problems by Sam
I
just
honestly-
freaking out and having emotional breakdowns on camera.
I honestly think that like
Come
what
on,
you do
Sam.
is so damn.
The reason why he's doing this, the reason why Tim's doing this is because he recognizes that he lost the argument. So he's just trying to like prime his audience into thinking that he actually has like some kind of victory here. When you lose the argument in its entirety, all you can do, when you lose the argument in its entirety, all you can fucking do is basically just say, oh, well, I got the other side to be emotional, therefore I won.
damaging.
Oh no!
And this
Here he goes.
whole notion that you,
broke.
would allow
It took 2 hours
for
and 40
race-
minutes for you to break.
Yeah,
You
this
broke.
whole
Sam,
Why are you
You
keeping
broke.
me from talking?
because you haven't
If
let
you
me talk
think
one
I'm-
time.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Victims of crimes who want accountability have responsibilities.
What if they don't want accountability? What if they don't want to put themselves on the stand and have to point
they
out
don't get
that
accountability.
guy? Okay, but they have to carry the baby, right? According to you,
If they don't want accountability, then this is a
then they have to
reality.
carry the baby.
This is reality.
Say it.
A woman.
Say it. If they
I will
don't
say it as
want
plainly
accountability,
as I can say
they
it
have to
100%.
carry that rapist baby.
If a woman does not want accountability for her rape, she will carry that baby.
She has to.
She has to, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, up to 15 weeks.
That's the prop clip I want right
up
there.
to 15 weeks.
I mean, I think we have come to an agreement.
That women can get abortions if they're so choosing without any restrictions up to a certain amount of time. And then after viability would have to
They don't want to pursue their rapists in public in a public setting, and they don't want to go
I never
through
said that.
that.
Sam, you're having an emotional breakdown. You've stopped listening to what's being said. You started getting angry, insulting. You're disgusting. How dare you? This is, and you know
You
what?
don't think
And you know,
saying
Sam,
to
let
me
me tell
that
you,
you're prop clipping?
I
don't know what that means, but
So it's when you stopped arguing abortion, finger pointing and waving your hands and saying, I tied you in knots in front of the camera.
yes.
And this is why people don't invite you on their show.
I don't give a shit.
I know.
I'll tell you something.
That's why you don't
This-
get invited on shows,
No,
because
I
you don't care.
care.
I know you don't care. I'm not saying
I don't
you do.
care. I honestly, like, this is.
You start the show, like, I don't want to talk politics. I want to talk about how you said mean things about me before.
Oh yeah, I wanted to get that. Oh wait,
Yeah,
no,
your
not mean
WWE
things.
politics.
No. Listen,
We're talking about how do we effectively have law on abortion. That should be a woman can do whatever she wants up to 15, 16 weeks, maybe even 22. I don't know what the time limit is. But if the baby is viable, there has to be accountability.
There's something really gross about like, here, let me explain to you why I fucking despise debates. This conversation itself is a perfect demonstration of it. The party that has absolutely nothing to lose will always be able to ridicule the party that at least has an emotional attachment to the subject matter. You can never expect, for example, a white supremacist to debate a black person, because the black person's humanity is what is the subject matter. It is very obvious to me that while both are men in this process, Sam Cedar clearly cares about the issue a lot more, places an understandable emotional attachment to the subject matter of women's bodily autonomy. If you are going up against someone who does not have that kind of understanding, who does not care about women at all, then they can always just sit there and be like, well, you're getting quite emotional. You're getting quite emotional. It's like, yeah, dude, it's a pretty fucked up thing that you're just callously advocating for. And you will never understand it. You will never understand it because you do not have the capacity to empathize with women. Straight up. It's such an irritating phenomena. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not by accident that so many of the fucking top dogs in the debate space are just usually white dudes, okay? It's because in a structure such as in Western nations, in the structure that we exist under, white dudes are, with some exceptions, like virtually untouchable. They're not considered. They're never like dehumanized in any serious way. And I say this as someone who also is a white man, right? I'm a cisgender, heterosexual white man. Okay, and even then, there is at least one avenue where people can actively just rob me of my humanity in every conversation. My name is Hasan, and I'm a Muslim, right? I'm white, but it still doesn't matter. That immediately goes away. All of the optical power, the privilege that I have, can so easily be cast aside. There's perhaps no better demonstration of this than the, Twitch streamer or terrorist shit that's been going on nonstop. There's no better demonstration of this than like all of the haha jokes and the active silencing campaign that these supposedly anti-cancel culture warriors have been engaging in for the past month or so. It's just, there's not really anything you could do in that situation. Like, people can just like immediately rob you of your humanity. And I'm telling you this, this is an overwhelmingly white male audience, okay? Even though many of you are gay as fuck. And I'm telling you this so that you can understand that this is a dynamic. If you care about people, even if you are a white man yourself, cisgender, heterosexual white man yourself, even if you are emotionally invested in uplifting marginalized communities, a person that does not care about the humanity of said communities will be able to always sit there and calmly, not dissect your arguments, mind you, but calmly piss you the fuck off. Okay? That's it. So these 1 to 3K streamers feel the same? What do you mean? Self-help equals stealing? Who are you talking to? What? In these sorts of conversations, you are what? You defined who you are? In this setting, in the environment of a debate stage, like becoming emotional or becoming passionate at all, when you are defending the subject matter, will be received by at least one side of the argument that has nothing to lose in this process as weakness. Okay? And it's a deeply frustrating equation, which is why I'm just explaining like the asymmetry of debate. you can always be portrayed as irrational because you got emotional in this process. And it's like, it's the most normal thing to feel. Anger is the most normal thing to feel in this process. Okay?
None of what you're saying is meaningful at all.
That there should be a time restriction on
15, 22, you're just throwing around numbers.
Because there's a debate on how long that duration should be. But my position is that pre-viability, I don't know, some say 22, some say 26.
And my addressing you is that the restrictions that you're pushing,
and you're disgusting and emotional breakdown.
Yeah. My emotional breakdown to you is that when you put these restrictions on women, they in practice are impossible to actually execute. And you have shown that by saying that if a woman refuses to go in front of a court...
I never said that. This is what I said, Sam. For the love of all
that is holy. If it doesn't take
holy.
accountability, what does accountability mean?
A rape kit.
Okay. So if a rape kit...
You're saying I was raped with no proof and no evidence, and therefore I should have to terminate a 6-month baby.
They've got to go in within 24 to 36 hours and say to a doctor, I was raped. And if they don't do that, then they're forced to carry the rapist baby.
Depending on what you want to happen in society, there are things you have to do. Sometimes you may not want to have to do them, but this idea you have that people... What you're proposing is that the state should be able to enforce crimes against people without evidence.
What?
You want accountability, but you do not want to go through...
I don't want accountability.
No, he just doesn't. He doesn't believe your rape exemption holds water due to the complicated nature of the legal process in which you determine rape to be. You determine whether a rape occurred or not. You are also placing the burden on the victim, who may, due to a litany of different pressures, including but not limited to societal pressure, might not be comfortable coming out and getting a fucking rape kit. But once again, this is compounding on top of like it's the exact same principle. It's just like misogyny compounding on top of one another. It's like the conversation starting point is like, I do not recognize the humanity of the carrier as anything but a vessel to deliver a child. And therefore, I am going to have a conversation about what they can and can't do to their own bodies. And of course, if that's your, if that's your worldview, then yeah, you are going to feel comfortable saying stuff like, yeah, a victim of rape, no matter what age, by the way, should have the responsibility to go and get a rape kit. Now, there's another world here where this does not need to happen. And that world is where there is no rape exemption because there is no exemption. Like, he placed this rape exemption in the conversation. Tim Pool did. That's Tim Pool's argument. And now he's making it seem like Sam is on board with this exemption. Sam is only following the logical, the train of logic, the chain of logic to try to get Tim Pool to understand that this would be an unnecessary complication, an unnecessary hurdle that would compound additional harm on top of the carrier, who is a victim of rape in this process.
I just don't want this woman to have to carry a rapist baby.
Right. So this is very 5th grade, right? There is a legal system that exists. We have to work within a legal system because we have compromises and a social contract with other people. The idea that I can take action against another person without proper adjudication is fascistic. What we have to do is figure out what are the terms for each individual circumstance.
Who's the other person you're talking about?
So we're the baby.
Oh, so you...
At 6 months.
You consider a baby a person at 6 months.
Viability.
Let me ask you this.
Well, I consider a baby a person the whole time.
A fetus, a person the whole time.
Life begins at conception. But this...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Okay, if life begins at conception, which, by the way, who says? Bro, you can't say, sorry, my argument, God, okay? You can't. Like, that's insane. That is such a fucking dumbass, backwards, barbaric way of operating, dude. What the fuck? Sorry, my source, Le Bible. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Even Ben knows not to make that argument, dude. What the fuck? Well, one, because he's an Orthodox Jew, and technically his religion does not say that. So there's that process. There's that problem for him. But the other reason why he doesn't make that argument, even though he's dick riding Christianity into fucking oblivion, is because he understands something that Tim does not, which is that most Americans, regardless of their, personal framework of religion, personal belief structure, still think that like making a legal argument and basing it off of a religious interpretation is fucking insane. This is not 1945 any longer. You cannot make this argument. It's fucking ridiculous. You can't just be like, yep, life begins at conception, and that's why this is what we have decided. This is what I've decided. This is why I will deny half of the fucking population its own goddamn rights. He thinks the baby is a person unless that baby is a woman. No. After the fetus is outside of the womb, it's over. Yeah. Republicans do not give a fuck, dude. Once the baby's out the pussy, it's like, oh, dude, give the baby a gun. Have the baby fend for itself. You know what I mean? They only care about it for the first 9 months, seemingly. What are you talking about? They do that 99% of the time? What do you mean? Yeah. Once the baby slides out of the fucking pussy, then it's time. It's time for the baby to pick up the goddamn bootstraps. Pick your boots up, baby. Pick your boots up. Buy your bootstraps. It's time. It's time to go out and fucking participate in the workforce. Put that goddamn baby in the military. Pay taxes, baby. Dumbass, stupid ass baby.
State doesn't.
Life begins at conception.
But yes. But the state doesn't
you
have
believe that in the context of immigration?
The state doesn't have the authority to tell a person when they must give their body to another person. There's arguments over consent, in which case rape is an exception. However, I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
So you're saying you're pro-murder, like acceptable murders. And it's like, if we create a new legal process, a new legal metric of determining rape, then, you're fine to murder the fucking life. You don't believe life begins at conception if you're like, and some murders are fine.
So what we're talking about now, because, make sure you include this in the context, and I'm glad you're here, I can say it to you, is a woman up to pre-viability, in my opinion, should be allowed to get an abortion if she so chooses because of the impossibility of properly adjudicating anything in between. I think that's where, when I say you're having a breakdown, it's because I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. After viability, we're talking about extenuating circumstances where a baby that could survive on its own. There's now an issue there where the question becomes, why kill the baby? If we're talking about a period where we're not sure the baby's viable or not, we're wondering why the woman carried the baby this long. The issue is not so black and white for you to just say.
Well, you're saying this is about viability, not time limit.
Yeah, I'm.
You keep vacillating back and forth. Maybe you don't realize this, but there's completely.
If you can't understand, I'll explain
inconsistent
it to you.
With it. What you're saying.
What week is viability?
What week is viability?
Yes.
I think there's some debate about that.
Agreed. My point is, I don't know the point at which we as a society will determine it's going to be 16 or 22 or 26. I'm not a scientist or a medical doctor. I agree. There's an issue where if the baby can survive on its own, there's no reason to kill it.
Well, would you be in favor of a woman getting a C-section in 4 or 5 months just because she doesn't want to carry the baby anymore?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice, as long as the baby's not being killed. But, so...
What?
Dude,
okay. Tim Pool's technique is actually vicious. Okay? It's a new technique. It's called arguing every position at all times, both for and against. Okay? I think he's like issuing a smoke screen. Not even a smoke screen, a flashbang. He just says something and then says the exact opposite in the same 30-second window in an effort to basically confuse his interlocutor. Okay? He's like, yeah, what do you do with this? Like, that last thing that he just said makes no dang sense. He said he's not in favor of abortions if there's viability outside of the womb. That means it's a life. And then Sam directly asked him, okay, so if there's viability outside the womb at 4 to 5 months, do you think a woman should forcibly have a C-section? And he's like, in that situation, it's up to the woman to kill the baby after the C-section. Like, just let the normal legislation run its course, dog. What the fuck are we talking about?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice. As long as the baby's not being killed.
What? What the fuck is that? What? He said all the positions. He said all the positions. He said all of it. I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-life. I'm anti-abortion. I'm pro-abortion. Bro, look at his face. I don't think he knows what he's saying. He's like, damn, I can't believe I came up with that on the spot. He's just yapping. What is happening? Please, I'm going to run this back. Okay? I need you to understand.
Woman getting a C-section in 4 or 5 months just because she doesn't want to carry the baby anymore?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice. As long as the baby's not being killed.
Maybe he's saying something brilliant and I just am too stupid to understand. I don't know. You know what? That's what I'm going to go with. He's just saying something that like my tiny brain can't comprehend.
But, so you know how they perform abortions after that point?
How they perform abortions after what?
Like there's varying degrees of how abortions are performed. So
yes.
the question I have is this. Let me put it this way.
Like dilation and extraction? Are you talking about in terms of
my position largely is we've got two real distinct worldviews on this one that are extreme ends. They neither agrees with each other.
No, go back. Interrogate this. No, we need to examine what Tim Pool was saying right before he swapped the conversation back to like, oh, there's extremes on both sides. He's going back to comfortable territory. Okay. I need to examine Tim Pool's beanie. What does it mean? What the fuck was that? He said he's in favor. He said that a woman should be able to get a C-section and like forcibly extract the fetus as long as there's a viability outside the womb. But a woman can make the choice at that point as long as it doesn't kill the baby. What does that mean? He was trying to say that the woman can choose a C-section or carry to term, but the baby can't be killed. Oh, he's saying that like, yeah, you can carry the pregnancy to term or get a C-section to extract the fetus out. Okay, That is an incredibly invasive medical procedure. That's a more invasive medical procedure than the normal process of like dilution and extraction. So that's still insane. Yeah, we need to cut the woman and put a fucking 50-50 shot at the baby surviving the process. Yeah, sorry. I know we chopped your shit up, but like, you know, Tim Pool decided that that's the best way to go forward. Fuck the doctors on this, okay? I'm pro-choice, by the way. If she dies, she dies.
Trying to navigate in between to get people to be like, look, there's got to be some standard.
Dude, these are the ideas behind anti-abortion are primarily religious fundamentalism. And it is about maintaining a gender hierarchy. And the idea that you can negotiate, you're basically taking Hillary Clinton's position from 2004.
Probably.
And it doesn't work that way. The fundamentalists who are pushing this ideology, and it's largely fundamentalists, and if not directly, certainly downstream from a religious fundamentalism, they're not interested in your compromise. It is, and the proof of it is
Not interested in yours.
I'm not compromising. The proof of it is after 50 years, there was a compromise. It was Casey. Exactly what you're talking about, which is why when you asked me at the beginning, I said, at the very least, go back to Roe v. Wade and maintain those protections. But that equilibrium was not enough for the right-wing Republican Party. And so, therefore, that's where we're at now. That's the end of story.
And now we have states with no restrictions, and we have states with absolute restrictions.
There was a compromise, and the right wing in this country did not want it. That's it. That's why this is a debate. And you have an individual right that has cost the lives of multiple women across the country. It is increased infant mortality, like I said, at least in Texas, by 15%. And it's, I think it also, and I think it's much harder to measure this, but it subjugates women in this country because it basically says you have less rights to have bodily autonomy, and that's just the beginning.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah, if as I stated, if I was a woman and I was raped and I was forced to carry the baby, I'd blow my brains out. And so that's why I say up to a certain point, I'm pro-choice. To a certain time period, because I agree, after the baby can live on its own, I don't understand why you kill it.
If there was a way to have the type of restrictions you're talking and have a child be viable, outside of the womb and all of this, but in reality, that's not the way it works. These things don't work the way that you're talking about. The rape exceptions,
and you're gonna to be fair, this issue is the razor's edge. There's no middle. It's one side or the other.
It has to be in the way that it is in practice, and frankly, but these are religious fundamentalists, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop with abortion. They will come for IVF. Of course, they will.
I would also make the argument that I don't think the left will stop with their ideology either. Both are going to.
Listen. You started this by saying Obama didn't even in case Roe v. Wade in statute. I mean, the left.
My issue with that was Democrats and Republicans both will argue they're for something, but then use it as a wedge issue.
The left was essentially, as a political matter, was fine with Roe v. Wade and Casey, for that matter. I mean, to the extent that there was any talk about abortion rights amongst Democrats and the left, it was to lock it in because the right is coming for this right. And they have now done it. So, I mean, the false equivalency you're making here is literally that.
What false equivalency?
Well, the idea that the left is pushing this agenda beyond. No, what's happening is
I'm talking about the general.
There was a compromise.
The right's got their agenda items, the left has their agenda items.
I guess.
They're both pushing them endlessly.
Well, I mean, everybody's are political animals, and they want, they have their program for society.
Which is me agreeing with you. You say Republicans won't stop, and I say I agree on the issues the left cares about. They won't stop either.
Well, that's true. And I think, people make a determination whether they want a religious fundamentalist party to dictate their lives or not.
Or an ideological fundamentalist party.
Well, no, the fundamentalism is an ideology as well. It's just it happens to be born in religion and religious fundamentalism.
Last question, because we've gone way over. I do appreciate you hanging out. Why do you think it is so many former liberals are now leaving the left?
I mean, people switch parties and ideologies.
Not happening the other way around.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
wait, what? That's like partially why Joe Biden won. Like, I mean, they're not like, those people are not necessarily like leaving the right, but they're just not voting for the Republican candidate. This is the part that Uncle Jank was attacking Sam on Twitter for.
Right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left. You know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Man. Last question. Is Ukraine the worst enemy of America or the world? Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind. It's funny when he just like, when he does like the little baby slam on the table too. He's like, Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind. We have to apologize to Russia. How dare they? How dare we? Yeah. Let me crack my knuckles and talk about how people are leaving the left and joining the right. It's called money. It is infinitely easier and probably way more welcoming and more rewarding to have an audience of dumb fucks that love you for saying the right things. Okay? If you do not have firmly held convictions that are born out of empathy, and that if you are not willing to take a metric ton of shit, both from the right and also in many instances from people who you thought were your allies, or even directly from the marginalized communities that you speak in defense of, you're not going to have a good time on the left. Okay? Because the left, there's nothing the left loves more than shitting on each other. Okay? Nothing. Nothing at all. I have been called a transphobe by trans people in the past. I have been called a white supremacist by black people in the past. I've been called not sufficiently pro-Palestinian by pro-Palestinian people in the past. I've been called a misogynist by women. I have been called everything. And yet, here I stand before you, still unchanged, unyielding, not changing my perspective even a little bit, because I do not advocate for the civil rights and liberties of marginalized people because I want them to like me. I'm doing it because it's right. Okay? That's how it works. That's what it is. And I think that a lot of people, after years and years and years of doing this, sometimes get annoyed and want to go the more comfortable route. Maybe want to get loved by people, welcomed by people. And the right will always welcome you, no matter what your background is. You can be a Haitian dude, and as long as you are a white supremacist, they'll say you eat cats and dogs, but they'll still welcome you with open arms while you are engaging in the process of doing white supremacist talking points. Okay? And most recently, a terrorist and an anti-Semite. Yeah, that too. Do you think the right would actually welcome Muslim participants? They absolutely would not. Andrew Tate and Sneeko are two recent revert additions to the right. They are both Muslim. And yes, they are not just right-wing, they are far-right. Okay? The right likes a good token, so yes, if you're famous enough, they will accept you. What you described as my issue with the Muslim imams, etc., that endorsed Trump the other day, and then the message that the old Giuliani dude says that terribly inhumane shit about Palestinians and Arabs alike is clear proof they don't give a fuck. Well, I can't speak on the personal ambitions and motivations of like the imams that were hyping up Donald Trump. I would never do such a thing. I think it's fucking gross. Why did I look it up and it says that Andrew Tate faked his conversion to Islam for business in Dubai? That's so funny. I didn't even know that that was the case. Does Chat honestly think the right wouldn't accept you with open arms if you joined the grift? I think it would take some time. But, I mean, look at it this way, dude. Here, I'll give you an example that is like kind of drama, but like it'll help you understand this. Every single person that now is riding with Ethan Klein, every single one of them, from Keemstar to all of these like actual fucking neo-Nazi shitheads, and also even Destiny himself, used to make fun of him all the time. They've called him heinous shit. They've ruined his fucking life. They've made up insane conspiracies about him, right? And now they're all riding for him. Why? Because he has set his crosshairs on an enemy that they despise even more than Ethan. For the switch to like being right wing in one, not even across the board, because I'm not saying that Ethan's like right wing across the board at all, but even a switch in one fucking point is enough for people to be like, dude, you're so based. You're so fucking based. That's it. That's all it takes. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, all it takes is for someone to, even on one issue alone, attack one of their perceived enemies. Okay? Claiming imams supported Trump as such a libtag is literally two anti-Houthi, anti-Iran local preachers. What? No, I didn't say that like I didn't say that like imams were across the board fucking promoting Donald Trump. That chatter asked me about the imams that did. And I'm saying I don't know what their fucking personal motivations are, but I would never do such a thing. I think it's like fucking stupid to do that. Seen the video where they call Ethan basically a useful idiot and how D's crew don't care about anti-Semitism, or are only saying it they do to attack you. I haven't seen that video, but it's not shocking to me that it exists. I mean, yeah, these are people who fucking despise Ethan for the longest fucking time. And, you know, now they seemingly love him. And they'll continue to show support as long as he continues to attack me. But the moment he turns back to, you know, someone who's being transphobic and starts calling them out, they're going to fucking relapse and be like, fuck you. Has your live always had this intended for specific audiences? Pop-up warning? Yeah, that's a new thing. They're doing like content warnings if you're talking about politics, which I am, so I think it's valid. They were talking about your Ukraine takes. Did you see the show today? How could I have seen the show today, brother or sister? I'm live. And even if I wasn't, I wouldn't be watching. But I suspect that he'll slowly walk from Ukraine inevitably back to me buying a house eventually. We've moved back to like 2022 era smears, and eventually he'll get to 2021 and he'll be like, remember when he bought a car? Fucking fake socialist. And then all the way back to 2019 and be like, remember when he said America deserved 9/11? That shit was fucked up. They brought a Ukrainian woman in a bunch of clips from 4 years ago out of context, very bad faith. Yeah. I did. I bought a car too. Well, I leased it. Do you have a comment for us to why your community is saying they will vote for Trump? I mean, come on, dude. Voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Mi gente sale a votar sin miedo a la calle. No hay miedo. No te quedes en la casa, así que tú no me falles. Oye, sale a votar, vota con los tres de La Habana. Mano para arriba la gente, mano para arriba. Ciudadana americana. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Ahí nada más. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Repítalo. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
That's it. That's all I gotta say, baby. Ain't nothing else. You know what I'm saying? It is pretty funny that you guys are we're watching this shit, but like low key, some dumb fuck is gonna clip this and then and then I'm gonna see this on like every fucking subreddit being like, Hasan is urging people to go out and vote for Donald Trump. You know what I mean? We can't even have fun anymore, you know? Anyway, I got here because we were looking at the fucking right-wing grift.
Listen,
Let's finish this.
If you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash. I mean,
You think
like
Anna
you said...
Kasparian wanted money?
She said as much, as far as I know, in the past on TYT.
She said she would make more money by being not leftist.
I don't know if she said that. But I know that.
Wait, that's objectively a correct position. Like, not ascribing that to Anna Kasparian directly, but like saying that like you would make more money as a right winger is correct. Like, that's correct. That is factually accurate. And I'm sure Anna has even said that in the past as well. Like, because it is correct. It is a much more comfortable territory to be a part of. You get unimaginable institutional protection unless you are literally straightforward, like recreating. I mean, dude, you know what, actually? You know what? Steven Crowder recreated the George Floyd execution to like belittle it and minimize it and make fun of it. He does like racist ass fucking skits on a regular basis. He's not even fucking funny. He's not even charismatic. And Daily Wire still wanted to give him a $50 million contract. Like, there's virtually nothing you can do. I guess the one thing you can't do is just like be anti-Israel. That's like pretty much it. You can be anti-Semitic, but you can't be anti-Israel for the right. Because like, it's not like Candace Owens wasn't fucking anti-Semitic when she got a job at the Daily Wire. She was. She literally fucking got a job at the Daily Wire. And she was like saying Hitler wanted to make Germany great. You know, it's not like fucking Ben Shapiro didn't know that when they hired her. They just didn't care. The thing that you can't do is just like be anti-Israel. I think that's it. Or just like openly be a Nazi. I think those are the two things that like get you actual penalties on the right. But beyond that, like, you can make inferences. You can literally act. You can say 99% of the Nazi shit. Anna is anti-Israel, though. Yeah, that's true. Anna is anti-Israel.
On her.
The only reason, for the record, the only reason why like the right doesn't like open overt Nazi rhetoric is because it fucks up the bag for them. Like, they would not give a shit about Nazi rhetoric if Americans weren't primed. If Americans weren't like openly primed into, thankfully, hating Nazis. Like, it is not, being a Nazi is like treated as an objectively bad thing in this country. That's like, thank God, it's like one of the last things. So that's the only reason why I think like right wingers don't like the term Nazi, because people will, you know, then people will start catching on that your opinions are so close to Nazis, you know? Ann Coulter regarding tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so I won't lose sleep.
Show on TYT, they have she has complained about not making money. I don't know why she's
still on TYT. Like, aren't they going to lose members who are progressives?
I got to be honest with you, I don't really pay that much attention to like showbiz.
Like, where's a big right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving?
Sam is absolutely right. Anna has said that on Michael Brooks' show talking about Dave Rubin. Here it is. Yeah, it's not shocking because it's correct.
I made it abundantly clear it's very unlikely that any of us are going to get paid millions of dollars. And he was doing this 30-minute-a-week show, which I thought was fine. It didn't seem to me that he really cared too much about politics.
Right.
The person behind that show who really made it happen was his husband, who, like, I love that guy. I mean, I haven't talked to him. I'm sure he doesn't have great thoughts about me, but he was a very hard worker. He was very smart, and he was...
Rest in power, Michael Jamal Brooks. Yeah, I don't know what like Anna's personal motivations are in like how her how her perspective is shifted on a lot of these issues. I suspect it's probably from like, again, 20 years of advocacy on the left, on the progressive left, and like constantly getting shitted on by the left, that and maybe like a traumatic incident that probably changed her framework on one particular issue that everybody harped on. And then once you let that reactionary demon in your mind, it's a scary thing. It just like starts overtaking everything else. You know? Like, I think originally it was like crime and crime panic narrative that completely captured her attention. And then people were very annoyed with her for that. And then a lot of the trans panic stuff like also snuck in there. And then people were very mad at her for that as well. And now, wait, hold on. Majority report tries very hard not to comment on TYT when people bring them up. Yeah, I only bring up TYT to defend Unc. That's my Unc, dude. At this point, Sam Cedars is a gross liar. Anna never says she wants to leave the left for money. When he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. Then why did you lie about it? We've lost subscribers and money because we acted at a principle, something Sam wouldn't understand. I hate to see Unc on Unc violence like this. Here she talked about why. I don't really care. What is this? As someone on the inside with direct knowledge, I can assure you that Cenk is wrong and Sam Cedar is an absolute expert in losing money out of principle, lol. Yeah. Like I don't think it's like grifting necessarily. Like I think Cenk is genuine. I think he genuinely believes the things he says. And I say this as someone who talks to him personally and in private. You know what I mean? Do with that information what you will. Like I disagree with him certainly, but he is very similar to myself. He's like stubborn to a fault, which I think can be annoying at times when if you don't have the right mindset in your analysis on certain issues. All I'm saying is Cenk's Giving is going to go hard this year, dude. I just got to notice that I'm watching a stream of political content and I can change my content preference. Thanks, Twitch, I guess. Like you and nuclear energy? No, I'm much more receptive to nuclear energy. That's crazy. That's an insane thing to say. I just like openly recognize that I'm a Luddite and probably in the wrong with my assessment of nuclear energy than Cenk is with like crime panic shit, you know? That's crazy. Anna gave Matt Walsh props. Ew, that's gross. Under no condition do you have to hand it to ISIS, okay? There is no circumstance where you have to hand it to ISIS, the Nazis, or Matt Walsh. That is unacceptable, okay? Wait, oh
It
shit.
just
This is
happens to
I
be
forgot this
born
is
in-
my fucking playlist. All right, we're moving on from this shit after 6 hours and 39 minutes. To be fair, we did have a brief interruption for an hour in between. We did have a brief interruption for an hour in between, but I got a lot of fucking fun shit lined up. Like for example, the new Norm show. The new Norm show, electile dysfunction. I can't wait for this, dude. It's going to be a fucking banger, dude. We use a whole stream on a pointless debate 4 days from the election. Nah, dog, this is my political streamer. Yeah, except one, it was fun. Two, we also did cover some serious political subjects. I gave you fucking poll watch. Okay, shut the fuck up.
If Kamala wins, we're out of here.
If Trump wins, we're out of here. No, they eat dogs and cats.
Your side eats dogs and cats. Our guy just sings about it.
They're eating the dogs. Eating the pets.
Maybe we all can get along.
There, on the slope roof.
Ooh.
Ha! A dingy eye hire.
I wonder what this button does.
Now we're stuck here with you.
We're stuck here with you. And they, them.
Communist, homophobe, hater, xenophobe.
My plan worked.
Wait, this is so libbed up. Wait, this is literally the underlying premise of Russiagate. The idea that like communist Russia is causing political division in this country. Wait, I thought these guys were right wing. This is like no different than fucking Rachel Maddow. What the fuck?
They're destroying each other. Yet.
What do we do now?
Loot?
I need a beer.
Wait, where's our dog?
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats of the people who live there. The new norm ain't the same as the old norm.
I love that they always have to draw Trump hot, like to the best of their ability. Like they can't just like draw him as the way he looks. You know what I mean? They can't draw him as like a schlub. Like they have to yassify him all the time. Dude, this makes no sense. This is like, this was scripted by a person who was a victim of a car crash, I think. Like what's the premise? What's the end here? Like that, you know, Trump and Elon escape in a rocket. Like, was this scripted by AI or something? Like,
I'm
what
Norm. I want normal beer. Problem is, nowadays, beer's covered in rainbows and drag.
Oh my God, they're still doing the fucking beer is gay shit. What the fuck? This is Coco Melon for conservatives. Coco Melon.
Drag queens. If only there was a better way. Turn any beer into normal beer with the Normal Beer Cozy. Get the Normal Beer Cozy now.
Wow. It's fucking incredible. Okay, that was a banger. Okay, my goat is back. They're back, dude. They're fucking absolute. They're putting out bangers, dude. I think Trump's gonna win.
It's a huge long-term problem for Democrats, regardless.
massive, yeah.
Even if they eke this one out, just not having Democrats even be part of the conversation among like one of two genders is insane. Like pretty much everything that.
Here's Ryan Grimm talking about the issue that Democrats have with like talking to young men.
That men do ends up being coded as Republican and right wing, whether it's like exercise, trying to stay healthy, watching sports, like talking about sports, whatever it is, like it drifts into like the world of conservative podcasting, and they're just other.
Why are you guys throwing up question marks? This is a massive problem for the future of the Democratic Party. He's right. He's right. Like, this is literally what I say all the time. Every single fucking male coded activity is just like riddled to the brim with like right-wing commentators. They've completely captured the market. It literally is like video games. Oh, are you a boy? Are you a man who likes video games? Okay, here is 700 neck-bearded dudes telling you, don't play this game because it's woke. It's gay. It's woke and it's gay. Okay. Oh, do you like, I don't know, fucking repairing cars? Here's a podcast specifically designed around how like Ford Motors is now woke and gay and DEI has like taken over Ford. It's just like, it's everywhere. It's everywhere you go. You can't, if you're under the age of 35 and you're a guy, 90% of your content is just like insanely right-wing shit. They're doing woke gender. They're doing woke gender everywhere, okay? Everything is woke gender.
Other than like Hasan Piker, there's like nobody there.
You're there, Ryan.
Yeah, me, other than
You're
me
there.
and you.
It's horrible. And a big chunk of those guys, for one reason or another, perceive me as a threat. Which is, very interesting. Like, all of those dudes, unless I make inroads directly with some of these content creators themselves, so many of those fucking dudes are just like, yeah, and I hate that Hasan guy. This is a genuinely terrifying prospect for the future of the Democratic Party, I think.
And then we're running against her. It's actually not fair to him. It's really not fair to him. That's no way.
Oh my God, they're saying, who cares?
He's got the right. Who cares? Who said that? That's a great line. Who the hell said that? That's good. He goes, I'm going, I've become such a nice guy all of a sudden. I say, it's not fair to him. And this guy shouts out, who cares? Who the hell cares?
He still got it. He handled that expertly. Okay, straight up, I'll say it. He took someone. He took someone like he took a naysayer and turned it into praise, basically.
Who cares about him? I guess he happens to be right. That's very good. Thank you for adding so much spice. That was a good line of stuff. During their prime.
It all goes back to gambling and you and Pokey being the figureheads trying to stop it. Yeah, that's definitely when I got a lot of enemies.
4 days until the final votes.
Trump repeats harsh rhetoric and sit down with Tucker Carlson in final sprint to election day. So we're going to be talking about Trump's comments about Liz Cheney here. And I am actually going to defend Donald Trump. And it's not because of this song. Okay. It's not. That's not the reason. That's not the reason. Many might think, Hasan, at the top of the hour, you play this song all the time, and then you urge us to subscribe, even though you don't play ads anymore. You're just brainwashing us into vote por Trump, Donald Trump. Oh my God, I'm going to vote. I love that song. That song isn't even funny. It's not. It's a fucking banger. What are you talking about? It's not funny at all. It's just an absolute slapper, dude. Hold on. You can do the pay for vote por Trump. Yeah. If you catch yourself humming it, if you catch yourself humming this fucking incredible tune when you're at a polling station come Tuesday, they will kick you out. I'm just letting you know. They'll say you are electioneering, and they'll kick you out.
President Harris, former President Trump, both hit the battleground states in the West. And they're tearing through multiple battlegrounds from the Midwest to the South in their final sprint to Election Day. Rachel Scott starts us off in Nevada with the latest on the Trump campaign. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. 4 days out from Election Day, Donald Trump making this swing out west, using increasingly dark and violent rhetoric against his political rivals. And this morning, he's promising to elevate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., someone who has pushed a range of conspiracy theories about vaccines to oversee public health agencies and women's health, too. Overnight, Donald Trump speaking alongside Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Thank you, MAGA. Despite his support for conspiracy theories around vaccines, Trump pledging to nominate him to oversee public health agencies, now including vaccines and women's health. The independent candidate dropped his presidential bid and endorsed Trump.
He can do anything he wants. He wants to look at the vaccines. He wants everything.
And he's going to work on health and women's health and all of the different reasons.
Kamala Harris firing back online, writing simply, no. Trump campaigning out west, doubling down on his harshest rhetoric alongside ousted Fox News host Tucker Carlson.
We do have an enemy from within. We have some very bad people, and those people are also very dangerous.
The former president even suggesting former House Republican leader Liz Cheney, who has endorsed Kamala Harris, be put in the line of fire.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington.
Cheney responding on social media this morning, writing, "This is how dictators destroy free nations. They threaten those who speak out against them with death. We cannot entrust our country and our freedom to a petty, vindictive, cruel, unstable man who wants to be a tyrant." Trump also once again spreading false claims about the 2020 election and the attack on the Capitol, now even baselessly claiming there's cheating happening in this race. The former president still trying to shake the controversy from his weekend rally, where a comedian made disparaging jokes comparing Puerto Rico to garbage. Trump making this pitch to Hispanics and Latinos in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a state he lost twice before, but says he can win this time.
So I'm here for one simple reason. I like you very much, and it's good for my credentials with the Hispanic or Latino community. I love the Hispanics.
With just days to go, the former president also announcing...
Okay, he's just begging me to play the song, bro. He just begging me to play the fucking song. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to do it. Kaya, come here. Come here, vote por Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
He will create a new cabinet position focused on reducing the cost of living. He didn't offer any details on how that would work or how it would fight inflation. But with Election Day just around the corner, Trump saying he won't run again and his rallies will end.
We've done this for 9 years, and it's sad. I never thought of it, actually. It'll never happen. It'll never happen again. It's never going to happen again.
Damn,
In
so
4
sad.
years, somebody's going to be running. Could be JD. It could be this one.
Now, sources tell us this morning that Kennedy has been advising Donald Trump's transition team, even recommending another vaccine skeptic to lead HHS as well and become HHS secretary. All of this comes as former Vice President Mike Pence says that he will not be supporting former President Donald Trump or J.D. Vance because of his concern about the future and the direction of the Republican Party. But Michael, he says he will not be voting for Vice President Kamala Harris either.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for your reporting.
2016, the leaders and heroes of the Republican Party were the Bush and Cheney families. And is it weird for you to
Yo, the lag kind of making it hard to watch. What lag, brother?
see Liz Cheney, that'd be Dick Cheney's repulsive little daughter, running against you with Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it hurts Kamala a lot, actually. Look, she's a deranged person. The reason she doesn't like me is that she wanted to stay in Iraq. She wanted to stay. She wants to, tough person. People get killed all over. She's real tough, right? They're not the tough people. Don't forget, I went against her, and in her state, which is a great, beautiful state, she lost for Congress with the highest number in history. There has never been a congressperson that lost by almost 40 points. And the reason is because if they were ever in that situation, they'd quit. And she lost. She was beaten by a tremendous person, actually, tremendous, that I backed fully. But the reason she couldn't stand me is that she always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out. I mean, if it were up to her, we'd be in 50 different countries. And number one, it's very dangerous. Number two, a lot of people get killed. And number three, I mean, it's very, very expensive. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We go, it used to be you go to war, to the victor belong the spoils, right? In other words, if you beat a country, you own that country, you take the oil. We go to war, we bomb the crap out of it, and then we leave. It's almost like, what are we doing? What's going on? We bombed the whole Middle East, and then we left. What did we get? We got nothing. We destroyed. I mean, we bombed the hell out of everything. When they took out Iraq for 1,000 years with different names, you had Iran and Iraq, similar powers. They were the two big ones. And for 1,000 years, they would fight each other this way, this way, this way, then they'd rest. This way, then they'd rest.
I think it's wild that Trump nails the exact dumb American guy's attitude about being anti-war, by the way, because he's like, if you're going to go to war, you might as well steal all the resources, which we do, by the way, but Americans don't understand it. And they don't actually see the immediate benefit, the immediate material benefit of it. Because it's either going to the black budgets of the CIA in the terms of the poppy fields in Afghanistan, or it's going to Western oil oil refiners, like the oil giants in the West, and that's not directly going into American coffers, right? So yeah, we do extract the loot. It's just privatized. But that right there is a perfect way to claim anti-war. We're just bombing the Middle East and not even taking the loot. In terms of Liz Cheney, he's right. I'm actually going to point out once again how bad Trump has been in comparison to 2016. Because the moment that Kamala Harris was oh, Liz Cheney is my goat, he should have been saying this. He should have been nonstop at every fucking rally, be Liz Cheney sucks. She wants to do endless war. I'm the peaceful candidate. I said it back then. I was this gives an incredible opening to the Republicans to present themselves once again as the anti-war candidates, even though it's a lie. A friend brought this up to me, and I've never thought about it because I haven't seen any unclassified evidence for it. But do you think the part of the reason why we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq were because they're the countries directly the east and west of Iran, and the State Department wanted to invade Iran down the line? I mean, in theory, yes, that is absolutely true. That was the neocon pipe dream, which is like full scale invasion of. But Iraq was oil, for the record. It was far before anything else. Like Dick Cheney wanted to invade Iraq and take the sweet, juicy oil. But as far as like Iran, yes, destabilizing or maybe even full tilt invading Iran was always also for oil and has always been like the final crowning achievement of the neocons. That's why we say that Kamala Harris did not have to give any concessions to get Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on board, because like this current Democratic administration is basically achieving that agenda, the dream of like active conflict with Iran. Anyway, can you give me counterpoints to use against my dad? His one issue is foreign policy. He believes Donald Trump is a peaceful dove type. Ask him why he destroyed the Iran denuclearization agreement, to which he's going to say, oh, but because it was bad. It was bad. Iran was supporting terrorism in the region. Yeah, except the best possible pathway forward was normalizing relations with Iran, which Donald Trump fucking destroyed. It wasn't even a deal that America had put together by themselves, by the way. It was like multiple countries were involved in this deal. It took years and years to get to this point. It was probably the signature achievement towards having like better relations with Iran in general in the region. And Donald Trump cast it aside. Either the Abraham Accords, which again sidestepped the Palestinians and made them realize understandably that they were not a part of this process whatsoever. So as the Israeli occupation continued and greatly accelerated under the Trump administration, October 7 became an inevitability. Donald Trump has played a massive role in October 7. Joe Biden has played a big role in October 7 as well. In the buildup to October 7, he could have changed American foreign policy trajectory, but he did not.
They were a self-check. Then one day we go in and bomb the hell out of one, we destroy one, and then all of a sudden Iran has the whole Middle East to itself. And by the way, right now Iran has Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran, all right? We did so many bad moves, and her father was it. You know, her father was, I was very critical of her father for years. I'd never met him, but I'd say anybody that went into the Middle East I thought was stupid. And they say convinced Bush, oh, he was another beauty. But he supposedly convinced Bush to go in, him, Bolton, and some other lightweights, convinced them to go in. Let's go into the Middle East and destroy the whole place and kill millions of people. So they went in. But I was never a fan of Cheney. I was always very critical. And when I announced that, I was very critical, actually, not personally, but I said, he made a horrible mistake. What are these people doing? We spent.
Despite the fact that war and Cheneys are evil, does Trump making the argument that Liz Cheney should be shot by a firing squad give you the slightest pause? No, I think the Trump statements about the enemy from within and how he's going to stick the military on them is significantly worse. Like, I think the argument that he was presenting about Liz Cheney here is a classic 2016 era Trump, where there's like a level of plausible deniability where he's like invoking a firing squad when he's describing something else. He's saying that like Liz Cheney and those others aren't brave. Our soldiers, our military members are actually brave. Liz Cheney would be, Liz Cheney doesn't know what it's like to be in the crosshairs. Like she doesn't know what it's like to be deployed, which Trump doesn't either, by the way. He's a fucking draft dodger. But like, the argument there is not about like, putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad and killing her. What he's obviously contextually trying to say is that like Liz Cheney would be singing a different tune if she actually was personally involved. As in, if she actually was forced to, serve in the military. Yeah. He was trying to say politicians should serve in the front lines. Exactly. And he phrased it in a weird way. And I think the deliberate way he phrased it, he weirdly phrased it on purpose so that he could have like discourse run amok about how you say draft dodger like that's not base. No, it is. It's the best thing he's ever done.
$9 trillion with a T, not even with a B. Normally I say not million, billion, but now I say not billion, trillion. We spent $9 trillion bombing the hell out of the Middle East. And what the hell did we get other than lots of dead people, all, including our people? We got nothing. So I was very critical of him. And then I announced I was running, and I was shocked that he was one of the first people. He endorsed me immediately. I said, that's amazing. But he had something that was very interesting. He had Scooter Liberty. I mean, these are little stories that are interesting. Scooter Liberty was a man that could have done great destruction to Bush, and they left him behind. He was given to the
Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Zach Beauchamp is right. Folks, Trump didn't threaten to execute Liz Cheney. He actually was calling her a chicken hawk, something liberals have said about her for ages. Look at the context. Trump is talking about giving her a weapon. Typically, people put in front of firing squads aren't armed. What is a 9-barrel comment for it if not a nod at a firing squad? You sound like such a jackass. The simple thing that candidates shouldn't graphically fantasize about opponents getting shot in the face, regardless of whether larger context or the point they're making is not complicated. Matthew Dowd, Lord have mercy. You know exactly what Trump meant and what he has said previously. Just stop. Yeah, I don't really care. Like, it's obvious that he phrased it like an insane person because he probably does fantasize about Liz Cheney getting shot in the fucking mouth in a firing squad style situation. But it's also very obvious that within the context of that conversation, he's saying that she is a chicken hawk. Having said that, yeah, liberals getting mad at this is so fucking stupid because Liz Cheney is a goddamn demon, okay? And so is Dick Cheney. Like, what the fuck are we doing? We're defending Liz Cheney's honor now. You might be this stupid. I mean, presumably you chose the avatar photo, but the rest of us are not. He wants her shot because she crossed him. When you cross him, he'll want you shot. This is how insane dictators work, but don't worry about enabling him. Well, we're well actuallying him. No, I just don't give a shit. I don't give a shit at all. Because Donald Trump has used so much violent rhetoric. This is another one of those instances. And also, I think like Dick Cheney being shot for treason or whatever the fuck this dipshit is fantasizing about is like the least consequential violent thing he's said. Like, does that make sense? Like, this motherfucker talks about rounding up every single brown person, dude, and putting him in concentration camps. Like, you think I give a fuck about Liz Cheney? If I could deport Liz Cheney, exile her to a fucking faraway island, and save 20 million migrants from mass deportation, you think I wouldn't do that in a fucking heartbeat? Get out of here. The port list is tripled. I'm at 3 now. I'm kidding. I don't think anyone should be deported. Maybe Elon Musk.
prosecutors. They prosecuted him rather violently, and he was almost like a sacrificial lamb. And as somebody that knows a lot about what's happening, I said, you know, if I were ever president, I'd do something with that guy. That guy got treated very badly, Scooter Libby. And when I became president, I actually called Dick Cheney. I said, let me ask you about Scooter Libby. He was best friends. He was begging Bush to give Scooter Libby a pardon, but Bush didn't have the courage to do it. You know, it takes courage to give a pardon. It does take a certain courage because the press comes after, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't have the courage to give him, he should have given him a pardon, but he didn't have the guts to do it. But Scooter, and what happened is Dick Cheney, for years, for a long time, hated Bush. And don't let anyone tell you, he hated. He said, you don't leave your wounded behind. And I understand that. And Scooter Libby really saved Bush, because he could have said things that would have been very dangerous for Bush in terms of getting impeached, in terms of going to jail, in terms of bad things happening. But Scooter Libby didn't do that. And in all fairness to Cheney, I give him credit for this. He was very loyal to him, but he couldn't get Bush to do what he should have done. I came into government, and I did what they should have done. They didn't have the guts to do it. I did it. And Scooter Libby was pardoned. I gave him a pardon. And I never met Scooter Libby, by the way. Never talked to him before that. And I got a call from Scooter Libby after I did that. And he broke down in tears, thanking me so much. And then Cheney called me, and he said, that was so incredible what you did for Scooter Libby, because he was really on Scooter Libby's.
Who gives a fuck about Scooter? Man, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Bragging about pardoning neocons, is this your king? Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck about no Scooter Libby, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
He's gonna stop the war. He's creating a possible business street in the area. He's walking around the building. I interpreted your comments.
Was it necessary to make the comments? Was it necessary to make the comments about this case? Was that necessary? Was that necessary to make the comments in that
Oh,
form?
yeah, sure. She's a war hawk. She kills people. She wanted to, even in my administration, she was pushing that we go to war with everybody. And I said, if you ever gave her a rifle and let her do the fighting, if you ever do that, she wouldn't be doing too well, I will tell you right now. But she's a war hawk. She wants to go kill people unnecessarily, and if she had to do it herself and she had to face the consequences of battle, she wouldn't be doing it. So it's easy for her to talk, but she wouldn't be doing it. She's actually a disgrace.
President Trump, will you have Nikki Haley? Can I go and do it?
Well, she is campaigning. I mean, she's campaigning for us. Yeah.
Mr. Trump, I'm sorry, guys. You said last time, President Trump, you said last night you would essentially let Robert F. Kennedy Jr. do whatever he wants with health care.
Well, he's going to have a big role in health care.
HHS, maybe?
In fact, we just left. In fact, I think he might be here.
He's right here.
You're comfortable with his views on vaccines, President?
We'll be talking about a lot of things, but he's going to have a big role in healthcare, a very big role.
Is it HHS, maybe?
He knows it better than anybody.
Yo, we're so cooked, dog. We're so fucking cooked. God damn, dude. This is...
He's got some views that I happen to agree with very strongly, and I have for a long time. I mean, for years, you and I would agree. We'll be seeing it as a...
What about his views on vaccine and maybe a position of
all
HHS?
of these things will be talked about.
This meeting is for the...
I think it's crazy that RFK is within striking distance of, like, just destroying the... what remains of the American medical structure, okay? Like, it is... I can't begin to explain to you how fucking insane this shit is.
Community of Dearborn, so please let us welcome Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Anyway, Trump receives plaque promoting peace from Arab American leaders.
Let me share a couple of words. Let me share a couple of words for our president, for our future president and former president, Mr. Donald J. Trump. A wise man once said, "Peace is the prize," and I stand before him today. As Arab Americans, we unite against the betrayal of those in power. Our families back home suffer, their cries for help echoing across borders, while the world remains silent. It is time to prioritize.
Dude, what a fucking, what a thing. What an insane thing. Like, not only is he the Muslim ban president, but like he's doing more aesthetically. He is doing more. The Muslim ban president is doing more aesthetically to like at least make it seem like he gives a fuck about Arab voters than the Democratic Party is. Democratic Party is like actively trying to push away Arab voters, while he's over here being like, yeah, I'll come over. I'll let you fuckers, you fucking barbarians, talk to me. I'll be in your presence. You can say he uses Palestinian as a slur till the fucking cows come home. It does not matter. Okay? You can say that all day, every day. But it doesn't matter. Not only is it the Democratic Party that's currently conducting the genocide in Israel, but also on top of that, like, guys, since the election has heated up in the last like 4 or 5 days, I haven't talked about this much, but like, Israel killed 92 people yesterday. Like, Israel's killing like 100 people every day in Gaza, in North Gaza specifically. Okay? And I don't think these guys are like honest people. I'll say it. I don't think these are honest brokers at all. This is a striking moment, but it isn't a damning moment for Muslim and Arabs, as many Americans may think it is. It's the sign of a demise of the Democratic Party, even in its ability to maintain optics. And optics are a core of politics. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and the Democratic Party have refused to even share a stage with Arabs, Muslims, Palestinians, not even for the sake of optics or for the sake of electoral interest. Instead, Harris and her party has chosen to castigate and marginalize Arabs and Muslims who overwhelmingly vote Democrat at every single turn. These men with Trump are a handful of Muslim Arab leaders out of millions of Muslims in the country. Not all Arabs are Muslim, and not all Muslims are Arab. And between these communities is a vast spectrum of politics and political engagement. Muslim Arabs have endorsed Jill Stein and third-party candidates. And over 150 imams, clerics, in a letter. Muslim Arabs have endorsed, supported Harris, Zogby, Mgage, Mehdi Hasan, uncommitted ish. Black Muslims have been on both sides of this. Our communities aren't monolithic. There is no doubt that overwhelmingly Arab and Muslim communities are against the U.S.-backed Israeli genocide of the Palestinians, and it's safe to say that almost every single Muslim and Arab filling out a ballot will be thinking about Gaza, but many will not even be going to the ballot box. The question of voting for a party you actively overseeing the genocide of 2.2 million people, including over 1 million children, aside, the Democrats have given absolutely nothing to voters, Arab, Muslim. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Sorry. One second. I'm securing while I'm having this conversation, while I'm reading this stuff out, I'm also securing a podcast guest. Okay? Because I'm goated like that. That's bullshit. The Dems can't risk the votes. The orange monster needs to be dealt with first. Liberals are so funny, dude. You're right. Yeah, you should tell people whose whose family members have been slaughtered with their own tax dollars that fuck you, Hasan, you libtard. Okay? Anyway, the question of voting for a party actively overseeing the genocide aside, the Democrats have given absolutely nothing to voters, Arab, Muslim, and to others, to show that they even want to pretend to care. Instead, they kick out Muslims from Harris rallies and yell, I don't give a fuck about Gaza and babies. Trump did the easiest thing to the Democrats, and Harris couldn't. He welcomed some Arabs and Muslims to share the stage with him. He embraced them. The Democrats, Biden and Harris, have categorically refused to. The narrative has been and will continue to be that Arabs and Muslims are supporting Trump. That isn't true. Our communities are pushing against the genocide of our people. Some in our communities are choosing to side with current genocidaires. Some are choosing to side with future genocidaires. But the majority are choosing to stand against both. Like Donald Trump is not, he's not going to be fucking pro-Palestine. Let's be real. Not a cult. Look at this shit. I did see this shit. This is awesome. It's awesome because one of the kids is the shooter. Like, what the fuck? I know they bickered for days deciding who would be Trump. Yeah. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to sound heartless when I say this. If sheer representation on a conservative stage is enough to flip the vote from genocide to genocide, that's dumb fuck shit. Well, if there's only two options and one party is actively pushing away Arab voters and the other party is at least aesthetically trying to court voters, what the fuck do you expect from voters to see? Like, I don't think it's correct. I think it's fucking silly. But you're out of your fucking mind if you... Like you shouldn't be angry at the voters in this situation that you've that you have perceived as like voting out of turn or some shit. Okay? You should be fucking yelling at the Democratic Party for actively pushing away Muslims and Arabs and people who care about Gaza. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? I can't help but notice that liberals' immediate like voters are the problem, not the party. Attitude has come back super strong with only a couple days out from the election. Campaigns need to earn people's votes. That is the underlying principle of democracy. You know? I think it's pretty nutty, though, that Donald Trump is like taking the time out to even aesthetically look like he gives a shit about Arabs or Muslims alike. Maybe your chatters don't know what's happening in northern Gaza. People are desperate for fuck's sake. They'd vote for Satan if he gives them a false promise. The Democratic Party ain't even willing to throw them a bone. Northern Gaza is literally a Holocaust zone right now, and Lebanon is losing journalists, firefighters, ambulance workers, and doctors. Yeah. The Washington Post did a visual forensics analysis on Israel's actions in South Lebanon, and I was sent this directly by one of the journalists who worked on the project. And turns out nearly a quarter of all buildings in Lebanese towns and villages near the Israeli border have been damaged or destroyed, the vast majority since Israel's October 1st invasion, according to an analysis of satellite data by Washington Post. Across Lebanon's border villages, at least 5,868 buildings have been left in ruins, 80% of them since the invasion began. In some places, such as the villages of Aita al-Shab and Kfar Kila, nearly half of the structures are gone. Many village centers have been erased. I mean, come on, dude. What the fuck do you expect? And it's not just Arabs who care about this shit. There's like white people who care about this shit too. Like, I know that a lot of the messaging on this issue has been like, oh, Arabs are of one mind. It's only Arabs. It's only Arabs. It's not only Arabs. There's plenty of fucking young people who will not go out and vote because of this reason. And what do? I have a long time ago made a choice never to lie to you. So I can't fucking lie to you and act like the Democratic Party is doing their best. Okay? They're not. They're doing their best to fucking erase Palestinians. You know what I mean? AIPAC's only general election target is an LA progressive. In California's 34th district, anti-war advocate David Kim has come close to unseating Representative Jimmy Gomez twice. Now AIPAC is attacking Kim, and a crypto PAC is joining them. AIPAC and its allied super PAC have spent $100 million this year to install Congress friendly to Israel amidst brutality in Gaza and Lebanon. This is going to keep going. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. How do you stay optimistic in a time like this? I can't even watch the news for an hour at a time where I feel very depressed. Anne? Not bad. Benden bir şey yok. İyilik. Palestine is not unique. Genocide is a part of the system. Oh, okay. Never mind. Tell people to get over it, I guess. You know? Okay. She's freaking out. Yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself. Once again, Israeli soldiers from the 202 paratroopers battalion wearing clothes of displaced Lebanese women. What is up with this shit? Why did they do this like freakish shit? I don't understand. Like, at no point do they ever like look at themselves and go, "Hey, man, we're doing bad guy stuff. Like, this is bad guy shit. This is like directly us overtaking a civilian area. Like, we have Kaya, place. Enough. Kaya, place. God damn. Calm down. I've been in 4 wars as a soldier. Oh, this guy interviewed me before, remember? As a soldier or a reporter, and I've seen a lot of atrocities and abuses, but dressing up in the clothes of the women and girls you've killed or displaced is sick and twisted practice, wholly unique to murderous perverts of the Israeli army. Oh my God. What the fuck? Dude, that's... Bro, this guy is a Rolling Stones writer, dude. What the fuck? Pretty sure American soldiers did this too, by the way. I'm just saying. Murderous perverts. Seth writes a lot about the mysterious deaths and drug trafficking revolving around military and cops. He's pretty cool. All right, I followed him back. This shit's making it to the history books? Depends. Depends. The reason why I say depends is because, history is written by the victors.
Prioritize our nation's best interests and foster lasting peace for all. This current administration has failed miserably in all aspects of humanity. It is imperative that the Republican Party recognizes the contributions of Arab Americans. No longer will we tolerate the narrative of fake news that seeks to demonize our people.
Bro, what the fuck? Israeli occupation soldiers have shared a photo of a D9 bulldozer decorated with toys belonging to displaced or killed Palestinian children while they were wreaking havoc in Gaza. This is barbaric. I don't know how else to, like, it's so wild because this is like pure barbarism, right? This is the type of like depravity that defenders of Israel associate with their enemies, okay, with Arabs as a whole. And then they do this kind of stuff. But because of the way we analyze states versus non-state actors, allies versus foreign adversaries, here in the United States of America, this kind of shit doesn't like breach the public consciousness for the most part. Like they don't look at this kind of stuff and go, oh, this is fucking gross. Like, what the fuck? You were a bad guy. You were doing Nazi shit. Like this is exactly the kind of depravity that we heard about with the Nazi regime and the actions of the Nazi regime. You know? Like, you can call me a terrorist every fucking damn day of the fucking week, okay? You can call me anti-Semite for calling out these atrocities all day, every day. But you can't change the reality, okay? People that see this stuff are going to be like, this is insane. Taking out a fucking Twitch streamer here and there, or a podcaster, or scaring, like doxing a college student into submission is not going to somehow make you sleep comfortably at night. If these are the kinds of atrocities that you see and you justify, you know, I'd rather, as that chatter is correct, I'd rather be called a fucking terrorist than called complicit in this kind of behavior. Okay? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's cynical. It's gross. It's shocking. Anne Burda, her collar is over here if you want to put it on. Yeah, hold on.
We are proud Americans enriching this nation with our hospitality, education, and hard work. From doctors to humanitarians and poets to politicians, we embody the spirit of resilience and progress. We look to a Trump presidency with hope, envisioning a time where peace flourishes, particularly in Lebanon and Palestine, maintaining the integrity of our borders. We appreciate the recent letter regarding Lebanon. However, I can't stand in silence when Palestine is being erased. Please help us stop the bloodshed. No amount of money or power should be prioritized over human life. U.S. citizens should decide elections, not foreign entities and biased media sources. We must reclaim the promise of our forefathers, the freedom of speech, untainted by censorship from social media giants. These
Cross-dressing Nazis. A German artist found so many photos of them, he published a book. Ironically, all these cross-dressing soldiers were fighting for a regime that sent actual transgender people to a concentration camp. I don't think they're wearing the clothes of, I mean, they might be. This article's kind of weird. cross-dressing is a little different than like wearing the clothes of the civilian population that you're killing.
Platforms should serve as the public spaces, allowing us to reveal the truths and shine the lights of the injustices around the world. As we approach the next election, let us be clear the outcome will reflect the ineffective policies and leadership that have put us all at risk. I believe that you will stand up to corruption, fostering peace and prosperity through diplomacy rather than through bombs and bloodshed. I, along with many others, truly appreciate that you made it a priority to visit Dearborn, one of the greatest cities in the United States. It is vital to keep building these connections and strengthening relationships with our incredibly intelligent community, especially after the election. Now, I would like to honor our future president, Mr. Donald Trump, with a plaque on behalf of all peace-loving Michiganders, from a quote from Ronald Reagan that says, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I will hold on to it so you don't have to walk around with it. Thank you. USA! USA! USA! USA! USA!
Well, I want to thank you. And look, I know many people from Lebanon, and we have to get this whole thing over with. We want to have peace. We want to have peace on earth, all over, all over. And these are wonderful people, and I very much appreciate it. And being with you in Dearborn is really
Thank you very much. It's shaped in the hand of Michigan because Michigan will decide this election, and Michigan is turning around to be a Republican state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Everyone, good afternoon.
Does this work for people? I think people are desperate, so it might work for some people. Important to note how framing this as exclusively a Muslim or Arab issue, as Democrats, New York Times, MSNBC has been doing for months, is a subtle way of reinforcing the premise that this is a sectarian or tribal grievance rather than people across many demos angry about genocide. It's playing into AIPAC ADL sandbox, which loves to frame the issue as sectarian or ethnic rather than colonial, anti-colonial, or genocide, anti-genocide, with the not so subtle implication that those people are hot-headed and not thinking straight. It strips it of its moral context or moral content. So this is correct. And I think that it's because like America has become an even more diverse nation since the Vietnam War that they get to kind of do this. What do I mean by this? During the Vietnam War, there were people who were pro-Viet Cong, pro-Vietnamese liberation, and there were a lot of anti-war people to varying degrees. It's damn near identical to the situation here. You have people that are literally fucking pro-Hamas, and you have people who are anti-war in general. It spans across many different age groups, and it's not like simply a tribal or sectarian conflict at all. Okay? And I'm sure that there were plenty of people who were anti-war that still ended up voting for either party, right? Point is, and plenty of people who didn't. Point is, it became like a punishing. It became too much. It became a punishment, partially because there are what do you call it? There was a draft. So there was a like physical fear of harm to yourself. So it was in self-interest that many people did not want to go to war in Vietnam. Because in the absence of a draft and the fact that it's a proxy war makes a lot of people overlook the actual harms that they might incur from continuing to let Israel run amok in the region and not restrain Israel. Obviously, Arab Muslims are more likely to register disagreement regarding Gaza for many reasons, but young voters very much do too, as do black voters. But keeping the debate in the sectarian sandbox avoids discussing the substance of what voters are angry about with respect to Gaza. Just from a euphemism standpoint, it is much easier to talk about Muslims being upset about the Middle East than to name specifically what the issue actually is and the broad coalition of anti-genocide voters. This would require one to actually name the thing being opposed. Yeah. Woman angered by Mark Cuban's bombshell comments. Kamala visits a barbershop. Jesus Christ, everyone's going to barbershops. Meet the Republican women not voting for Trump.
I will not be voting for Donald Trump, but I haven't decided to vote for Harris.
I'm joyfully, genuinely excited to vote for Kamala.
Like, what the fuck, lady? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, this woman, like, listen, if you find genocide to be a red line, I get it. But, like, is that what her analysis is here? Like, is that what it is? Maybe. Maybe she's going to be, like, fucking super based. I don't know. We'll see.
To vote for Harris.
I'm joyfully, genuinely excited to vote for Kamala Harris.
I will not vote for Trump again, and I'm undecided about Harris.
In this election, just like 2020, suburban women are in the spotlight. And in the affluent outskirts of cities like Phoenix in Arizona, it's Republican women in particular who are huddling together, agonizing over iced tea and the big question: should they vote with their conscience and ditch Donald Trump or stay loyal to their party? You'd think the decision would be easy. And
I get the Dems are fumbling this issue, but if voters are suddenly have amnesia about Trump's Islamophobia and fall for these aesthetics, they're actually fucking dumb and should be shamed for it. I'm tired of infantilizing stupid voters. Yeah, I don't think this is a minor disagreement over like fucking what level of marginal harm you are allowing undocumented migrants to experience. Okay? Like, you're talking about people whose immediate family members are being murdered with their tax dollars and they have nothing. It's an act of desperation, you know? I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. But, you know, be a little bit more understanding of the situation. And then anger is appropriate in this circumstance, by the way. Being angry is appropriate. But you should be angry at the Democratic Party for not even aesthetically trying to fucking, say, no, you guys are a part of our coalitions. Okay? That's crazy to be like, yeah, fuck these people. How dare you? I mean, what do you mean, fuck these people? Like, oh, they're so fucking stupid. It's like, no, they're not. They're actually pretty smart in the sense that they respond to what the Democratic Party is saying. The Democratic Party has actively communicated that you are not a part of the coalition to so many of these people. You know what I mean? Like, that's wild. Like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? It's not like the Dems are kind at all. Arabic media is mentioning the RGC getting ready for retaliation. Did you hear about Ali Mortada, the Lebanese journalist for Al Mayadeen, whose colleagues are all being targeted by airstrikes? Yeah, Ali Mortada has been in the crosshairs of the IDF non-fucking stop because he does those "Hello, my friend" videos, and also because I think he's jacked. I think that's probably another reason, because he's fucking yacked out of his goddamn mind. Hello, my enemies. Hello, my enemies. Is he the rocket dude? Yeah. He's the guy who is always wearing like fucking dry fit, smoking a fucking Black and Mild, being like, hello, my enemies. Your rockets do nothing to me. Like this guy.
Hello, my enemy. It's been a long time, huh? Hello, my enemy. It's been a long time, huh? Well, the last update from the front lines. Your army responds to our words.
Oh, this is the rocket one.
نفعل فلتخبرنا المؤسسات الدولية ماذا نفعل تخبرنا الأمم المتحدة ماذا.
I can't wait for someone to clip this and be like, he's showing terrorist propaganda again. Because like the dude is fucking speaking Arabic from Al Mayadeen TV. Like I don't even know. Like I feel like this is, you know, give it a couple minutes before people go, hey man, that's a terrorist. How much you want to bet? Oh, it's coming. Says we're not having weapons and they're killing us with planes. What should we do? Should we withdraw? We will not be afraid. Kill us. If they're smart enough to know Harris isn't doing enough, they should be smart enough not to support Trump either. Once again, the bar is lower for Trump than anyone else. Okay. I think you're misunderstanding a key point here. I don't agree with those guys. But also, I understand how politics works, and it seems like Democrats do not. Okay? If one side is at least aesthetically saying, I care about you, I will defend you, and the other side is saying, suck my dick, then how can you fault the people for going, well, okay, I'm not going to go with the suck my dick party. Get mad at the right people. Do not get mad at the fucking voters. Get mad at the party. Okay? Because the voters are just like you. You're a voter. You're not the party. You do not work for the Democratic Party. You are a voter yourself. I fault them for forgetting the 9 years of Trump's racist policy and Islamophobia within a matter of weeks. Oh my God. It's kind of hard to think about those 9 years, those 4 years, okay, of Trump's Islamophobia, when the subsequent 4 years, or at least the last year alone, has killed far more family members, immediate family members. That is their calculation. That is the way they're thinking about it. Stop yelling at the voters. Get mad at the party. This is why Hillary Clinton also lost. Democrats are unwilling to learn the most basic lesson. The party is supposed to win your vote. They are not supposed to take your vote for granted. This is explicitly how you win policy progress. Every voter should be saying they will vote for Trump if you're anti-genocide. You don't have to say you will, but that is explicitly how pressure is created. This surely chatter is too brain dead to know anything to win about an election actually pathetic. I mean, I think it's too late at this point anyway. Can't people be mad at both things, or even the Democrats way more? I'm mad at them. But I also have some issues with people just not voting for Trump. Political parties don't learn lessons. That's not how things work in real life. Yeah, it's an act of desperation. That is what it is. This is an act of desperation.
Yet, you're not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Without a doubt, I will not vote for him. The circle next to his name will not get filled in. It's whether or not I don't vote at all.
Have you reacted to the stream today portraying you as pro-Russian and pro-Russian imperialism because of some stuff you apologized for a year ago? No, I have not. But if anyone thinks that I'm pro-Russian or pro-Russian imperialism, there's no way I can convince them. They are hallucinating. So what do I do? Yeah, I'm also pro-Israel. Just kidding. If I was pro-Israel, I don't think these conversations would be taking place anyway. So I think that's part of the problem, isn't it?
Or if by election time I decide I'm going to vote for Harris or not.
But there's no way you're going back to Trump.
There's always a chance for him to meet Jesus, but I do not know if he will have that come to Jesus moment. I'm not there with the leap of faith to vote for Harris, but I feel okay. If you can't feel like you can't vote for Trump, you shouldn't. You just shouldn't vote for him this year.
You are two undecideds of Arizona.
You know, this is not the Republican Party that I grew up in.
It's incredible then that you could even have Kamala Harris on your lips, so driven away from Trump that you might consider.
Because you know what? He doesn't represent the Republican Party. He's not conservative. He's not stable. I feel like Kamala, you know, where I look and say, well, you know, seems stable.
Stability, yes, but they're worried Harris won't deliver on the economy and immigration. Yet Trump's
Are you pro-voting broadly? The message could be at a minimum to go at least submit a ballot. It will be a net benefit for Dems. There's never been a moment where I've said to not vote. Unless you're a Trump supporter. Then I will tell you the election, you can sit it out. It's fine. But no, I am very pro-voting. I've never advocated for you not to vote. You're live 8 hours a day and people still make shit up. I know, dude. People say I'm fucking pro-Russia. People say I'm anti-voting. He's tokenizing a Ukrainian refugee employee. They have to do the shit talking on you. Also, stop. I don't care. I don't care. My favorite pro-Russian podcaster, Tim Avi. Yeah, dude. It's like I could have dropped a fucking bag, dude. I could have gotten a fat fucking bag. Like shit, dude. I could have gotten the best bag of all time if I was pro-Russia. What have I gotten instead? The Russian government made fun of me and called me a gay woke guy who live streams and paints his fingernails.
MAGA makeover of their party leaves them cold. And in Lisa's case, scared too. You don't feel safe.
I really don't.
Physically safe.
Yeah.
Why?
Because the level of vitriol and the level of emotion that these people that hold these seats with us have towards us.
Obviously, it's not going to happen. But when you get hate like this, does it make you think of getting that back sometimes? Nah. I'm too much of a stubborn piece of shit. Like, there were so many fucking opportunities in my career to like, dude, the amount of money I've said no to is insane, okay? Like hosting poker tournaments, refusing to do like what was it, Polymarket or Predicted, one of those. Oof. But also on top of that, I could just be like a right-wing guy. I could be, oh yeah, have I been offered money from a right-wing political outlet? Yes. Yes. Like a fuck ton. But it's like, it's not even just the direct financial shit. It's like so many less headaches. Like there's a reason. Look at the Steven Crowder, like Ben Shapiro fight, right? It happened and then it stopped. Right wingers do not constantly fucking eat at each other. They understand that there is like a guiding, motivating principle behind their actions. Okay. It's wrong. It's immoral. It's morally repugnant, but at least they're like organized. Whereas liberals fucking love shitting on the left. Oh my God. And then you have leftists who love shitting on the left as well. Like, there is no unifying principle. No matter how hard I try, I will always be gracious. I will be grateful. I will be kind. I will be kind even to fucking right-wingers in general. But it does not matter. It's always fucking blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. So much fucking chirping. So much lying. So much like marginal disagreements turning into like massively consequential fucking problems in the eyes of these fucking losers. It don't matter.
For not supporting Trump, it's emotional and it's physical.
So Lisa was always voting Democrat this time as a protest against Trump. But then came the Trump-Harris head-on, and that sealed the deal.
But that debate...
Was it the debate that won you over?
That's what I saw, a Kamala Harris that I had never knew existed.
Sam saw that too, but she hasn't forgotten her roots.
I'm a lifelong Republican in small government and out of my bedroom.
Now she's so anti-Trump, Sam even agreed to introduce the vice president on a recent trip to Arizona.
I'm excited about Kamala Harris. I'm thrilled. You know, this idea of joy, you know, has now been replaced by hard work and policy. But underlying all of that is this very positive, very forward-looking message that I embrace.
And one message they all embrace this election is women's choice.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose.
That Harris is cleverly using to target Republican women just like them.
You can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
And in Arizona, choice is even more critical since protecting abortion rights is also on the ballot next week.
I trust women who are able and willing to make these decisions on their own.
I don't know anybody who's pro-abortion. I don't know anybody who's pro-abortion. And so then is it choice or no choice?
Of course, the big choice, Trump or Harris, couldn't be more stark. And what's striking is the fear they all articulate about the future.
I don't see, well, really, I don't. I mean, I can't even imagine that former President Trump would be our president again.
End of days for you.
It's end of days for me.
Yeah, I'm petrified that it sounds a little extreme, but that we could be in a civil war of sorts.
So Lisa poses a question of her own.
So as an opportunity to the two of you who have not decided yet, if you do choose to undervote and not vote for Trump or Kamala, and Trump is elected, will you look back and regret the undervote?
I don't like either option, though I do have to say, I do actually think she's a decent human being. I really cannot say that about Donald Trump.
It is the hardest presidential race I'll be voting in, even though I find him so repulsive and can't vote for him. It's, will I go the other way?
Will she? Can she vote for Kamala?
Dude, I'm done. I'm done with old white ladies, bro. I'm done with old white ladies. I'm sorry. You're done. It's over. Except for my mom. She's still great. And my grandma. But all these other older white ladies, they're done in my book, okay? It's like, what do you want? What the fuck do you want? It's not like your issue is, like, the only thing you care about is aesthetics and optics and civility. And, like, Kamala Harris gives you that tenfold. Like, she's actively targeting her campaign specifically for you. And you're still sitting there over there being like, I don't know. I don't know if I'll vote for Kamala. It's like, what the fuck do you want? What do you fucking want? I despise you, okay? You are such a dumb fuck. Like, what do you want? What do you want? She literally has tailored her entire campaign specifically to capture the attention of that dumb asshole, okay? And she's still like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what more Kamala Harris could do. I guess maybe run as a Republican? Like, is that what it is? Because I don't think they're anti-Zionist. You know what I mean? I don't think they're like, yeah, I find it really unconscionable to vote for a genocide or some shit. Like, they don't have valid claims. Like, if they had any sort of like serious fucking valid claims, I would be like, all right, like, let's hear them out. I really thought personally that like white feminists would get activated on this issue of abortion because it like directly impacts their bodily autonomy. It turns out some white women were like, feminism, I don't care, I'm white. As long as I get to have like the racial superiority, I don't give a fuck. That's what's so frustrating. It's like, you can't win these people over. Meanwhile, I'm sure you got hella fucking young voters, black voters, brown voters, Arab voters that are just like, please just give me hope that you will be human, that you see me as a human being, that you will not spend unlimited dollars in Israel doing genocide everywhere. And it's like, nah, fuck you, suck my dick. I want Deborah. I want Deborah real fucking bad. I want Barbara and I want Deborah. And it's like Deborah and Barbara are sitting there are like, this campaign, I know that they've tailored their entire messaging strategy around capturing my attention, but I still am undecided. Yeah, they're white first, women second, I guess. Jesus Christ, have you seen this? How the fuck does a clip of me talking about Palestine turn into this headline? Pokemon just leaked and adult field companies are hitting her up. She's interested in joining. What? The fuck? I don't even want to see that, dude. I don't want to see that at all. That's upsetting me. All right, well, I got a podcast to do. We're gonna have Agent as the guest. That's right, Agent himself. Love you all. Tomorrow, I might have Agent and myself go to the gym at a certain point after doing regular news coverage. So get excited for that. 8 hours and then a fucking pod. Wow. You already know it, baby. It never stops around these parts. Yes, Agent 00. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders out LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.